The weather forecast on TV said that heavy rainfall was expected across the country due to an approaching cyclone. For those people who were planning to go on a hike, this, of course, was not the best news. As the young man took the food out of the food container, he thanked Old Lady Smith for this wonderful treat. And a few minutes later, everything that the guy brought with him today was already in the frying pan. Arthur, watching each piece sizzle as it cooked, was clearly pleased with the result. While the food was being prepared, the young man had time to have a cold beer. The guy was really enjoying himself, because in his situation, it didn't matter at all what kind of weather awaited everyone else. At some point, he suddenly heard his name and an announcement that guests had arrived for the picnic he had organized. Turning to the new arrivals, Arthur immediately replied that he had enough food with him, which would be enough for everyone. And from the nearby thickets, a man armed with a sword had already emerged, who was cheerfully asking whether his friend had thought to bring some alcohol with him today. Following this man, humanoid creatures appeared from the same thickets, which looked more like mutated cats. A few seconds later, a certain old man with a staff appeared, who did not fail to notice that something new in the world of cooking awaited them today. With words of apology for intruding into the company's rest, the elf girl soon approached the clearing, accompanied as always by her magical creature. Arthur wasn't worried about the weather forecast for one simple reason. He was now in the company of his new friends in a completely different world. After leaving the car and examining the rather old building, a young man named Nigel found it to be quite well preserved, even though this property was owned by the grandfather of his dear friend, who was still in the car for now. And while Nigel was wondering whether the most famous chef in their country had really decided to open a restaurant in this backwater, his passenger asked him to make sure once again that there was no one else around. He looked out of the car with apprehension, fearing more paparazzi, but Nigel noted that no paparazzi would even think of dragging themselves into such a wilderness. After looking around again and listening to his friend, the young man reached for the mask on his face. Pulling it down, Arthur noted out loud that there was some truth in Nigel's words. From the outside, of course, it might seem that Arthur suffers from a mental disorder in the form of persecution mania, but it just so happened in his life that he was actually able to gain quite wide popularity. After all, he graduated from one of the best culinary schools, and soon after, he won first place in a culinary competition in Paris. In a very short time, he gained recognition, and all the most popular TV shows tried to get Arthur on their show. The young man's popularity grew so much that fans literally burst into the kitchen in an attempt to get an autograph or touch their idol, which wasn't really liked by the guy's other, less popular colleagues, who were only distracted from work by these fans. Very soon, evil tongues began to spread not the most pleasant rumors about Arthur on the internet, where they expressed doubts about his abilities, calling him simply a hyped-up boy. Returning home and reading all this blackness about himself every day, the young man literally began to fade away. As he walked inside, Arthur listened to his companion's words about how he wouldn't earn much here, and his recommendations to think carefully about his decision. When the chef replied that he was not there to earn money but to relax, Nigel became interested in why he would open a restaurant, to which his interlocutor immediately explained that cooking was the best relaxation for him. Once the things were brought inside, the young man suggested that they have a snack before starting to tidy up and unpack the boxes. There was no delivery service here, so the friends found a small and not very popular cafe. Nigel watched with interest as his friend tasted what they had been served for snack, where, a moment later, he had to calm Arthur down, who demanded that the manager be called, since such food could only be fed to pigs. Nigel himself noted that the sauce in this spaghetti didn't really taste like anything. But the whole problem was that Arthur couldn't actually taste the sauce, or the pasta, or any other food. At some point, the young man noticed with horror that he had lost his sense of taste. At the doctor's appointment, he received an explanation that medicine was powerless here, since the reason for the loss of taste was rather psychological, and therefore the young man should first of all eliminate sources of stress from his life, where the man talking to him recommended that the guy look for some kind of hobby to distract himself. Returning to his thoughts about the profitability of the enterprise, Nigel again noted that in such a remote place his comrade's business would definitely not go uphill, to which he immediately explained that it would be hard to imagine a better place to go hiking in the forest. Sitting in the car, Arthur mentally went through everything he needed for the trip, trying to figure out if he had forgotten anything. The driver asked the young man where he was going, to which the young man immediately explained that he wanted to spend some time alone in the mountains. Noticing Arthur's appearance, the driver noted that he could use a tent. This is exactly what the young man did not think about at all, falling into a stupor for a moment. The man, with a smile on his face, stated that there were no tents for sale in this village when Arthur asked him to stop. Having collected his things, he continued on foot, celebrating the fact that he had come here for the first time in a long time after burying his grandfather. Approaching the house, the young man noted that he would definitely need to clean everything up before leaving. But then his thoughts were interrupted by the door creaking behind him. Deciding that someone had broken into the pantry, Arthur carefully approached to catch the thief red-handed. But his plans were disrupted by some rustling in the bushes, which made the guy literally jump on the spot. This incredibly scary creature, which scared Arthur to death, turned out to be a very ordinary cat that looked out from the bushes. Having calmed down a little, the young man said out loud to the cat that he was very lucky in that he was only a cat. The door inside was already open, and Arthur walked in, trying to find how to turn on the light here. At the same time, he immediately noticed that the space inside this storage room was much larger than it might seem from the outside. Staring into the blackening void, the young man continued to move inside. At some point, Arthur suddenly felt a gust of wind and noticed a glow appearing before his eyes. In an instant, a real abyss appeared before him. With the next step, the edge of this cliff broke off, and the young man felt his body begin to fall forward. And now he was flying with a wild cry into the very center of the abyss that had opened up before him. When Arthur opened his eyes and felt a solid surface beneath him, he immediately wondered where he was. The young man experienced a real primal horror when he felt something wet touch his hand. Turning around, he saw in front of him some kind of creature that was somewhat reminiscent of a squirrel, but with incredibly large ears. And suddenly this creature, with the help of those very ears, soared into the air right before the eyes of the astonished Arthur, leaving him on the ground to watch his graceful flight. Before the young man had time to recover from the initial shock, his nervous system was tested for strength by some new sound behind him. This time, a very ordinary rabbit was looking at him from the nearby thickets, which calmed the guy down. But when this creature straightened up and showed itself completely, Arthur immediately realized that this rabbit was clearly of some completely different level. Without paying any attention to the guest, the rabbit folded his hands behind his back and left the company of the young man in long leaps. Of course, everything that was happening could not leave Arthur indifferent, where he, experiencing real horror, rushed to look for a way out of this strange and scary place. Time passed, and daylight gradually came to an end, giving way to twilight and approaching darkness. Having exhausted his last strength, Arthur mentally came to the conclusion that he was definitely finished, since there was no connection here, as well as no way out of this godforsaken place. At some point, he remembered the doctor's words about the young man trying himself in outdoor recreation. Forcing himself to calm down, the guy noticed that even in this situation, he felt very hungry. Within minutes, the young man was able to start a fire. However, this was only half the matter, where next he began to consider everything that was lucky enough to be with him in this place. As it turned out, everything most basic and necessary remained in another bag, the location of which was now unknown. But there was no choice left, and the young man began to prepare his modest dinner. Quite quickly, the mushrooms at his disposal were in a frying pan covered in sunflower oil. After frying them, all that was left to do was add a little salt and pepper to get a completely acceptable dish. Although as a chef, he could hardly call what he had just prepared a full-fledged dish. But hunger took its toll, and so the first portion of fried mushrooms went into his mouth. But no matter how much he hoped for a positive result, the miracle did not happen, because as always, Arthur did not feel any taste. A feeling of despair washed over the young man with renewed force, forcing him to throw the frying pan with mushrooms aside. There was a gaping emptiness inside the guy that he couldn't fill with anything. Another rustle in the bushes forced Arthur to come out of this state of complete stupor and devastation. Turning around, the young man discovered with horror that several pairs of burning eyes were staring at him. Assuming that it might well be wolves, Arthur began to feel around for the only weapon he had. Noticing a fanged mouth in the bushes, he immediately noted that he would hardly be able to do anything significant with his penknife. Realizing that he was most likely finished, he closed his eyes and put his armed hand in front of him, preparing to receive the first throw. But time passed, and no one attacked the guy or tore him to pieces. Having calmed down a little and plucked up his courage, the young man finally decided to open his eyes. To his amazement, he noted that no one was looking at him from the bushes or trying to hunt him anymore. Before he had time to wonder why the wolves had scattered, he suddenly heard someone fiddling with his frying pan. Turning slowly and carefully, the young man tried to see the one who had just cleaned up the remains of the cooked food. This creature turned out to be a very cute-looking little puppy, who was wagging his tail very intensely. Having already turned around completely, Arthur, in a state of yet another stupor, looked at this unexpected guest. The puppy looked at him, and he looked at the puppy, wondering where this little dog came from. Not at all afraid of the person, the puppy went about his puppy business. Well, Arthur himself tried to determine what kind of breed it was, and he was most inclined to think that it was a Siberian husky. The puppy seemed to be very happy to see the man, approaching the guy and even putting his paw on his leg. Trying not to look at the puppy, the young man told him to go away if he had already finished his modest dinner. But a few minutes later, he was already hugging this cute creature in his arms, not understanding why everyone was so drawn to little puppies. While petting the animal, Arthur noticed that its fur was unusually stiff, which was probably a consequence of living in the wild. Then he began to look more closely at the outline of his face, his paws and claws, and at some point, his night guest suddenly made a short howling sound, after which the young man concluded with horror that he was now holding in his arms not a dog, but a wolf puppy. Not only did he find himself in an unknown place, but he also met some wolf there who now did not leave him. Looking around fearfully, Arthur wondered if the puppy's mother or other wolves from his pack were nearby. After all, a mother wolf may misinterpret the situation and decide that a person has kidnapped her cub. But time passed, and no other huge and terrible wolves appeared. Stress and general fatigue took their toll, causing the guy to stretch out right where he had just been sitting. As he fell asleep, he came to the conclusion that death was inevitable for him, either from wolves or simply from hunger. In his sleep, he felt the wolf cub dragging him somewhere, deciding that he himself had decided to keep the man for himself as a snack. But at some point, the pull stopped, forcing the guy to pay attention to where the animal had dragged him. Looking under the tree, Arthur was amazed to find a place there similar to the one where he had fallen. At the same time, the young man was in a state of indecision, wondering whether he would be able to return if he entered this emptiness, or whether it would become even worse. Turning on logic, the young man thought that this passage most likely leads to another level lower and does not guarantee a return home. His furry four-legged friend watched from the side as he was tormented by doubts, who suddenly jumped up cheerfully from his seat, heading straight towards Arthur, whom he hit with his head at full speed right into the fifth point of support. Falling into the void, the young man cursed the wolf cub he met, who literally pushed him into the abyss. Plunging into it, he had no choice but to scream hysterically once again. At some point, Arthur felt that the fall had stopped, and a solid surface appeared beneath him. Opening his eyes, the young man was amazed to find himself in his own world next to that very storage room. With tears in his eyes, the guy noted that he had managed to survive in these completely incredible circumstances. Getting to his feet, Arthur noted that in that case, he should have thanked that wolf cub. Looking at the sky, he promised to never forget his kindness, even though they were never destined to meet again. However, a moment later, his peripheral vision caught a white spot located to the left. Returning home with his new friend, the boy wondered why this little animal had gone with him. But there was nothing to be done. And the first thing Arthur decided to do was to bring the wolf cub back to order after life in the wild. When the water procedures were finished, the boy and his new little friend lay down to rest. From incredible fatigue, the young man plunged into the world of Morpheus in a matter of seconds. The night passed rather quickly, and now Arthur was sitting on the bed, stretching pleasantly and shaking off the remnants of sleep. He clearly felt how well he had slept. Looking at the wolf cub who continued to lie around, the young man noticed that he hadn't slept so well in a long time. After his morning water treatments, Arthur decided to feed his pet from another world. Coming to the conclusion that wolves are distant relatives of dogs, he placed a bowl of dog food in front of his guest, which the little wolf demonstratively refused. Realizing that dog food would not help here, the young man decided to try offering the wolf cub cat food or rabbit food. But his white, blue-eyed guest flatly refused even these delicacies for the animals, leaving the guy completely bewildered. Deciding to leave the idea for now, Arthur headed to the kitchen to make breakfast for himself. When the dishes were ready and tasted, the young man regretfully concluded that his taste had never returned. Suddenly, at some point, the puppy sitting on the floor, which the young man decided to call Bublik, jumped onto the table and began to eat all the food that was there. At first, Arthur was indignant about the behavior of his guest, but then he began to observe what he was doing. As it turned out, the wolf cub chose which dishes to eat and which to ignore. The young man could not understand why Bublin refused the chicken dish. After watching the top's actions for some time, an interesting idea came to Arthur. He quickly cooked and placed 2 steaks in front of his guest. He used the best meat to prepare both steaks, cooked them the same way, but served them with different sauces. He topped one with a store-bought sauce, and for the other he used a sauce he made himself. And so he literally shouted for Bublik, who had proven himself to be a true gourmet, to choose which steak he would eat. The wolf, like any animal, began by sniffing the meat in front of him. The organizer of this experiment watched with interest what choice Bublik would make. And so the little wolf greedily began to gobble up the steak, which was covered with store-bought sauce. Having finished with it, Bublik went to another plate where the second steak was. Wagging his tail even harder, he quickly dealt with the second piece of fried meat. Looking at the contented little face, Arthur noticed that this little wolf was clearly an unusual animal, and you definitely won't be able to feed this funny pet just anything. The young man spent all his free time trying to bring this place into a normal and attractive appearance. While applying paint to the wall, the young man noted out loud that the paint was laying down in a very strange way. All this time, his little pet from another world was constantly nearby him. The guy's attention was drawn to someone's words that this was interior paint and not for building facades. The man who approached also noted that modern youth have not even learned to understand paint. Looking at the uninvited guest, Arthur asked him who he was, and his interlocutor explained that he was the headman of this village, who did not wait for the new tenant and came to say hello himself. Then he approached the wall and after a short examination of the brushstrokes, concluded that the guy didn't know how to paint either. The old man did not ignore this, and Bublik, who came closer, noticed that this dog was somehow strange. While saying that he would send the boy an assistant, the headman tried to pet the puppy, but it rather deftly dodged his hand. Of course, the young man asked his interlocutor not to bother himself and not to take up other people's time. But the old man, whose name was Patrick Brutman, insisted on his own, recommending that the boy not make any plans for the weekend and not touch paint at all anymore. Such persistence greatly irritated the guy, but he had little choice, and so Arthur agreed to help. The guy the headman brought with him introduced himself as Ron Oliver, and his companion added that he was the son of one of the local farmers. Very surprised that Patrick had actually brought someone, Arthur introduced himself in response. While the old man and Ron were discussing how best to treat the walls before painting, Arthur brought drinks. He could not understand why these people, who were completely unknown to him, were showing such concern towards other people's property. At some point, Patrick asked what the young man was planning to open here, and Arthur immediately explained that it would be a restaurant. Upon hearing that a catering establishment was planned here, Ron immediately turned to the chef, where he was interested in whether they planned to introduce pork cutlets into the menu. Already sitting at the table, he told us that his dear wife loved these very cutlets. The cafe where they were made closed, and he tried to make the cutlets himself, which didn't work out very well. Listening to this guy's story, Arthur thought that in fact he definitely didn't plan on including a dish like pork cutlets on his menu. Besides, it was quite problematic to serve visitors food whose taste was completely unknown to him. Thoughts were already creeping into his head that the idea of a restaurant was completely in vain when he suddenly noticed the top sitting behind him. As he looked into his clear blue eyes, an idea began to form in the boy's head. And suddenly he jumped up from his seat, shouting that he could definitely do it. Looking at Ron, the young man happily declared that he could cook pork cutlets for his wife, where he is ready to participate in making her feel that forgotten taste again. Soon he was in the kitchen, studying everything Ron had told him about pork cutlets. At some point he realized that a village cafe would definitely not use tomato paste. Therefore, the tomato flavor was most likely just ordinary ketchup. Once the analysis of the records was completed, the chef prepared all the necessary ingredients to prepare the dish. His small and very devoted animal was always by his side, who was only glad that the man was once again starting to cook. Armed with a vegetable knife, Arthur immediately set about creating what he had promised to please Ron's wife with. Pretty soon, the first pork cutlet was already in the frying pan, its breading becoming more and more golden. When the dish was ready, Arthur carefully watched the movements of his taster's tail, which seemed to him to be slower, indicating a slight error. After some time, the young man prepared a second cutlet, which he also sent to his partner for tasting. The movements of the tail this time seemed too slow to the guy. Arthur repeated his procedure several times, which his little guest was only happy about, having eaten his fill. The chef himself was very pleased that with the help of Bublik, he could now cook calmly without even feeling the taste. Sitting at the table, Ron asked his wife how she was feeling today. The girl was pregnant and replied that she felt very well, adding that she was very happy to visit the new restaurant opening in their settlement. But most of all, the girl was happy that she would finally be able to feel that same taste of pork cutlets again. And so the young man who approached the table said that he would be only too happy to serve the lady in this way. Turning her attention to the plate he had placed on the table, the girl immediately noticed that the cutlet smelled incredibly delicious. Without a second's hesitation, she immediately used the utensils and sent the first piece into her mouth. Both the chef and the girl's husband watched with bated breath the reactions of the first taster of this cuisine. At some point, the girl suddenly said that the cutlets in that old cafe were incredibly tasty. But it is unlikely that any other cuisine could compare with what she had just tried. The girl noted that even the meat itself was incredibly juicy, with a delicious crispy crust. Her words that she had never tasted such delicious cutlets in her life were the best gratitude for the cook. After a while, the girl suddenly plunged into memories of the past, asking Ron if he remembered their first date. After all, on that date they also ordered pork cutlets, which the guy didn't eat because he couldn't take his eyes off his future wife. Listening to his wife's words about how his hands were shaking that day, the young man even felt a little embarrassed. And so the girl revealed the secret, saying that it was after that first date that she fell in love with pork cutlets, to which she had previously been completely indifferent. Where it's not so much about the cutlets themselves, but about the memories that their taste evokes. Arthur, standing nearby and not interfering in the couple's conversation, simply looked with affection at this loving couple. At some point, he turned his gaze to the four-legged assistant lying nearby, concluding that he had definitely overfed him today while trying to find the perfect taste. But at the same time, he was incredibly grateful to Bublik for helping him so much. When the young man was alone again, he began to think about the specifics of his restaurant's activities. He decided to move away from his original plan to open a restaurant with Italian cuisine, deciding to cook what his customers wanted, which was difficult, expensive, but quite feasible. At the same time, Arthur noticed that his four-legged friend had fallen into some strange state. It was like some kind of peculiar depression, the cause of which the guy could not yet understand. After some time, he began to find an explanation in the fact that the wolf, most likely, simply missed his native forest. After all, this little animal came from another world, in which it should be comfortable to live. Having come to the conclusion that Bublik needed to be returned home, Arthur was already imagining how empty it would be here without him. And even though that world was filled with the strangest and even seemingly scary creatures, the guy firmly decided to take the top back. However, until the last moment, he postponed this foray into another world, which he truly feared. Hearing Arthur's reasoning about his house, Bublik immediately became active. His pleading gaze left the young man no chance to avoid another visit to another world. And although this really wasn't very pleasant for him, soon Arthur and his faithful little top were already in the very world where they met. Looking around, the young man noted that the sooner he finished here and returned, the better it would be. Literally feeling the close attention on himself, he sincerely hoped that this sortie would end well for him. As he slowly moved through the forest, the boy wondered what kind of place this was and whether it could be some kind of parallel world, like in the movies. Feeling the very fresh air, indicating the presence of water, the young man began to make his way through the thickets. He was stunned and froze like a statue when he saw what suddenly opened up to his gaze. This combination of forest, mountains, and clear blue water, playing with reflections in the rays of the sun, created an incredibly beautiful landscape. Without taking his eyes off the lake, Arthur noted that he too would miss such a beautiful place. Bublik was really very happy to return to his world, approaching this clean and transparent body of water. Sitting down next to him, Arthur said that he would soon leave his friend, but before that he wanted to give him a little surprise. Reminding the wolf how he helped him prepare cutlets, the guy pulled out a camping barbecue. Bublik's mouth immediately started to water when Arthur pulled out tender and delicious pieces of meat from his backpack. Having greased the heated surface with butter, the young man prepared to place the meat on it. While the meat was frying, he salted it and seasoned it with spices, thus frying a whole plate. Watching Bublik actively wagging his tail, the young man grinned and warned him not to accidentally fly away. While the wolf was gobbling up the meat, Arthur turned around and looked at this beautiful view once again. He then turned his attention to the camping barbecue in front of him. And when he returned to Bublik, who continued to savor the meat, the thought came to his mind that something was missing to complete this luxurious setting. A moment later, he had already pulled a cold jar out of his backpack. After all, with such a delicious view and fried meat, beer was very appropriate. After taking a few sips, the young man experienced a strong feeling of disappointment. After all, he realized once again that his taste buds had not yet started working. At the same time, he noted the opinion of some people that alcohol is not drunk for the taste. So he enjoyed what he could enjoy until suddenly he felt cool steel at his neck. Glancing sideways at what had appeared to his left, Arthur mentally noted that he was looking at the tip of a real sword. Well, the one who was behind him for now menacingly asked who the guy was, a sorcerer or a spy from other countries. The frightened Arthur could not utter a word, and the man continued to insist on an explanation as to who his random encounter was. The sharp edge of the sword's blade pressed into the guy's neck more and more, forcing him to feverishly think about what he should do. And so he finally plucked up his courage and declared that he was just a cook and there was nothing suspicious about him. Not believing what was said, the man asked what an ordinary cook would do in such a place, and the young man shouted that he was simply enjoying the view, begging for the weapon to be removed from his jugular vein. But the man didn't believe it, and started shouting and threatening to cut the guy's throat if he didn't tell him the purpose of his visit. But when he saw a wolf peacefully chewing meat on the sidelines, his speech suddenly stopped. He couldn't believe that he was seeing this white wolf cub in front of him now. Well, Parov continued to beg for mercy, offering to give the man money, hoping only that the currency in this world was the same as on Earth. He didn't even immediately notice how the sword blade was at some point pulled away from his vital body part. Putting his sword back into its sheath, the man suddenly apologized for his excessive suspicion, explaining that an ordinary person had no business being in these places, teeming with all sorts of monsters. The man then introduced himself as a knight of these lands named Kang Hyun, asking his interlocutor to introduce himself as well. Astonished by such a sudden change in mood, the young man told the knight his name, and he explained that since the guy was accompanied by a white mythical wolf, he definitely couldn't be malicious. Where Kang Hyun was quite surprised that this young man did not understand at all what he was talking about. And then the man explained that the white wolves inherited the blood of one of the ancient gods. Myths and legends say that the white wolf has the ability to see good and evil and is also endowed with great wisdom. It has long been believed that the race of white wolves inherited part of the power of an ancient deity. This is exactly the kind of wolf that is next to the guy now. These explanations amazed Arthur, who could not even imagine that Bublik was a real descendant of God. At the same time, this fully explained how the little wolf behaved with others, not allowing them to touch him. Noticing how his interlocutor was deep in thought, Kang Hyun noted that the guy was most likely mistaken in his conclusions. But then he turned his attention to the guy's explanation that he was just having lunch there, noting that eating in such a picturesque place would definitely be perceived differently. Having noticed the plate, the knight asked what kind of meat it was, and immediately received the answer that it was beef, and an offer to try it. To this, Kang Hyun stated that he would like to say that he was already full, but this was not at all the case. He noted to himself that he would not be able to refuse food with such a pleasant aroma even if he really was full. Displaying excessive modesty, the man said that he would only try one piece for the sake of decency and respect for the chef. Standing opposite, Arthur watched with interest as the big guy put the first piece straight into his mouth. When Kang Hyun began to chew, his face changed dramatically, where he did not understand how meat could be so tender and tasty that it literally melts in the mouth. Having come to the conclusion that nothing like this could be found in their world, he suddenly noticed what the guy was holding in his hand. To satisfy his new acquaintance's curiosity, Arthur explained that it was a light drink. But Kang Hyun was interested not only in what was inside the vessel, but also in the jar itself, which he called a strange mug. Trying to contain his impulse, the man said that he was simply curious and did not want to try at all. But a moment later, he grabbed the jar, saying that he couldn't refuse when Arthur literally put it in his hand. But the guy stopped the knight's impulse, explaining that he had already taken a sip from this jar, offering him one that was not yet opened. He watched with great interest as his new acquaintance tasted the beer from his world, where he came into incredible delight, loudly noting that beer simply could not have such a rich taste. Arthur mentally noted that just a couple of minutes ago, this man was holding a sword near his throat, and now he was behaving like an old friend. Having thanked the boy for such an incredible treat, Kang Hyun said that if Arthur came here again, he should definitely find him in order to give him the opportunity to thank him, where he must tell anyone he meets that Kang Hyun, captain of the Knights of Alagard, is needed. It was very unusual for the young man's ears to hear such outdated titles or positions, and while Kohemius was confused by the fact that the boy was not at all impressed by his rank, Arthur himself tried to reconcile this with his world, suggesting that the captain of the knights was probably someone like the company commander. Then the knight added that he would like to advise the young man to be careful, since all sorts of things happen here. But since he has a white wolf with him, there is nothing to worry about. While Bublik was begging for a new portion of food, Kang Hyun took his leave, citing the fact that he needed to continue patrolling. Arthur didn't even have time to say anything in response, silently watching the knight leave, who finally expressed hope for a new meeting. The guy's thoughts revolved around the fact that his random encounter was a knight captain who was patrolling, and this meant that this soldier had just gotten drunk while on duty. Turning his attention to the wolf cub who continued to beg for food, the young man came to the conclusion that in another world there might be different rules for serving. After which, to the delight of the bagel, he dumped into its bowl everything that was left of the meat he had prepared. It was with pleasure that I watched the wolf cub gobble up his next portion. While he looked at Bublik, he remembered all those few but very happy moments with him that filled his life, where now the guy was incredibly sorry to part with this funny guy. As he got ready, Arthur noted that although it had not been a long time, it was one of the happiest in his life. Noting that he could not be sure of their new meeting, the young man wished his four-legged friend good luck, after which the guy turned around and walked away, leaving the bagel to finish his last meal prepared by Arthur. After taking a few steps, the young man turned around a little to see how the top was behaving, but he didn't show it, continuing to gobble up everything that was still left in his bowl. This behavior of the animal made the guy sad. After all, he hoped that even though they hadn't been together for very long, Bublik had also managed to become at least a little attached to him. And a moment later, the young man discovered that after the meat was finished, there was no trace of the wolf cub. After looking at the lonely bowl for a while, Arthur turned around and, filled with sadness, continued on his way. And suddenly he felt how the backpack on his back noticeably gained weight. And now he was already trying to detach Bublik from him, trying to explain to him that it was his property. After some time, the backpack was practically torn to shreds, where its owner did not understand what kind of demon had entered the top. But he suddenly came up and began to lick the hand of the one he recognized as his own. Well, the young man could not understand why Bublik was following him when he himself had recently wanted to return to his world. He asked him the appropriate question, but of course did not receive any direct answer. Bublik just sat and looked at the guy with his pure, kind, and joyful eyes. Then Arthur began to guess that the wolf found it much better to be in his company than to live alone in this world. Reaching out to his four-legged friend, the boy noted that last time Bublik left him no choice, going with him to his world. And this time he also doesn't leave him a single chance to return home without him. Having already returned to his world, the young man noted that now he would have to periodically visit the Top's world so that he would not become sad. As he moved towards the house, he noticed that sometimes having picnics in another world wasn't so difficult. At some point, he noticed how the people gathered in the clearing were having fun. He just doesn't understand why these ceremonial events are taking place right next to his house. And then the boy's return was noticed by the village elder. In response to Arthur's questions, he explained that the residents had organized a festive dinner here, about which he should have been warned. Explaining that no one had told him anything, M did not report anything like that. The young man added to himself that even if they had reported it, he certainly would not have taken part. At this moment, one of the locals reported to Patrick that a sign had just been delivered. Arthur meanwhile tried to slip away, but the old man stopped him, saying that even without an invitation he could and should have fun with them. He did not immediately understand the words of his interlocutor that the hero of the occasion must necessarily take part in it. And when the young man turned around, he saw an unfolded poster with words of greeting addressed to him in honor of his arrival at the settlement. The people who had gathered really decided to have a great time, organizing something like a mass picnic. Well, the culprit of this unplanned celebration who appeared immediately became the subject of everyone's attention. From all sides, all sorts of compliments were showered on the guy, while Arthur himself was only thinking about how he could get out of here as quickly as possible. Noticing the corresponding expression on the face of the one who had prepared the delicious cutlets for her, Linda asked that the people not bother their new friend too much. And when the guy asked whether the locals greeted every new resident in the same way, she explained that their settlement was small, and therefore everyone knew each other well and lived very amicably. But after listening to several loud toasts, the girl added that this was definitely not a reason to get drunk. Soon the elder intervened in their dialogue, noting that true strength lies in the unity of the people. Getting very close to Arthur's ear, he also added that this was an excellent opportunity to advertise the opening restaurant. This statement greatly surprised the young man, who did not believe that this old man had organized all this just to help him promote the restaurant. A moment later, he noticed that Patrick was covered in bottle caps. Looking at the general behavior of this man, who had already managed to leave to continue the fun, Arthur mentally noted that he had hardly interpreted his intentions correctly, which at the same time did not prevent him from actually advertising the restaurant. Sitting to the side, The young man watched as those gathered were genuinely having fun and relaxing, where, despite the fact that they saw each other almost every day, they always had something to talk about. Slowly sipping his beer, Arthur couldn't take his eyes off these wonderful and kind people. At some point, the young man noticed that his faithful Bublik had stopped hanging around nearby and had started looking for him with his eyes. Well, the little top meanwhile successfully enjoyed the attention of those gathered, which, of course, was reflected in the fact that he was fed quite a lot. But as soon as someone tried to touch the sacred white wolf, it immediately retreated from the touch. More than once, attempts were made to pet or pick up this cute creature. But none of these attempts were successful for anyone present. People were amazed at how skillfully this little puppy dodged every attempt to touch him. But Bublik didn't keep himself waiting when another plate of food appeared in his field of vision. Not limiting himself to what was brought to him as a treat, he moved like lightning from one table to another, sweeping everything that was on the plates off them. Where Arthur even felt a little ashamed of his little pet's behavior. Where he even thought about the fact that this little rascal really needed to be left in another world. Lost in his thoughts, the cook didn't notice how his gaze suddenly stopped on a boy sitting alone to the side. This was the first child he had seen in this settlement since his arrival here. This boy looked very sad and lonely, which Arthur thought was a consequence of the lack of other children to be friends with and play with. Suddenly, an elderly woman approached the boy and brought him some kind of package. But only after seeing what she tried to give him, the guy suddenly became enraged, literally knocking the bundle out of the old woman's hands. Where Arthur, who was observing the situation from the side, did not like his behavior at all. The elderly woman tried to reason with the guy and stop him, but he quickly jumped up and ran away. When the headmistress asked what had suddenly happened to Peter's behavior, who was usually a normal and calm child, the woman explained that he had become like that since yesterday after returning from school. He told me that one of his classmates bragged about trying a real American burger, and she tried to buy something similar at the supermarket, which turned out to be completely different from what Peter wanted. Arthur listened attentively to this dialogue, instantly realizing that the boy simply did not want a burger from the supermarket, which really wasn't very tasty. Someone from the crowd suggested going to a burger joint to satisfy the child's need, but his impulse was instantly calmed by Patrick's words that there were definitely no burger joints to be found within a radius of at least a couple 100 kilometers. After which the crowd immediately began discussing where the nearest burger joint was and how a burger differs from a hot dog. Meanwhile, the headman turned to the boy's grandmother, saying that if they couldn't buy a burger, they could make it themselves. And when the old lady noted that she was not particularly good at this, Patrick immediately reminded her that they now had a real chef from the capital at hand. Arthur couldn't even imagine that this whole story would ultimately lead to all attention being focused on him. Of course, the headman apologized for forcing the young man to cook a burger like that. But the boy had already come to terms with this inevitability. Well, his interlocutor added that the young man does not necessarily have to repeat the taste of an American burger. After all, Peter is most likely just jealous that his classmate went somewhere with the whole family, while the boy's mother is in hospital and his father is on a business trip in another country. That's why he thinks that the burger has nothing to do with it, and that it's more about the boy's loneliness. Having listened attentively to everything that the old man told him, Arthur made him understand that he had heard what was said. The headman also noted that now all hope in this situation lies only in their new resident, the chef. Looking at Patrick, Arthur mentally noted that this old man really knew everything about everyone here and understood a lot. Despite the fact that he's a big fan of drinking and behaves very strangely, hanging himself with corks and empty bottles like war trophies. Turning his thoughts to solving the problem at hand, the young man figured that making a burger wasn't that difficult. But he himself has never visited a burger joint, and therefore has absolutely no idea what an American burger should taste like. While he was thinking about what to do, his little pet was lazily checking his plate for food. Arthur felt very uncomfortable when he heard people annoyedly eating the only side dish left on their plate, cursing the unknown person who ate all their meat. The young man understood that he would have to try hard and cook the best burger at least to compensate for the actions of Bublik, who destroyed all the meat. The young man told the hooligan himself that he would not get another piece today. Before Bublik had time to get upset, the guy immediately added that he would still get to try something today. Soon, the first test burger, which Arthur prepared looking at the picture in the advertisement, was ready. But it seemed to the young man that his taster was not wagging his tail very intensively. It was obviously a complete failure, which gave the chef pause. He recalled how he started his career as a chef, traveling to other countries on exchange programs to gain experience. Always and everywhere, he was inspired only by his love for cooking. Arthur wondered what the driven guy he once was would say about him. The answer to the question came instantly and made the guy feel ashamed of himself. Inspired, the young man turned to his four-legged friend, expressing his hopes that there was still room in his stomach for testing, after which he stood up resolutely, putting on an apron and preparing to create the best burger in the whole wide world. Remembering the headman's words that the taste should not be completely repeated, Arthur declared out loud that he did not know how to cook like that, and would not. Pretty soon, a burger patty was finishing frying in a hot frying pan with a piece of cheese quietly melting on it. After a few more minutes, all the burger ingredients began to be layered on the bottom of the burger bun. Peter, already invited to the restaurant, sat silently at the table, not expecting anything good from this venture. He was accompanied by his grandmother, as well as the Oliver family, where Linda noticed that the kitchen was emitting a delicious and incomparable aroma of burgers. But the boy still couldn't believe that now he would be able to enjoy a real American burger, which appeared in front of him after just a few seconds, accompanied by words of gratitude for the wait, which the chef said when serving. Absolutely officially, as required by restaurant ethics, the young man said that the customer's order had been fulfilled. The appearance of this burger alone made Peter very surprised. Well, the delicious and very appetizing aroma left him no chance not to try what was standing right in front of him. With the very first piece, the guy literally felt like he was in one of the popular burger joints that the United States has always been famous for. What he just tasted was hundreds of times better than a supermarket burger, which the guy immediately told his grandmother. And the old woman was only glad that her grandson was finally happy. But suddenly the boy's face became incredibly sad again, where he turned away and said the word, "Mom." And then he explained to the astonished old lady that by demanding a good burger, he was counting on a trip to the capital to visit his mother in the hospital. It was only for this reason that he so strongly demanded a burger not from a supermarket but from a burger shop, which he now deeply regrets. With tears in his eyes, Peter begged his grandmother to forgive him for this lie. But the woman was not at all angry with her grandson, perfectly understanding how difficult it was for him without his parents. Hugging the boy close, she began to apologize for not noticing earlier how much he missed her. A moment later, this boy, who at first seemed completely ill-mannered to Arthur, burst into tears, screaming that he really missed his parents. For a while, the young man simply watched the scene unfolding in his restaurant. And at some point, he attracted Peter's attention by saying that he was soon going to go to the capital, inviting the astonished boy to join him on this trip. This proposal was surprising not only for the child himself, but also for his grandmother. When asked for clarification, Arthur added that they could also go to a real burger joint, which he had also never eaten at. Naturally, the boy was very pleased with such a generous offer, which he accepted with great pleasure. While he was thanking Arthur, Linda said that Peter should definitely take lots of photos of this trip, which she would be happy to look at later. Well, today's savior of the situation was mentally thinking that he still had no idea why he would go to a place from which he himself had literally just escaped. But looking at the boy's shining face, the young man understood perfectly well that there was no turning back. That's why he said again that they would soon go on this journey together. When everyone had left, Arthur returned to the kitchen, looking into the refrigerator. After looking at the shelves, the young man noticed that he had a lot of food left over that could soon spoil. Turning his attention to the stretching booblik, Arthur brought up the idea of going on a hike for himself to discuss. After all, when the restaurant starts to function fully, he won't have so much time for trips. Suddenly, the young man noticed how his little white friend became active upon hearing about the trip, who literally began to shine with joy at the realization that they would soon be going to his home. Looking sideways at his pet, the young man declared that there was no talk of going to another world at all. But after some time, Arthur, in the company of Bublik, was already in the very world where they met. The young man noted that he began to visit here much more often than even the grocery store, but it was definitely worth it, as the natural views here were truly amazing. While he was busy assembling the tent, Bublik happily chased the butterflies flying past. Soon, the tent began to take on its normal shape, which was given to it by the correctly installed poles. But some mistake was still made, and at some point the entire structure ended up on the grass again. However, the guy did not give up trying, and after some time he achieved a positive result, setting up the tent correctly. Stretching out on the grass, he noticed that putting up the tent was much more difficult than he had imagined. Only now did he realize that he was incredibly hungry. The field kitchen was set up quite quickly, and a very appetizing lunch was prepared. Having put his portion on the plate, the young man prepared to begin the meal. But he was not allowed to enjoy the food properly because of the intent glances of the animals that came to the delicious aroma. Surprised that these squirrels could eat meat, the young man threw them a piece each to try. But his gift did not have time to reach these small creatures, as it was intercepted right in flight by some other creature living here, which, without delay, continued its further journey through the air. Arthur had enough meat, and soon the local squirrels were enjoying its taste. The guy himself mentally noted that he definitely wouldn't be bored in this place. As he lounged in his folding camp chair, he noticed that doing nothing could be quite enjoyable too. And suddenly he noticed that his faithful Bublik, who was constantly hanging around him, had disappeared somewhere. Having decided that the wolf would definitely return as soon as it got hungry, the guy decided to simply continue resting and eating. The young man had not yet noticed that someone had been watching him closely for a long time from the nearby bushes. Hearing a rustling sound, the young man decided that his four-legged friend had finally returned. Showing a plate filled with meat, he called Bublik to begin the dinner meal. But what suddenly burst out of the thicket could not help but frighten the guy who was expecting to see his top. With great difficulty, Arthur managed to remove his hand with the plate from the trajectory of the creature rushing towards him, which, meanwhile, turned out to be quite agile and quickly stopped the movement of its body, turning around. Now the young man had the opportunity to examine this new uninvited guest at his picnic, where it was completely obvious that this was not the Bublik he was expecting. After all, right in front of him, some female individual of an unknown species was grinning and showing obvious aggression. In part, this unprecedented creature resembled a human child. But the situation was radically changed by her tail and ears, which turned the girl into something like a big cat. Continuing to hold the plate of meat in his hand, Arthur came to the conclusion that this was some kind of mutant, where this mixture of man and cat looked very frightening, continuing to grin. The young man didn't even have time to notice how his uninvited guest made a new attempt to pounce on him. But this time too, he managed to dodge this cat's attack. And the little cat person herself again turned around quite deftly, using her clawed paw. Mentally noting that Bublik was never there when he was most needed, the guy began to call on the creature to be reasonable. He told this cat girl not to get excited, because everything can always be resolved peacefully, without bloodshed. But then he noticed that her gaze was directed not at him, but at the plate of meat in his hand. Realizing that the animal was simply hungry, Arthur placed the plate on the grass, telling it that it could eat and then leave. Still looking at the young man suspiciously, the cat girl slowly walked towards the plate of meat, where the first thing she did was check the contents with her keen sense of smell. And when her sense of smell indicated that it was something very tasty, the uninvited guest began to eat without using her front paws. But as soon as she chewed the first piece, she immediately felt a real fire engulf her oral cavity. Watching the cat girl roll around in the grass, Arthur remembered that his dish had turned out to be quite spicy. The fire in the cat's mouth slowly died down as the boy tried to offer her some water. And a few seconds later, from the expression on her face, one could conclude that she was savoring the taste. And indeed, the aftertaste left by this piece of meat transported the little girl to a paradise of taste sensations. This is what made the cat girl get up and approach the plate to try to continue her meal. For Arthur, it was very surprising that she continued to eat meat despite the fact that it was very spicy. This allowed him to conclude that his unexpected guest liked the treat. At that moment, Bublik, happy with his walk, appeared from the bushes, whose attention was immediately drawn to the cat girl who continued to devour his food. The wolf would definitely not tolerate such an insult, and would immediately pounce on the one who left him without food. Shocked by Bublik's behavior, Arthur tried to stop this sudden confrontation. The young man called on everyone to remain calm, saying that he had prepared a lot of food and there was enough for everyone. But as soon as he pulled one back, another participant in the fight immediately rushed into battle again. But at some point something happened that the young man never expected to see. A creature that appeared nearby suddenly stopped the movements of the little cat girl. Having tucked it under its armpit, the creature turned around and asked the man for forgiveness. After which, with one powerful leap, it left the clearing where Arthur was trying to rest from all the hustle and bustle. As the creature walked away, the young man wondered how many different species of intelligent beings lived here. After finishing another foray into another world, Arthur and his faithful assistant were cleaning up the restaurant. After all, the young man had planned the official opening of the restaurant for tomorrow. Of course, he came here primarily for psychological relief and relaxation, but if he opened an establishment, then there needs to be order there. Meanwhile, an elderly woman was walking down the street past the restaurant and noticed the bright sign. Arthur listed everything he needed to do to ensure the opening was successful. And when his reflections and calculations were finished, he joyfully concluded that he was completely ready for the discovery. At that moment, the same woman who was passing by happened to be inside the restaurant. Looking closely at the guy, she asked him if the establishment was open. Switching to the guest, the guy began to say that the official opening would only take place tomorrow. But when he met the old woman's persistent gaze, he had no choice but to invite her to sit down. And so the woman began to move around the room, closely examining literally everything that was around her. Referring to the furniture, she noted that all this old stuff could have been thrown out and replaced with new. Then the woman began to examine the walls, ceiling, and windows. And finally, I came to the conclusion that this place as a whole remained the same as before, although the wallpaper was a different color. While dressing in his work clothes, the young man asked her if she had been there when another establishment was located here. But instead of answering the question, the strange old woman asked the guy what dishes he was going to cook and serve here. To this, the young man explained that, in general, they planned to serve Italian food here, like pasta and pizza. Pushing back her chair, the woman said that if by pasta they meant spaghetti, then that was what she was ordering. And when asked what kind of pasta she would like to try today, the guest said that she would leave the choice to the chef. Having accepted this strange order, Arthur retired to the kitchen, where he immediately began preparing the dish. Deciding that Grandma had never tried pasta before, he decided to make the most popular version of pasta with tomatoes. Since he had prepared this dish hundreds of times, it wasn't long before the plate of pasta was sitting on the table in front of the woman, and the young man obligingly wished the lady bon appetit. He couldn't personally judge the taste of what had come out, and so he relied only on his extensive experience. While the woman tasted what he had prepared, he recalled how often the pasta he had prepared had been praised, and therefore he did not allow a single thought to occur to him that it might turn out tasteless. But suddenly the old woman stopped eating, asking the young man how much she owed for this dish. At that moment, a familiar male voice was heard from behind the front door, noting that the sign on the restaurant was bright and attractive, which would ensure good attendance. And so, opening the door, the headman asked Arthur if he was there today. When the old man asked, the woman who was leaving explained that she had come in to have a bite to eat, adding that this is usually what people go to a restaurant for. Patrick was very surprised, because the opening was supposed to take place only tomorrow, but the woman said that she had already managed to have a bite to eat here. Having seen her off with his eyes and noticing her not very good mood, the man walked into the hall, where the owner of the establishment stood at the table with a lost look. Turning to the guy, he asked whether this woman had really ordered and eaten something here. But Arthur did not answer the question, as he could not take his eyes off the plate, which remained almost full on the table. When a customer leaves the food untouched, this was the worst possible assessment of the chef's work, who now could not understand where he had gone wrong. Patrick, of course, couldn't help but notice how upset the guy was. Coming closer, he asked what the problem was that had thrown him so far out of his normal rhythm of life. Without answering the question directly, Arthur told the headman not to pay attention to what was happening. But what struck me most was the old man's announcement that from today he was closing the restaurant. To continue the conversation, the old man invited Arthur to sit down more comfortably, where he immediately noted that the problem, apparently, lay in the way old lady Ricarda Smith had behaved. He tried to say that it is impossible to please everyone and that the guy is a world-renowned chef, but that did little more than inspire. Then Patrick changed tactics, noting that she hadn't come here for food at all. Arthur was very interested in who was a frequent guest when the cafe was located here, and his interlocutor explained that he was talking about Ricarda's husband, who practically lived in this cafe. But it so happened that a year ago, this woman's husband died. After this, she spends most of her time at home, completely alone, and greatly misses her late husband. But the dead are at peace, and the living need to live on and not cling to the past. To sum up what was said, Patrick stated that it was not the guy's fault. It was just that the old woman was picky about everything because of her condition. These explanations made the young man think hard, where he could not just take and forget about this woman. The guy thought best in solitude, and so he decided to go back to the other world. Perhaps it was the booblik, but there was not a single dangerous monster left nearby, which meant he could concentrate on his thoughts. Naturally, the guy's thoughts revolved around that old woman, information about whose life now made him feel sorry for her. But despite this, it was surprising that she hardly touched one of the dishes he had most honed in his preparation. The young man was just thinking about preparing some other dish for her when he heard a noise above his head. Raising his head, the young man saw the cat girl he already knew, who had settled on one of the branches of the tree under which he was sitting. It was impossible to tell from Arthur's face that he was very glad to see this uninvited guest again. But the guest herself was in no hurry to go down this time, carefully watching the one who had treated her to a tasty and spicy dish last time. Deciding that this time the cat girl would not cause him any unnecessary trouble, the guy began to organize a picnic. While the young man was busy with preparations, the girl plucked up courage and climbed down from the tree. Pretty soon, the whole area began to fill with the aroma of roasting meat. Taking out the red pepper, Arthur suddenly remembered how his guest had reacted to this seasoning last time. Along with the meat, the young man prepared a kind of side dish, part of which were mushrooms. Next came the pasta and grated parmesan, which formed the basis of the future side dish. First, the plate was filled with pasta and mushrooms, on top of which was placed a juicy, well-done steak. The cat girl continued to show her animal character when the young man placed a plate with a prepared dish in front of her. Of course, the uninvited guest really wanted to try the food, but she was stopped by the memory of her past spicy experience. But hunger was stronger than fear, and so the cat girl, closing her eyes, sank her teeth into the steak. To her great surprise, this time the girl was transported by a gamut of taste sensations. It was an incredible taste sensation that literally made this little creature meow. Arthur stood and watched intently as the cat girl gobbled up everything that was on the plate. When she finished, he could tell from her appearance alone that she really liked it, and that the guest would definitely not refuse more. And in general, this humanoid cat now looked much happier than at their first meeting. The guy himself didn't really like this type of pasta, since it turned out quite greasy due to the butter and steak. It would be hardly possible to call this dish traditional pasta. Suddenly, he felt his guest gently rubbing against his leg, noticing that just recently she had been ready to tear him to pieces. Seeing his guest's positive attitude, Arthur even decided to caress her a little with his hand. Now the young man understood that it didn't matter whether the traditions of preparing a dish were followed, as long as the customer liked it. Lost in his thoughts, he even stopped stroking his guest, which greatly surprised her. Already at home, inspired by his meeting with the cat girl and her reaction to the pasta he had prepared, Arthur began cooking. Having chosen the best greens, the young man called Bublik so that he, as the main and only taster, could express his opinion. But as it turned out, the little wolf was not at all inspired by the fact that he needed to taste the greens. Watching his friend turn away, the young man came to the conclusion that this time he would have to make do with his own strength. This created certain, but not the most critical, difficulties. After all, he remembered the taste of every ingredient he was going to use, and he couldn't rely on Bublik's help forever. Patrick approached the restaurant and read a notice that the restaurant's opening had been postponed until next week. Old lady Ricarda Smith sat in her yard as usual, not talking to anyone and often turning her gaze to the sky. At some point, her attention was drawn to a familiar male voice expressing his satisfaction with the fact that she began to go outside more often. The mayor also added that Ricarda needs to go outside as often as possible. But the woman greeted him without much enthusiasm, asking rather rudely why the old man had come to see her at all. The man then said that Ricarda had managed to greatly upset that cook by not eating the dish he had prepared. To this, his interlocutor stated that she simply did not like the noodles, and therefore she should not have finished them. She was very surprised by Patrick's offer to visit the restaurant again in order to give the guy a chance to rehabilitate himself. To her objections that once was enough, the headman added that this time everything could be different. Laughing, he also noted that it wasn't that far from her house to the restaurant for a short walk. Continuing to insist that she give Arthur another chance, the man turned around and headed for the exit, leaving the elderly woman soon in her usual solitude. Meanwhile, the young man stood and examined the result of his efforts in preparing a new dish. He liked the combination of ingredients he decided to use, where this paste included not only greens but also seafood. While he was thinking about how he could now invite the old woman to a second meal, the bell on the front door rang, and Ricarda, who appeared on the threshold of the establishment, asked whether the restaurant was open. Arthur was very glad to see the one he had just been thinking about inviting again, inviting the woman to come in and sit down. Having accepted the offer, Ricarda sat down at the table, thinking about what he would serve her this time. She had absolutely no desire to try again that pasta that she didn't like at all. But suddenly her olfactory receptors sensed some incredibly pleasant aroma. Before she had time to understand what smelled so delicious, a plate with a dish from which this divine aroma emanated suddenly appeared right in front of her. And Arthur, who delivered it to the woman, as usual, thanked the visitor for waiting, noting that this dish is part of their restaurant's special menu and is prepared only in exceptional cases. Taking the chopsticks and examining what was on the plate, the woman could not help but notice the presence of seafood there. Thinking that perhaps this would be a little better than the last spaghetti, Ricarda tried it. At that very second, she was practically transported back to the past, to the springtime that she and her husband spent together. Having plucked a flower from a tree, the man suddenly handed it to his dear wife. Making the woman feel embarrassed, he accompanied his gesture with a question about whether she was free today and would like a cup of tea. Continuing to feel this incredible taste, Ricarda turned her gaze to the tree branches hanging outside the window. While wrapping a new portion of pasta on sticks, the woman noted that this type of pasta had definitely not been planned for the restaurant menu before. When the guy confessed that this dish was prepared for the first time today, Ricarda immediately concluded that Arthur did it especially for her. And when asked why he had to try so hard, the young man explained that he simply wanted to give the woman pleasant emotions. He also added that he himself would like to continue developing, constantly trying something new. Having finished his explanations, the young man thought again about the fact that this time he tried to satisfy the visitor's taste without Bublik's help, which was a big risk. But suddenly the young man noticed with surprise that Ricarda had no intention of leaving, continuing to eat the new type of pasta. The woman sent one portion after another into her mouth, enjoying this incredible taste. And when there was nothing left on the plate, she asked how much she had to pay for this pasta. Completely shocked, Arthur answered haltingly that he would not take money from the woman for this treat. But she was not at all happy with this state of affairs, where she insisted on payment, since every work must be paid for. The second time, Ricarda shocked the guy by declaring that he should definitely take money for such divine food. In addition, the woman recommended adding this dish to the restaurant's regular menu, explaining this at least by saying that he was going to come here exclusively to eat this kind of pasta. Absolutely pleased with how well everything had turned out, Arthur sprawled out in a hammock in the vastness of another world and watched the unknown birds flying above him. Its first visitor was absolutely satisfied. The restaurant can be considered open, which means it was possible to rest and relax a little. Bublik needed to visit his home, and so the young man found this an excellent opportunity to escape from the usual hustle and bustle of his life. Making himself comfortable, he loudly announced the beginning of complete relaxation and rest. But before he could finish, suddenly some dark spot flew right over his head, and Kang Hyun, who had peeked out from the bushes, cursed in annoyance, noticing that his prey had disappeared. But the prey not only disappeared, but also managed to completely disrupt the atmosphere of Arthur's rest, which the knight saw before him. Looking at the guy lying on the grass, the man cheerfully noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, asking the guy how things were going. Soon they were sitting opposite each other, talking about everyday trifles and about the fact that the guy had come here often because of the beauty of the world. When the young man asked whether Kang Hyun was on duty today, he explained that he was simply hunting today. As soon as the little wolf cub heard the word hunt, he immediately beamed and became attentive. And suddenly Arthur's interlocutor also became inspired, saying that this time he would feed his friend, inviting a guy and his little pet to go hunting together. Of course, the young man was not at all interested in any kind of hunting, which only interfered with his planned vacation. But he didn't even notice how he was already accompanying the knight, armed with a bow and arrows. Bublik, on the contrary, was incredibly pleased that he had the chance to take part in the hunt. When Kang Hyun said that they would be hunting jumping birds, Arthur was very surprised, as he had never heard of such things. And then the man showed him the birds running around the clearing, one of which was supposed to be today's catch. When the guy looked at them, he noticed that these birds looked too cute to kill. But then the man suddenly noticed that the young man should not be deceived by their appearance, where in fact on their body there are not beautiful pink feathers, but short and rather stiff fur. After these words, the young man once again turned his gaze to the creatures in front of him, not believing what was said. Well, Kang Hyun added that now Arthur will see everything for himself. And the spectacle did not take long to appear, as the two birds arguing over the place showed their true colors and began a confrontation. The real appearance of these creatures further discouraged the guy from any desire to hunt. But his companion and Bublik had already rushed forward, where Kang Hyun threw to the guy to cover their rear. Of course, the man showed him how to use a bow, but learning to shoot in such a short time was not realistic. With shaking hands, the young man pulled out the arrow and began to try to pull the bowstring, noticing that it was incredibly tight. Remembering the knight's lesson, he took aim and prepared for the first shot. The arrow was released and flew several meters before landing right in the ground next to his four-legged friend. This shot made people pay attention to Arthur, both from the side of the top and even from the side of the knight fighting with his prey, where Bublik was truly horrified by such shooting, which could have cost him his whole paw. Arthur had no choice but to offer his sincere apologies to the wolf. The sun had almost set behind the horizon when Kang Hyun announced that almost everything was ready. Arthur, however, had a hard time imagining how he would be able to use his hand, which was still shaking after the incredible strain of pulling the bowstring. The knight was busy frying the meat he had caught, happy that an incredible dinner was soon awaiting them. But the young man could hardly call it food at all, having difficulty restraining himself from covering his nose from the incredible stench that emanated from the meat of his prey. But then came that terrible moment for the cook, when his interlocutor suggested trying what he had made. Taking this improvised shashlik in his hands, Arthur noticed that Bublik had already managed to run away from such a meal. But there was no choice, and so the guy decided to try the meat of local animals. He was incredibly surprised that he was able to at least slightly, but still feel the incredibly disgusting taste of this meat. The man, meanwhile, was carefully watching the expression on the guy's face, which at the moment showed strong surprise. Having decided that the young man liked it, Kogemyun immediately rushed to fry a new portion of his catch. Noticing this impulse, Arthur immediately jumped up from his seat, shouting that there was no need to fry any more shashlik. Throwing off his cape, he reminded his companion that he was a chef. That's why I would like to try to personally prepare something from this new product for him. It usually takes about a day to remove an unpleasant smell from meat, which in this case was not available. Therefore, the young man decided to resort to a faster method, pouring dark beer over the raw product, which would help get rid of most of the smell in the shortest possible time. Kogemyun was shocked to see how thoughtlessly, in his opinion, Arthur was wasting such a valuable drink as beer. But the young man asked not to interfere with his cooking, sending the knight to tend to the fire, which needed adding wood, and also to build a device for the cauldron. The only seasonings he had with him were salt and pepper, which the guy added to the meat along with sugar, leaving it on an open fire for an hour. As if sensing that the person he had chosen was starting to cook, Bublik immediately appeared from the nearby thickets. After some time, the young man checked how things were going with the cooking. Well, Kogemyun and Bublik sat and waited for when they could try the new masterpiece from the chef. When the man asked if the dish was ready, Arthur said that after it was well cooked, the meat would still need to be fried. And now the meat taken out of the pot was already strung onto skewers. And when the reheating process was completed, all that was left was to cut it into pieces that were easy to eat. Inhaling the delicious and pleasant aroma, the knight could not believe that this was the meat of the same bird that he had recently fried. After all, even the best chefs in this world have long since stopped trying to cook anything useful from the meat of this game. Still not fully believing that it could taste good, Kogemyun decided to give it a try. All his taste buds literally went crazy as soon as they caught the pleasant notes of this dish. Now the man could no longer stop, devouring one piece after another. It was almost impossible to believe that the meat of this bird could be made so soft and juicy. It really seemed as if he had been given the meat of some other animal or bird. All that was missing to complete this taste picture was a few sips of beer, which Kogemyun promptly took, from which the knight experienced truly incredible satisfaction. With a beer and a piece of jumping bird in his hands, the man tirelessly praised the talent of his new comrade. But the guy only thought that if he had time, he could completely rid the meat of this unpleasant smell and make it even more delicious. However, Bublik's clean plate objectively showed that the meat turned out excellent in this form. Continuing to consider all the pros and cons of the prepared dish, the young man came to the conclusion that he needed to start carrying more spices and bay leaves with him. The knight was quite surprised that the steam was so dissatisfied with the masterpiece he had managed to create from this worthless meat. Soon, the man cheerfully noted that today he tried to repay kindness with kindness and feed the guy, but again it turned out that Arthur fed him. Encouraging his companion to drink beer, the young man expressed his satisfaction that Kogemyun liked the way he had prepared the catch. Then they continued to discuss the recipe that the young man used, and the satiated Bublik was already sleeping peacefully. The already slightly tipsy knight stated with absolute certainty that he knew many cooks, but had never met one as talented as Arthur. He also added that the young man should not downplay his true cooking abilities. People had been telling him things like that a lot lately, and the guy smiled and said that he would appreciate his gift. But Kogemyun had no intention of stopping, saying that he still wanted to repay the treat with kindness. He managed to shock Arthur again with his announcement that he would teach him how to wield a sword. Not immediately understanding what had just been said, the young man asked his interlocutor in confusion, and he repeated that he was going to teach the boy how to use a sword, where such gratitude would be considered worthy of what Arthur had done for him. The young man, who had no interest in martial arts at all, tried to object, noting that he was just a cook, but the knight immediately shouted that he was asked to take dozens of people as students every day. But to this day, he has not shown such mercy to any of those who asked. And now he was already talking about the fact that the next time he visited, Arthur would be given his first lesson, and he should bring beer and snacks with him. In general, it was clear that the man was pursuing his own interests here, but at the same time, it did not escape attention that he was simply a little uncomfortable that he could not give anything in exchange for the treat. Looking at his future teacher, Arthur mentally noted that in general, he did not feel sorry for meat, beer, or his time, but it would be incredibly difficult for him to teach the knight. However, he still did not refuse the offer, deciding that it wouldn't hurt to improve his fitness. A whole week has passed since Arthur opened the restaurant, and in the first days, a really large number of people came to the restaurant wanting to try something new. But already in the second week, the flow of visitors significantly decreased and literally stopped completely. Out of boredom, Bublik even became addicted to what was shown on local television. Noticing the interest with which the top was looking at the screen, Arthur approached in order to find out what had so interested his little pet from another world. And when he looked at the screen, he saw members of the very popular vocal group Best Stars participating in some kind of television show. The young man immediately noticed that the name of the group and its members were very familiar to him. Clutching his mobile phone, Nigel asked the girls if everything was okay. And at that very second, I received a whole bunch of responses, where one of the girls complained about the unbearable heat, someone asked when the broadcast would start, and one even said that a grasshopper had just jumped on her. Not knowing what to answer to this endless and meaningless stream of information, the young man said that he was glad that the group was doing well. He also noted to himself that sitting and working in the office was much more pleasant than traveling anywhere. Looking at his diary, Nigel noted that he had fulfilled his plan for today, and since he was in these parts, it made sense to visit Arthur. And now he was already calling his friend, wondering if he had died of boredom in these parts. Having received some kind of answer, he said that he would drop by for a bite to eat after filming was finished. The whole group immediately pricked up their ears when Nigel talked about how there was no point in him going anywhere else when his best friend was a chef in his own restaurant. And while he continued to talk about coming alone, the members of the Best Stars group were already heatedly discussing something. They had clearly achieved some positive result in their negotiations, which was clear from the lights in their eyes. And so Nigel set out, leaving the girls in the care of one of his assistants. He strictly ordered the group to obey their assistant in everything until his return. Of course, he did not agree with the fact that no one in the group ever listened to his instructions. Having said goodbye until tomorrow, the young man got into his car and his assistant suggested that the girls start packing for home. But the cunning girls had no plans to go anywhere, immediately instructing the assistant who remained with them to follow his boss. Where the young man was truly horrified by such a demand, declaring that then the boss would simply quarter him. But the girls were unwavering, turning on their feminine charm in order to win the guy over to their side. Meanwhile, Arthur was indignant that his friend had warned him too late about his visit, where he had every chance of not finding the restaurant owner there at all. After all, he could very well have gone, for example, to another world where there is no connection at all. Bublik continued watching TV when Arthur said that he needed to start preparing something for Nigel's arrival. Meanwhile, the screen was showing some movie where a car chase was in full swing. The young man was just thinking about what products he had at his disposal when the door to the establishment suddenly swung open with force. Entering the restaurant, Nigel coldly remarked to his assistant that it was impossible not to notice him due to the fact that there were simply no other cars on the road. Turning to the visitors who had entered, Arthur could not understand what kind of scene was now unfolding right before his eyes. But then, from behind Nigel, all 4 members of the Best Stars group suddenly appeared, who greeted the young man quite cheerfully, introducing themselves with the name of their group. A few minutes later, Arthur stood and looked at the beautiful girls who were trying to figure out what kind of puppy was running around the room. Naturally, all their attempts to touch the sacred wolf were a complete failure. After some time, Nigel, who was the group's manager, sat the girls down at a table and began to give them moralizing lectures, where the guy, without mincing words, spoke about how girls do not think at all about the possible consequences, committing rash acts. And when the moralizing was over, he began to demand that they immediately return home. Arthur had already managed to figure out what had happened, where he felt very sorry for poor assistant Nigel, who had gotten the worst of it. And so he decided to intervene, noting that it was now time for dinner, and therefore it would not hurt the girls to have a good snack before leaving. The young man was very surprised at how his friend, whom he knew from a completely different side, so easily accepted the situation that had changed in an instant. Well, the restaurant owner was already interested in what products each of the girls preferred. Nigel, watching his friend, mentally noted that Arthur had really changed a lot after moving to this wilderness. Another question that interested the young man was whether his friend had always had this dog. Having received information about taste preferences, the owner of the establishment went to the kitchen. He thought that he needed to prepare something that each of the girls would appreciate. Deciding to start with what ingredients he had on hand, the young man opened the refrigerator compartment. And then one of the containers caught his attention, while at the same time greatly delighting him with its contents. Where the first product that came across was small cherry tomatoes. Arthur decided that dinner should not be too heavy, but still filling enough. Soon, the fried meat was beautifully laid out on Chinese cabbage leaves, garnished with tomatoes and topped with sauce. Once again, thanking his customers for waiting, the young man placed his creation in front of them. As it turned out, he prepared not only the meat, but also a side dish for it in the form of pasta with tomatoes. And now each of the girls, having just managed to taste the aroma of the freshly prepared dish, already tried it to taste. Of course, there was no limit to the delight that each member of the group experienced. One of them asked what kind of sauce the meat was seasoned with and where it could be bought. Arthur, turning to his friend, said that he had specially prepared something lighter, and therefore he need not worry about the figures of his singers. Meanwhile, the girls had already reached the stage where they cursed their entire past life, which they had lived in vain, since only now they had tasted a real masterpiece in the world of food. Well, the one who prepared this masterpiece was already trying to find out from his friend whether he had starved the girls, which could be assumed by looking at their reaction to the food. Nigel's guilty assistant did not go hungry either, and he was also very grateful to the cook for his kindness. Nigel, meanwhile, continued to mentally compare the Arthur of today with the one he knew before, amazed at the strong and positive changes in his personality and behavior. And suddenly, a very terrible thought came to his mind, which he immediately voiced, asking his friend if he had accidentally contracted an incurable disease. And Arthur assured Nigel that everything was fine with him. When dinner was over, the girls, already standing on the street, did not stop thanking the young man for feeding them so deliciously. And so the young man said that next time he would delight them with something even more delicious. The response to this statement was immediate, with one of the group members immediately saying that in that case they would definitely visit him again. The young man was quite surprised when she suddenly called him by name. While in the car, the girls could not leave the chef alone, continuing to praise his talent. Nigel explained that they learned his name when they watched a TV show with him, where it would have been more surprising if they had not recognized the young man. Following his charges, the young man himself began to get ready, and Arthur told him at the end to warn him in advance about his visits. But he didn't answer anything to what was said, asking the guy about how his treatment was progressing, for which he had come here. His friend's question was unexpected, and Arthur was momentarily at a loss. But a second later, relaxing the tense muscles of his face, he replied that everything was fine with him. The next day, the young man made a trip to the store to replenish the food supplies for his restaurant. He headed to the nearest supermarket, where he hoped to find what he needed, because otherwise he would have to go to another city. Stopping at the only store here, the young man almost prayed that everything he needed would be in stock. As he walked inside, the young man first said hello, even before he saw who was inside. But when he raised his eyes, he was a little surprised. Since this time the store was run not by a granny, but by some young girl, she immediately offered the visitor her help in choosing products. Having politely declined, Arthur said that he would be quite capable of figuring it out himself and choosing everything he needed. Looking at the shelves, the young man noticed that today there was no stock of one herb that old lady Ricarda loved in pasta. Then he approached the girl, asking if there was anything lying around in the warehouse, but received a negative answer. Realizing that he would have to go much further than he wanted, Arthur said goodbye and left the store. He didn't have time to saddle his iron horse with pedals when he suddenly heard some noise to the side. As it turned out, these were children who were clearly unhappy with something about each other and were tightly grabbing each other's hair. The girl responded to the boy's statement with great resentment that she would never play with him again, after which she called her opponent a typical braggart. And suddenly the guy shouted that the girl was a foreigner and should go back to her country. These words literally touched the girl to the quick, where she simply lost the power of speech. At this moment, Arthur decided to intervene in the situation, grabbing the children by the hands and pulling them away from each other. Looking closely at the boy, the young man noted that throwing around such loud words was not at all appropriate, since what was said could not be taken back. Hearing the noise, the store saleswoman also came out into the street. Noticing that her daughter Daniela was in some kind of commotion, the girl became very scared. Having broken free from Arthur's hands, the little girl immediately rushed to her mother, and the degree of their relationship greatly amazed the guy. When Daniela found herself in her mother's arms, her mother asked her daughter what had happened here. For Arthur, the appearance of the girl's mother was only to his advantage, since it freed him from the need to resolve a controversial situation. And so he let go of the guy, who immediately ran away. Meanwhile, the girl had already managed to listen to her daughter's story about what had happened, and sincerely thanked the young man for the help he had provided. Where Arthur felt very uncomfortable receiving words of gratitude, since he essentially did nothing. After some time, he asked the girl if everything was okay with her wonderful daughter, and the girl said that she was able to calm Daniela down and put her to bed. Well, for some reason, the girl blamed only herself for everything that happened between the children. Arthur disagreed, saying that it was a typical childhood squabble, of which hundreds or even thousands occur at that age. Then the girl introduced herself, calling herself Camila, and saying that she had indeed moved here with her daughter from another country. After all, in her opinion, Daniela was bullied precisely because they were strangers here, and the decision to move was made by the mother of this peacefully sleeping girl. Arthur really wanted to calm this girl down and tell her that everything was not at all as she thought. But he immediately remembered how that boy had called Daniela a foreigner, which only confirmed her mother's suspicions. Therefore, in this situation, it was completely impossible to refute Camilla's arguments. Suddenly, the girl herself changed the subject of the conversation, noting that she knew the guy and knew about his restaurant on the other end of their settlement. But the request to teach her how to cook struck the guy the most. Before he had time to ask, Camilla immediately explained that she was a master only in her national cuisine. But local kids would be coming to Daniela's birthday party, and she wanted to treat them to their usual food. Already in his restaurant, the young man sat and thought about everything he had heard from his recent interlocutor. He understood perfectly well that the girl's request was more than serious, and he could not help her. Of course, he understood the reason why she wanted to learn how to cook local dishes. It was all about her daughter, whom she didn't want anyone else to bully. The boy felt how angry he was at the other children's prejudice against Daniela, but Bublik distracted him from his dark thoughts. At first, Arthur decided that the top had come to support him, but he quickly saw in its teeth a tin can with a black game, which apparently he needed to open. Surprised at where his pet got this jar, the young man nevertheless said that Bublik could empty it. This situation with the tin can allow him to realize one simple truth. There is no shame in asking for help when you really need it. With a bag in his hands, the young man headed towards his neighbors, from whom he wanted to ask advice. He knew very well who would be best to discuss the current situation with when he dialed the apartment number. When the door opened, Arthur greeted the girl who met him with a smile on his face. And Linda Oliver was quite surprised by such a sudden visit from the chef. When the young man explained that he had come to discuss a matter, the girl cordially invited him to come in. The headman who was nearby was a little offended that the boy had come to the Olivers for advice, not to him. But in the end, the young man told everyone present about the problem he had with Camilla's request to teach her how to cook local cuisine. After listening carefully to everything that Arthur told her, Linda noted that she was well acquainted with the girl from the supermarket and that her daughter periodically went for walks with Peter. The young man was surprised to learn that Peter and Daniela knew each other and even went to the same school. Ron, who had not yet intervened in the dialogue, immediately noted that they simply had one school for the entire settlement, and therefore all the children studied only there. Thinking about what was said, the guy immediately realized that this school most likely had a combined class, since there were not many children here, and they were all different in age. Continuing to discuss the current situation, Linda, looking at her belly with the baby inside, said that she perfectly understands Camilla's impulses, because she too would do anything for her child. These words really touched Arthur, who realized that every parent is ready to literally stand up for their child. He had already made the decision to help Camilla, when suddenly Patrick declared that the chef should teach her how to perfectly prepare dishes from her country. The young man tried to argue, but the old man added that if this immigrant family tried to squeeze into the local framework, it could only get worse. After all, at a young age, children do not understand many things and can hurt a person very much, and therefore adults should always show them an example, where in this case it is necessary to clearly show that the difference between some people and others is neither bad nor good, but simply natural. Therefore, Arthur needs to think very carefully about what kind of help to provide to Camilla. After all, in this situation, one correctly selected dish will be worth 1,000 words and explanations. Not very enthusiastic, Camilla was in her apartment kitchen. As she cut up the ingredients, her thoughts were racing over whether it would really be a good idea to serve their national cuisine, which was significantly different from the local one. After all, if the guests, most of whom will be children, don't like it, it will be a real disaster. Her thoughts were interrupted by Arthur appearing next to her, who reminded the girl that after preparing the broth, she should not forget to fish out all the boiled onions, which the children do not really like. He also expressed his thoughts regarding plates with slices for rolls. This dish is incredibly tasty, but small children may have difficulty rolling them correctly, and therefore this dish will simply end up unclaimed on the table. That's why he suggested replacing the sliced ones with ready-made mini tortillas. He explained to Camilla that the tortilla could be further fried until it became crispy, which would absolutely delight the children. Having started to work with vegetables and other greens, the girl only thought about the fact that as long as this guy was around, everything in their family would definitely be fine. Once the sprouts were chopped and mixed with the minced meat, the young people quickly prepared the cutlets. After some time, Camilla put another dish from her national cuisine on the table, which she wanted to show the guy. As an unrivaled expert, the young man immediately armed himself with chopsticks to try this unusual set of flavors. Taking noodles with meat and vegetables and dipping it all in a special sauce, Arthur began tasting. While he was chewing, his taste buds should have alternately caught the sweetness, then the sourness, and an additional refreshing effect, which the kids should definitely like. Having declared that this dish would definitely be suitable as a main course, the young man asked Camilla to bring him some water to wash it all down. And as soon as she left, the young man immediately called his dear Bublik so that he could appreciate what had been prepared, since Arthur's own taste buds were not working. Having climbed onto his beloved person's shoulder, the wolf first sniffed intently at what was on the plate. But after a couple of seconds, he was already wolfing down everything they were treating him to this time. And when the young man asked how Bublik liked this dish, the reaction of his tail made everything clear without unnecessary words and emotions. When the girl returned, Arthur said that since the dish was intended for children, there was no need to add a lot of pepper to it. He also recommended using not only pork, but also some beef to make the dish even more tender. Overall, the young man concluded that the dish was truly delicious and should delight all the guests. These words even brought a slight blush to Camilla's cheeks as she thanked the guy for his feedback. Finding himself on the street with his ever-present Bublik in his arms, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. Overall, he was glad that the girl was already a pretty good cook, and that she was able to understand and absorb all of his recommendations instantly. While the guy was coming to the conclusion that there was no more reason to worry, someone called out to him from behind. Turning around, Arthur saw Camilla's daughter Daniela approaching him. Coming closer, the girl handed the young man an invitation to her birthday, which she had drawn herself, and without which, according to her, it was impossible to get to the party. While Arthur was thanking Daniela, she sadly noted that she would be glad to have any guest, since it was unlikely that many people would come to see her. When the young man asked her, she explained that that day she had fought with Duke Peterson, who was known to the whole area. That's why he most likely persuaded all his friends not to come to her birthday party. After listening to the girl, the young man did not even know what to answer her. When the long-awaited birthday arrived, Daniela, being in her room, was very worried and hoped that at least Arthur would show up at her party. Of course, some of her friends said they were going to come, but she was very worried that Duke would influence their decision, and therefore it may turn out that none of the children will come to visit her. The girl's attention was drawn to her mother, who asked her what was occupying her thoughts so much. Turning around, Daniela was speechless with delight, asking her mother what beautiful clothes she was wearing. Explaining that it was an outfit from their home country, the girl asked if her daughter would like to receive and wear the same one. Of course, Daniela wanted the same beautiful outfit, and soon she was showing off in it. At some point, the doorbell rang, causing the birthday girl to become wary. The girl was incredibly happy when her mother suggested that the first guests had arrived and offered to go and greet them. Wondering who had arrived first, Daniela quickly headed to open the front door. With a contented and joyful expression on her face, she opened it wide, asking who had come to see her. But as soon as she saw who was standing on the threshold, her face instantly changed. Without saying a single word, Daniela simply stood and stared at the first guest, who turned out to be none other than that same boy named Duke, with whom they had recently had a quarrel. The birthday girl was not very happy. She saw the one who had seriously insulted her, coldly asking him why he had come here at all. Without allowing him to answer the question, the girl still coldly stated that she had not invited him and demanded that he leave. She was already preparing to close the door, when suddenly the boy asked her for forgiveness, saying that he should not have said those words that flew out simply from resentment and helplessness. And a couple of seconds later, he was literally bursting into tears, begging the birthday girl to forgive him. The girl was shocked that her offender had changed his behavior so much and came to her with an apology. After being silent for a while, Daniela suddenly said that under any circumstances, the guy would not be able to come to her birthday party, where she explained this by the fact that he simply did not have a written invitation, without which it was impossible to enter. Nothing could have struck this boy more than such a strange statement. He had no choice but to admit that he really did not have such an invitation. But suddenly the birthday girl extended her hand forward with the treasured paper, inviting the boy to take it. This meant that he had finally been forgiven and could go inside to take part in the celebration. A moment later, the tears on his face turned into a smile, and he thanked the girl for the way she treated him. At this moment, other guests who had arrived looked out from around the corner. They had not interfered in the situation, but were now asking whether the reconciliation had been completed and whether it was possible to enter, where each of them considered it their duty to warn the former hooligan so that he would never again say such nasty things to people as he said to Daniele. After which, the entire crowd of children who had arrived to take part in the celebration poured out from around the corner, showing off their invitations. The girl's happiness knew no bounds as she listened to the words of congratulations and watched as all the children of the settlement entered the house. When everyone sat down at the table, everyone's attention was drawn to the strange dishes that everyone there saw for the first time. Arthur, who had also arrived in time for the celebration, acted as a waiter, amazed at how many children had gathered here today. Camilla explained to everyone gathered how to properly eat certain treats on the table. And so the children began to thread meat onto forks, twist noodles, and after dipping them in sauce, try this exclusive treat. Having chewed and swallowed the first portions, they were wildly delighted by the range of taste sensations that they had just experienced. Some of the girls even thought that when she grew up, she would definitely marry someone who could cook such dishes. Soon the initial emotions from the treats faded a little, and the guests switched to what the hero of the occasion was wearing. Standing up to her full height, the girl happily declared that these clothes were straight from their home country. Camilla, standing on the sidelines, was incredibly happy to hear everyone there admire both her native cuisine and her clothes. Well, that girl who was going to marry the cook had already decided that she would definitely marry him in exactly those clothes. After some time, Daniela ran to her mother, asking her to go out with her to show everyone their identical outfits. The girl tried to say that she was busy cooking, but Arthur immediately interrupted her, saying that he could handle it himself. Camilla had no choice but to follow her dear daughter. Well, the one who essentially helped organize all this sat on the sidelines in Bublik's company and watched the events, where the girl had already managed to take off her apron and appear before the little guests in all her beauty next to her daughter. A fairly large number of yurts were set up on a fairly spacious clearing, and the entire settlement was surrounded by a wall. A humanoid adult female cat sitting in one of these yurts cheerfully noted that her daughter had once again run away. To which the same humanoid creature, located a few meters away from her, explained that she had succeeded in doing this despite the increase in the number of guards. The male then confirmed his interlocutor's assumption that she was heading towards that same person again. The girl was incredibly amazed and wondered what kind of person he was who was able to lure not only her daughter, but even the sacred white wolf. Her interlocutor was amazed when the chief gave the order to invite this man to their village, which had never happened before. But his interlocutor cheerfully noted that they have no ban on inviting people, and it is unlikely that anyone would dare to enter into an open confrontation with her guest. And she, as a mother, really wants to get to know the person to whom she ended up in debt because her daughter was bothering him and was being fed by this person. In this truly magical forest, there was an equally magical atmosphere that could not leave anyone indifferent. The deer that came to the watering hole was attracted and a little frightened by the loud growling sounds that were heard throughout the forest. Covering his ears with his hands, the young man asked Bublik to stop, but his little four-legged friend did not calm down, continuing to bare his teeth and growl incredibly loudly. This was doubly surprising, since the wolf, which had rushed at the jumping birds without any fear, was now frightened by some dead shrimp. Looking at the shrimps lying in rows, the young man grinned, saying that they really looked disgusting. But considering that Bublik usually brought even more disgusting creatures, his reaction to the shrimp there remained unclear. It was difficult to explain to the wolf that this was a tasty product, and so the guy decided to simply demonstrate it to him. First, the shrimp had to be prepared for cooking by removing the insides. Then he put coarse salt in the frying pan, on which he placed the washed and prepared shrimp, after which all he had to do was cover it all with a lid and wait. A little calmer, Bublik sat and closely watched the frying pan where those incredibly scary creatures were. Soon, his new permanent guest, a cat girl, appeared in the clearing where the young man had settled. The young man did not notice her right away, and was even a little scared when he did notice her. He wanted to ask her how long she had been there, but changed his mind, noticing how the guest was already salivating, anticipating the meal. As he removed the lid, Arthur said that he would at least let her try the dish since she had come again. Having peeled the shrimp, the young man put several on plates, which he placed in front of Bublik and the guest. Very cautiously, they finally took the risk of trying what the chef had prepared today, where at that very second, both creatures felt the incredible freshness of the raging ocean. Arthur, having cleaned another shrimp, asked his tasters how they liked the taste. Of course, there was no response, where the loudest words were the speed and appetite with which both of them gobbled up the shrimp. Not denying himself the pleasure of trying what was prepared, the young man noted that he was very glad that Bublik and his guest liked it. Having finished everything on her plate, the cat girl looked at the boy, who immediately understood this look, saying, "Now, clean some more." But then a loud voice caught the girl's attention, calling her Diona. Hearing a familiar voice, Arthur's guest was truly horrified, realizing that her meal was now over. In 1 second, she hid behind the guy who was sitting peacefully on his chair, who was looking with some fear at the creature that appeared in front of him. And the humanoid upright mutant cat menacingly declared that Diona had again left the village without permission. Arthur recognized the same creature that had once taken his guest, offering to let her first eat her fill and then take her home. He also added that he does not feed her anything dangerous, and therefore the person who came for her has nothing to worry about. But suddenly the creature declared that today he had come here not only to return Dion, but also wanted to take the man himself. The young man tried to ask this humanoid beast what he needed, but it simply told the boy to follow it. Looking warily at the monster towering over him, the young man was even afraid to guess why he had taken it with him. Having come to his senses a little, Arthur asked him where he was inviting him to go, and the creature explained that he must go to their village, since the chief herself, Dion's mother, was inviting him to visit. Turning his gaze to the girl hiding behind him, the guy immediately noticed that all this time he had been feeding the daughter of the leader of an entire tribe. Therefore, this could be a protective reaction of the mother, who knows what she might do to him because he fed her child something unknown. Having decided that it was definitely not worth going with this big guy for now, Arthur said as politely as possible that he could not accept the invitation today, as he was busy with other things. Without objecting at all to this explanation, the humanoid beast suddenly handed the boy a certain object. It was a horn with which the boy was to call him when he was ready to accept the invitation. Not expecting such politeness, Arthur asked why the chief wanted to see him so much. The creature's explanation that she wanted to see the one who lured her daughter to her did not bode well. At this point, the short dialogue ended, and the young man's interlocutor walked away, leaving him with his not very colorful thoughts. But at some point, the guy managed to pull himself together and asked the creature to stay a little longer. Having reached the village and found himself in his yurt, the one who carried out the leader's order opened the package he received from Arthur. He remembered how the young man had handed it to him, saying that although the shrimp might seem ugly, they were nevertheless delicious. And now, sitting in complete solitude, the creature looked at these small inhabitants of the seas and oceans on planet Earth. When he decided to try the treat, his tail began to move involuntarily in different directions, as the shrimp really turned out to be incredibly tasty. Meanwhile, once again left without interlocutors, the young man plunged into complex thoughts. He tried to figure out whether he should accept the invitation and go to the village, considering that Bublik had not reacted in any way to the appearance of this creature, which showed the absence of danger. Of course, he was very curious, but going there without knowing anything about the nature of these creatures would be stupid. He was in dire need of advice, and the one who could give it appeared just in time, greeting the boy. Without even trying to shake off Dion and Bagel, who were stealing shrimp from each other, the young man greeted the knight. The man said that he himself saw this perfectly well when the young man said that he needed some help. But he was shocked when he learned that he was invited to the village by the leader of the beastmen herself. When the guy asked how unusual this was, Kogemyun explained that this had never happened before. Glancing sideways at Diona, the man noted to himself that this practically uncontacted tribe was not afraid to leave their cub with this guy. Arthur, however, closely watched the reactions of his interlocutor, coming to the conclusion that the situation was truly non-trivial. And so the man gave his opinion, saying that the young man could safely accept the invitation, since the beastmen would definitely not harm him. Thanking the knight for his advice, Arthur said that he would visit this tribe another time. Well, now he invites his interlocutor to try something new and incredibly tasty. This time, he decided to cook the shrimp a little differently, pouring a creamy sauce over them in a frying pan. Kogemyun watched the cooking process with interest, and Bublik and Diona, who had already tasted the shrimp, waited impatiently. Soon, the dish was ready, placed on a plate with a lemon garnish, which was supposed to help suppress the strong, fishy smell. When Arthur showed how to properly clean a shrimp, the man, looking at it, wondered internally about where the guy even gets such products. With the first bite in his mouth, he was instantly transported to the seething and turbulent ocean. Never in his life had the man tasted anything like it or experienced such vivid taste sensations. Taking another one, he began to look more closely at what the guy was treating him to this time. Meanwhile, the chef himself was trying to pull his bagel away from Diona's plate, for whom one serving was not enough. Meanwhile, Kogamian decided to try eating the shrimp whole since he was really tired of cleaning them. His example was followed by the four-legged ones, who also did not want to wait any longer for the shrimp to be cleaned. Watching the entire crowd gobble up the unpeeled shrimp, Arthur mentally concluded that it was even easier for him this way. Soon, having eaten too much shrimp, Bublik and Diona collapsed together on the grass, unable to move any longer. Well, the knight, having thanked the guy for the treat, noted that now it was his turn to devote himself entirely to training. Only now did the young man remember that he had accepted Kogemyun's offer to learn how to wield a sword. Well, the man cheerfully noted that the guys shouldn't worry, since they would start the first day with simple exercises. Sometime later, Arthur lay on the grass, not having the strength to even breathe normally. A knight nearby noticed that the boy needed to work hard on his endurance in order to become a better warrior. He was very surprised that Arthur was exhausted after some 4-hour run, which indicated weak legs. Sympathizing with the young man, Bublik approached and began to lick his leg. At that very moment, the guy felt that the wild pain in his legs was beginning to subside, which was more like some kind of hallucination. But after a few seconds, he was completely convinced that the effect was real, and so he simply relaxed, enjoying how the pain and fatigue receded. Seeing what the wolf was doing, Diona began to lick Arthur's other leg, but this only made him wet. Having thanked the girl for her concern, he moved her away from his leg, which was quite wet from her saliva. Kogamian noted that his determination and fortitude were worthy of admiration, after which he pulled out a wooden sword from behind his back, which was lighter than the real one, but quite suitable for training. The young man was shocked and tried to refuse the gift when his interlocutor explained that he had originally made the sword for his daughter. But the man immediately explained that his daughter had become a follower of completely different interests than sword training. Immediately after this, the man joyfully shouted that now he would teach Arthur everything that he could not teach his daughter. Realizing that the knight was quite serious, the young man realized that he would definitely not be able to get rid of training now. Returning to his home world, the young man finished preparing dinner, which was closely watched by his little pet. Noting that he was incredibly tired, the guy complained that he had to have dinner quite late. Another quick version of pasta was laid out on plates, one of which was immediately placed at Bublik's disposal. Noticing the pet's reaction, the young man noted that apparently this quick dish turned out to be quite tasty, and Bublik really liked it. Rejoicing for the wolf cub, Arthur decided to start his belated meal himself. Even Bublik was scared when he noticed how the young man reacted to the first portion. Almost throwing his chopsticks on the table, he rushed to the closet, taking out everything that was there. Pretty soon, the entire table was covered with a variety of sauces, seasonings, and some kind of food, and the astonished Arthur concluded for himself that his sense of taste had begun to return. While he was noticing that he was still only sensing individual notes, the top continued to watch him with concern. At that moment, the guy realized that if he had stayed to live in the capital, he would probably have completely abandoned cooking over time, not having a sense of taste. Overwhelmed with emotion, the young man could not stand on his wobbly legs because he had almost no hope left for healing. And now he could once again start cooking everything the way he wanted, without worrying about the taste of his dishes. Turning to Bublik, who was sitting next to him, Arthur concluded that he was incredibly happy with his decision to move here. Lighting his way with a lantern, the headman of the settlement moved along the street singing some cheerful song. The man once again allowed himself to relax and got quite tipsy. After some time, he reached the building of Arthur's restaurant, where he was very surprised that their chef was not sleeping at such a late hour, as evidenced by the light in the windows. But the guy couldn't sleep, and immediately began preparing food to please his four-legged friend from another world. One after another, a variety of ingredients appeared and were processed to form part of one dish. And now, finally, on the table appeared what he had been hesitant to cook for so long due to the loss of taste. Without waiting another second, the young man immediately tried what he had come up with. Of course, he had already caught some notes of taste, but this was not yet the full range of sensations of an ordinary person. Thinking that this was still better than nothing at all, the young man suddenly turned his attention to his little friend. The reactions clearly demonstrated that Arthur's dish turned out just right. Having become amused, the young man noted that even half of success can also be considered a success. As the morning approached, someone began to pound very loudly on the restaurant's entrance door, which didn't make his owner very happy, as he not only didn't sleep all night, but also continued to suffer from muscle pain after training in another world. Hearing the boy's voice, the headman began to shout even louder, telling him to hurry. Finally reaching the door, the young man wearily asked Patrick why he was so excited. The little top, who had spent the entire night eating, was in approximately the same state. He watched wearily as the man pushed the boy into the car without saying anything, and a few seconds later, the car took off, leaving Bublik completely alone. It was only when they were already racing down the hospital corridor that Patrick explained that Ron's wife was giving birth today, and very soon they saw their almost father sitting in the corridor. Other relatives nearby discussed whether the girl was giving birth too early. They bombarded the agitated man with dozens of questions, which he, naturally, was unable to answer. Old Lady Ricarda suddenly called everyone to order, reminding them that they were all in the hospital, not at a rally. The headman immediately supported her, saying that too many people had gathered there, asking them all to leave and leave the man alone. He himself wanted to stay close as the headman, but Ricarda did not allow him to do this, dragging him along with her. So the only one left next to Ron was Arthur. He also wanted to leave, but suddenly received instructions to stay close and support the future father. And when he asked why him, the old woman explained that friends should always support each other. Arthur didn't think his relationship with Ron could be called so close, and he was at a loss after what was said. Not only was he very embarrassed to find himself in such a situation, he also had absolutely no idea what to say in such cases. The young man was quite surprised when Ron suddenly thanked him for staying, after which he began to quietly repeat that he was now experiencing an incredibly strong feeling of fear. Arthur understood that Ron was also in this situation for the first time, and so he simply patted him on the shoulder in a friendly way, saying that everything would be fine. These must have been just the words that needed to be said, because after them, the young man turned to his interlocutor. His tense face suddenly relaxed, and he thanked his friend again for his support. After a while, a crowd of people on the street were shouting loudly that a girl had been born, and that it was absolutely necessary to celebrate. When Patrick asked how Ron was feeling, Arthur said that he was already shedding tears of happiness next to his wife. And when he noted that the people just wanted to find a reason to get drunk, the headman explained that such events simply always unite the people of the settlement. It was then that the guy remembered the invitation to the village of superhumans, asking his interlocutor what he would need to take with him if he was invited to visit another settlement. Of course, the man took this information in his own way, where he became furious that someone wanted to lure their cook away. But when Arthur assured him it was just a friendly visit, Patrick advised them to take some drinks and some good local food. The food option was much more acceptable, and so the young man eagerly inquired about what dishes their settlement was famous for. In response to the question posed, the guy's interlocutor began to list well-known dishes, at one of which Arthur stopped Patrick, saying that all this was definitely not the property of their settlement. And after a short pause, the young man began to lean towards the conclusion that he could really get by with just alcohol. Clutching in his hands the very horn that he had received from the humanoid creature, Arthur felt a strong sense of excitement. All living creatures that were nearby listened attentively to the sound that this horn made. When he finished, the guy noted that squeezing sound out of this object turned out to be a difficult task. Now all he had to do was figure out whether his call had been heard. He didn't even have time to finish this thought as that very creature appeared next to him, accompanied by Diona. Realizing that the young man was ready for a guest visit, this beast man suddenly threw him over his shoulder. The young man did not expect such a turn of events and was frightened, not understanding why he needed to travel in such a situation. But as soon as the creature began to move, he realized why he could not walk on his own. When Arthur felt solid ground under his feet again, he was immediately literally turned inside out by such a journey. And when he heard the words of his transporter that people these days were completely weak, he remembered Kogemyun's words about how incredibly weak he was. But then the situation became simpler since they had to go on their own, which made Bublik and Diona very happy. But already from this place, it was possible to discern the first outlines of the village of Beastmen, which fit perfectly into the rest of the incredibly picturesque picture. Looking at the buildings, the young man noticed that they were somewhat similar to Mongolian yurts. His companion was very surprised when he realized that people had villages that were similar to their settlement. Listening to what the creature was saying, the young man immediately remembered the dialogue that had taken place between him and Kogemyun, where after the knight told the guy that he could safely go visit the Beastmen, the man added that he shouldn't forget about the agreement just in case. In response to the guy's question, He explained that once upon a time in this world there was a long and brutal war between the different intelligent species that inhabited it. This bloody confrontation lasted for hundreds of years. The entire continent was literally littered with corpses, where if it had not stopped, there might have been no one left alive. And then the gods, tired of watching the chaos unfold, intervened. They were already approaching the village when Arthur finished scrolling through these memories in his mind, where the war was stopped by concluding a peace treaty. After this agreement, each species began a life independent of the others and completely isolated. And now everyone they met was very surprised when they saw a person for the first time. But one of the cries was especially unfriendly, where the creature that appeared on the path of Arthur and his companions spoke very disdainfully of the guest. In the company of his comrades, the beastman expressed his confusion as to why the leader had invited this man to them in the first place. Of course, Arthur did not miss this completely unveiled hostility directed towards him. Having pushed the guy behind his back, the creature accompanying him, calling the speaker Bulmir, reminded him that the leader's orders were not to be discussed, and that it was forbidden to touch her guests. Bulmir bared his teeth and began to mock Eraton, saying that by standing up for a man, he was only disgracing himself. He began to enter into open confrontation, not reacting in any way to Eraton's demand to get out of the way and not interfere with the execution of the leader's order. Everyone was horrified by an incredibly loud growl that came from somewhere below. As it turned out, it was Bublik, who had entered a state of extreme rage, directing his anger towards Bulmir. Were the presence of the sacred white wolf here and his behavior forced him to calm his ardor a little. The top's reaction was immediately adopted by the chieftain's daughter Dion, who also bristled and hissed loudly. Everyone who witnessed this scene was amazed that a certain man was protected by both the sacred wolf and the chieftain's daughter. The young man himself felt like some kind of princess, protected by faithful knights. The young man really didn't want a fight to start because of him, until he noticed the appearance of a new character in this scene. Arthur was already praying for someone to stop all this when the chief of this tribe landed between the opponents. Turning to the guest, she cheerfully declared that he had been waiting so long to come to her that she had almost managed to grow old and die. When asked what kind of creature it was, Eraton recommended that the guy show respect, because in front of him was now Kilasi, the leader of their tribe. Turning back to her guest, the cat girl said that he could also call him simply Quili or Chief, as he felt more comfortable. The young man immediately began to bow involuntarily and thanked her for the invitation. Well, she urged the guy to put aside his worries because she called him to apologize for her daughter's behavior. Relaxing, Arthur said that she hadn't caused him any problems, which Kulasi didn't quite believe, since she knew Diona well. At that moment, Bulmir decided to speak up, asking the leader why she was humiliatingly apologizing to some person. The girl glanced back and pretended that she had just noticed her commander, after which she cheerfully declared that she could not fully understand who was so brave here trying to break the peace treaty, and she was absolutely sure that Bulmir was not so stupid. Blushing deeply, the beastman had no choice but to say that he was smart enough not to do that. Laughing, Quilasi added that she had no doubt in the wisdom of her commander. When the squabble was over, the chief, inviting the guest into her yurt, apologized for such a meeting, explaining that most of them had simply never seen people. And the young man, even without these explanations, had already experienced intense gazes directed at him from all sides. The girl's next words, that she personally wanted to meet the hero of numerous rumors, amazed the young man. And when he asked about the rumors, the chief explained that lately everyone had been talking about how a man had tamed a sacred wolf. Only now did Arthur fully realize that during his forays into the forest, someone was constantly watching him. Returning to the original topic, Quilasi said that her guest could ask for anything for taking care of her daughter. To this, the young man began to explain haltingly that he had merely shared with her the food he had prepared. And then he remembered that he had not come here empty-handed, and this made Kilasi understand that this delicious smell was coming from the guest's backpack. And now he has already taken out a container with the pork he had prepared, which greatly interested the leader. The girl paid special attention to the young man's words that this was just an appetizer. Confirming Kilasi's suspicions, Arthur pulled out a bottle of alcohol from his backpack. Accepting these magnificent gifts, the chief immediately understood how the boy had managed to tame her daughter. A careless remark that the bottle should be opened carefully as it might explode caused a violent reaction among the beastmen, who decided that he had come to kill the chieftain. The young man tried to convey to them the information that this was carbonated sparkling wine that had shaken on the way, and therefore there was simply a lot of pressure in the bottle. After listening to Arthur's explanation, the leader, with one quick movement of her hand, cut off the neck of the bottle. from which a foamy fountain immediately began to rise upward. Quite quickly, the flow of foam dried up, and Kalasi decided to try this strange drink. This brought her fellow tribesmen into real horror, as they all shouted at the same time that she had drunk this unknown liquid in vain. Instead of an answer, a long and very loud belch followed from the throat of the tribal leader. And now she was already praising people's talents, asking the guy how she even figured out how to make such wine. The aperitif was over, and Kalasi suggested moving on to tasting the snacks the guest had brought. From the very first bite, she noted that the meat had no unpleasant smell at all, and it was cooked so tender that you didn't even have to chew it. It was so delicious that after such a dish, she considered it possible to say goodbye to this world forever. And once again, Kalasi apologized to Arthur for the behavior of the other beastmen, where they could not understand why she treated this alien so well. But there was nothing to be done, and those who just a couple of minutes ago were ready to tear the guest to pieces also apologized. With a homemade halberd in his hands, Eraton thanked the gods that he had not managed to stab his kinsman, who did not understand that a bad man could not be accompanied by a sacred wolf. Kalasi was quite pleased that all the problems and misunderstandings were resolved, loudly announcing that in honor of the arrival of the glorious guest, she was throwing a feast in the tribe. She also announced the start of the hunt, where the one who catches the most delicious game will be granted a special title. Everyone who was in the yurt, of course, supported the leader's idea to show the man who throws the best feasts. Comparing what was happening with the behavior of people in his village, Arthur wondered why all the villagers loved various parties so much. While everyone went hunting, Kalasi explained to the guest that the one who fulfilled the conditions of the hunt would be granted the title of the best hunter. Arthur realized why everyone was so eager, because whoever got the title became the leader of any hunt. When Kalasi suggested that the guest try his hand at hunting, he refused, saying that he would rather become the prey himself. Then his interlocutor noted that she would also gladly run into the forest if she were not a leader and did not have to look after the children. To this, the young man remarked that he could very well help with this issue. But after watching the games of these little beasts for some time, the young man soon changed his mind, realizing that he would not be able to keep up with them, where his fears were soon confirmed, as one of the babies literally sank its teeth into his thigh. The leader explained that for them he was just someone who smelled good, and therefore, guided by instinct, the children could bite him hard. Calming the worried guy, Kalasi added that in general they do not eat people since they are not orcs, which was very hard to believe as I tore another baby beast that had sunk its teeth into my leg. When he succeeded, the young man heard some very loud noise, where in a moment before his feet appeared an incredible monster that lived in the western part of the forests, and which was very difficult to catch. As it turned out, Bulmir was able to obtain this valuable and very dangerous beast, which objectively showed that he did not hold the title of voivode for nothing. Inspecting the catch, Kalasi noted that it was a great achievement, and that her subordinate himself was an excellent hunter. When the guest was asked to express his opinion about the loot, Bulmir quipped that the man had most likely never even heard of such a thing. It was a direct stone thrown into his garden, but the young man decided to simply endure this mockery and provocation. And now he was already talking about the fact that the prey was really amazing and looked very cute. Everyone took this as an insult, but Arthur didn't understand why, because the prey really did have smooth fur that was pleasant to the touch. Beginning to explain his words, the young man said that his booblik constantly catches all sorts of disgusting, vile, slimy creatures. After these words, some incredible, huge creature suddenly appeared behind the commander. This very dangerous beast, which was impossible to approach at all because of the poison it exuded, was caught by the sacred wolf, who was very pleased that he was able to get around this impudent and upstart Bulmir, where the latter could only be angry about the fact that he had already lost in this hunt. Little Diona did not return empty-handed either, having brought satisfaction to both her mother and the guest of the tribe with her catch. Very soon, Eraton returned to the village, dragging behind him what he had managed to catch. As he approached, he noticed that despite the efforts of many, including the sacred wolf, the winner was still unknown. After some time, everyone who took part in this hunt returned with prey. And now Kalasi announced that it was now time to announce the results and declare the winner. It came as a complete surprise to everyone when the chieftain announced the winner to be a girl named Luina. She herself did not believe that somehow she was able to receive the title of the best hunter. Extremely outraged by this state of affairs, Bulmir demanded an explanation, saying that Luina had only caught some bird. But Kalasi quickly put him in his place, reminding him of the stated conditions, where it was necessary to catch not the largest or most dangerous, but the most delicious creatures. The title of the best hunter is not given to the one who is able to hunt, but to the one who chooses the right prey. Listening to the chieftain's explanations, Eraton completely agreed with her arguments regarding the specifics of hunting and the qualities of the best hunter. At this point, the first event was over, and Kalasi gave orders to start making a fire and preparing for the feast, which was immediately reflected in the joyful exclamations of all those gathered. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief, because if Bublik had been named the winner, there would have been even more attention in his direction. Now all that was left was to survive this riot and then calmly return to my world. Quilasi approached the guest and asked him if their feast was really the most joyful in the whole world. But the young man had his own perception of what was happening, where he clearly felt the stench of meat being fried over a fire. He was surprised when the girl told him that their meat always had a strong fishy smell. However, she was very surprised that her daughter, who had always eaten such food before, suddenly began to refuse it. Bublik was also exhausted by the local disgusting aromas. Well, the chief continued to insist that the young man start eating the meat before it cooled down completely. This was the last straw for his patience, and so Arthur jumped to his feet, saying that he would now take care of the cooking. Taking out all his tools, he instructed Bublik to find some fruit that had a sour taste. As he began cooking, he explained that the meat first needed to be lightly fried until a crust formed. After this, the meat must be placed in a container and filled with some alcohol. When Bublik returned with the fruit, the young man said that several berries needed to be added to the same container and kept on the fire for about 30 minutes. When the time was up and he opened the lid, everyone nearby could already smell the enticing, salivating aroma. Arthur noted that after these simple manipulations, even the color of the meat changed to a more attractive one. While he was cutting the meat into pieces, at some point he noticed that overall it turned out pretty well, although he was unable to completely eliminate the unpleasant smell. Soon, the tribal leader began tasting the meat prepared in a new way. The girl could not believe that this was the same meat that everyone had just roasted over the fires, where this meat no longer tasted like fish, and her daughter immediately rushed for this delicious food. But the chef himself was not very happy with the result, since what he did was not ideal for the chef. He also stated that from now on he would personally supervise the preparation of food. Laughing, Quilasi noted that her guest was quite a brave guy, which could not be said at first glance. But preparing food for an entire tribe was a difficult task, and one that a guest certainly should not have to undertake. So the girl ordered that everyone who had seen the recipe should begin cooking. And so the beastmen began to form groups, wondering whether their alcohol and the fruits they had would be enough to repeat the masterpiece. The young man wanted to say that each meat needed an individual approach, but Kalasi stopped him, saying that they needed to learn to cook it themselves, where they are already very grateful to the guy for teaching them how to cook meat so deliciously. And so Arthur had no choice but to give oral advice to those who asked for advice on preparation. The leader sat to the side, quietly observing all the innovations taking place in her tribe. When the feast was over, the girl said that the young man would be escorted by Eraton, who had brought him here. But before Arthur left, she presented him with a small gift in the form of a whistle, explaining that this was direct proof that he was friends with their tribe and could call on them for help at any time. The young man was very pleased with the way he was received, being called a friend of the tribe. A sweaty man walked into a restaurant and asked if there was a free table, where he managed to surprise the owner of the establishment with his appearance in such heat. There was a table, of course, and the young man asked the strange guest what he would like to have a snack. In response to the question asked, the very strange guest replied that first of all he would very much like to receive a glass of the coldest water possible. And while the man looked around, still not believing that it was possible to find a real restaurant in such a place, Arthur came to the conclusion that this visitor was definitely not from the village. The young man was quite surprised when his guest mentioned fettuccine as what he would like to have as a snack. The visitor was visibly upset when the young man had to answer that they did not have that type of pasta in stock. But the guest's mood instantly changed when the young man added that instead of fettuccine, he could offer him linguine. Looking at the guy through the dark lenses of his glasses, he, of course, agreed to such a practically equivalent replacement of the product. Having started cooking, Arthur had already come to the unambiguous conclusion that his guest was definitely not a local, since no one here even knew words like fettuccine and lignin. It was a great chance for the young man to show what he was capable of in the field of Italian cuisine. Pretty soon, he was thanking the man for waiting and wishing him bon appetit, placing a plate of pasta in front of him. Still not believing that in some remote village he could stumble upon a restaurant with Italian cuisine, the strange guest began his first tasting. He immediately noticed that the flavor of the shellfish was quite pronounced, but there was no fishy taste at all. Not every top restaurant in the country could boast such quality of preparation, and very little was expected from a restaurant in some village. After stopping his meal, the man suddenly asked the young man to come to him again, deciding to try to set him his most difficult task. At that time, a famous artist was shown on TV, and Arthur's guest, in response to his question, explained that everything was fine with the prepared dish, canceling his request to come over. Having finished with the prepared dish, the man, already at the exit, thanked the young man for being able to let him enjoy Italian cuisine in such a remote place. Arthur, in response, thanked the guest for such an unusual order, which he had long wanted to fulfill. And when asked whether he liked Italian cuisine in general, the guest explained that he studied and worked in Italy for some time and therefore became accustomed to such food. Then the young man invited the man to come to him more often because he was able to cook any dish from Italian cuisine. And then the strange guest surprised the restaurant owner again by asking if he could prepare a mincerone for him. This was the name of one of the Italian soups, which usually consisted of seasonal vegetables, sometimes with the addition of pasta or rice. Delighted, the young man was ready to please the visitor with such soup within half an hour. But the man said that he would drop by for minestrone tomorrow. Having said goodbye to the chef who had satisfied his taste until tomorrow, the man prepared to leave the restaurant. Finally removing his dark glasses, the man introduced himself to the young man as Rupert Eddington. Already thinking about what he would make tomorrow's minestrone from, Arthur simply introduced himself in response. Surprised by this reaction, Rupert asked the boy if he often watched TV and received the answer that not very often. Left alone, the young man tried to understand why this man suddenly decided to introduce himself to him. While on TV, they continued to talk about the famous artist. And suddenly he heard that the start of filming of a documentary about the life of the famous artist Rupert Eddington had already been announced. The cry of amazement and despair that escaped the guy's throat even woke up Bublik, who was resting on the street. The next day, the first thing he did was ask the man for forgiveness for not recognizing him the day before, adding that he was actually his devoted fan. But Rupert was very skeptical about this statement, asking his interlocutor whether he himself would believe what was said, where the answer to such a question was, of course, negative. But after that, the man said that he had come here specifically to take a break from fame and get rid of the arrogance that came with it. The only thing he was sorely missing here was food that would take him back to memories of the distant past. And then a plate appeared in front of him with that very treasured minestrone that he so longed to taste again. The man did not hesitate to pick up a spoon and try this chef's new creation of Italian cuisine. The reaction to the prepared dish was extremely positive. However, Arthur immediately realized from his appearance that his client had not actually received exactly what he wanted. Then the man said that this minestrone was indeed perfectly Italian, but he really wanted something different. And so Rupert plunged into memories where he, in order to fulfill his dream and become a talented artist, went to Italy, where, in order to survive, he worked wherever he could. The earnings were very meager, times were hard, and so he had to eat only pasta since his pride did not allow him to beg. But when he managed to sell a painting, he allowed himself to go to one of the cheapest cafes. Back then, the plate of minestrone they made that he bought seemed like the ultimate dream. And when luck smiled upon him, he immediately left Italy, giving up the Italian cuisine he had grown sick of for a long time. However, after a couple of decades, he realized that even the worst memories still remain memories of the path that had to be taken to achieve today's result. It was for this reason that he would very much like to try at least once more that same cheap and poorly prepared minestrone that he was fed on rare days in the cafe. Rising from his seat, he added that perhaps his memories of taste had become distorted over time, and that the soups now seemed different. Arthur noted that perhaps his interlocutor should make more effort, and then he would find that very minestrone. Overall, the young man could understand the man's feelings, as he too had the experience of surviving in another country during an exchange internship. The man was just about to leave when the guy suddenly asked him to describe the taste of that cheap minestrone in detail, and Rupert explained that the broth was much thicker and that the cheapest vegetables were used. He also noticed that the soup had a strong fishy smell and taste because he lived in a city on the coast where literally everything smelled of fish. While processing the information he had received in his head, Arthur asked his guest if he was free tomorrow. Bagel was already starting to beg for something tasty when the young man said that he would like to offer Rupert to try his minestrone again. Left alone with his top, the young man began to study information about which Italian soup might have a fishy flavor. The first and main assumption was that the man in Italy was trying not minestrone but cacuco, which was made from seafood. But this assumption was immediately rejected, since Rupert clearly understood Italian cuisine well enough to distinguish minestrone from cacuco. Then the young man decided to study the information about the place where his client lived for some time. The young man was amazed and delighted by the incredible beauty of this piece of Italy. Bublik, who continued to show the guy his empty plate, at the same time watched his thoughts. At some point, the young man suddenly smiled and noted that Rupert's memory of taste turned out to be quite good. When the bell on the front door rang the next day, Arthur was delighted to welcome his new regular visitor. He invited the man to sit down, but for some reason he froze in place, showing what was on the screen of his mobile phone. The man was able to find recordings of the guy's participation in cooking shows, recalling his words about not watching TV. Presenting his latest creation, the young man noted that he had not actually watched a single program in which he took part. He also noted that today there is a much more important matter, where the new minestrone he prepared is important, and not his long-standing participation in the show. Not believing that he could get what he wanted, Rupert was nevertheless grateful to the young man simply for listening to him. Arthur, standing next to him, of course immediately understood that the man did not expect anything extraordinary from the soup. Thinking that this time things would be different, he placed the plate on the table, removing the lid. Bringing the first spoon to his nose, the astonished man will immediately smell that same fishy smell. And now he was already sampling the new soup prepared by this talented chef. At that very moment, his thoughts were transported to that very small room in Italy in which he began his career as a famous artist. And his face broke into a satisfied smile, because he was finally able to feel that disgusting taste again. He laughed and noted that if he had tried minestrone for the first time, he would have immediately poured the dish down the toilet. Well, the young man began to explain, saying that he had first assumed that the basis for this minestrone was the cacuco broth. But he soon realized that it would not be enough. After all, Rupert mentioned a thick consistency, and this could mean that some shellfish or mussels were simply chopped up very finely into that soup. This information could not help but leave the man completely amazed. At that very moment, he realized that the cook could not have failed to know that this would give the soup a disgusting taste, which meant that the one who prepared the soup was simply mocking the customers. Arthur couldn't agree with this, saying that there were many much simpler and cheaper ways to ruin a dish that didn't require chopping up the shellfish. Then a version appeared that someone could have added shellfish to the soup without the cook's knowledge after preparing the dish in a specific portion. This man could simply be worried about the health of a young artist who was struggling to survive far from his home. This man did not want to hurt his pride, but wanted to feed him more satisfyingly, and therefore added shellfish to the soup. Only now, several decades later, Rupert realized that his savior was the same waitress who always served him minestrone. But if he had realized this then, he would certainly never have returned to that small cafe. Laughing, the man concluded that the woman really liked to poke her nose into other people's business. When saying goodbye, the man said that he lived very close by and therefore planned to visit the restaurant more often. And then he suddenly noticed that the walls of the restaurant hall were somehow very empty and lifeless. The young man had nothing to say to this, because he really hadn't thought much about how and with what he would decorate the hall of the restaurant located in the village. As he climbed into his car, Rupert asked that no one be told about him, as he was there completely incognito. This request was very strange, considering that the man was helped into the car by his personal driver. Then Nigel, who appeared behind the guy, asked who this strange man was that his friend had just talked to. Arthur was very surprised to see his friend, who was already asking how he was doing with his restaurant. When the boss asked him what he was doing there, Nigel explained that he had decided to spend his vacation there instead of going abroad. The young man silently listened to his friend's explanation that he was looking for a place with clean air and tasty food, and also asked him not to worry, since he would not stay there longer than 3 days. That's why Arthur only needs to feed him something tasty every day and nothing more. Of course, the young man was not very pleased with this yet again unexpected visit from his friend, who was sitting and assessing the renovation of the restaurant. Looking around, the guy soon noticed that same little dog, Bublik, sleeping peacefully in his place. He tried to touch the wolf cub, but he, as always, deftly dodged the petting. This amused Arthur, who only egged his comrade on with words about how even the most experienced hunters were unable to catch his pet. He didn't forget to boast that Bublik allows him to pet him and even sits in his arms. Watching his friend openly boast, Nigel assumed that he was a complete outcast here, which the young man immediately refuted, saying that the village even threw a party in his honor once. But the young man did not believe this, deciding that the outbursts of emotion that he was now observing were precisely the result of complete loneliness. The pitiful look that his friend directed at him infuriated Arthur incredibly. At some point, the guy's attention switched to the voice of some visitor who called the owner of the establishment by name. The young man was immediately able to recognize his new friend Ron Oliver by this voice. When asked whether the cook had accidentally taken a lunch break, Arthur answered in the negative, inviting his friend to have a snack. But the young man came with a completely different purpose, showing a package that he came to give to the young man. Upon accepting the gift, the young man discovered a pair of oven mitts inside. As it turned out, these potholders were made by Ron's wife, who really liked the seafood porridge that Arthur gave her. In this way, she showed her gratitude, where Bublik, whose silhouette she embroidered on potholders, was not left without attention. The young man asked to convey to Linda his sincere words of gratitude for this gift. But before he could finish speaking, his attention was drawn to the children who appeared in the restaurant. When asked why Peter and Daniela were not at school, the children explained that summer holidays had started there. Arthur praised them for taking on a task during the holidays, which they asked him to help them with. The headman who appeared there was surprised by the number of people who visited their precious chef's restaurant today. While he was noticing that Arthur was a real local celebrity, he asked him about the purpose of his visit. At that moment, hearing the noise, Nigel rose from his seat, deciding to look at what was happening in the restaurant hall. His friend's smiling and very satisfied face made the guy think that he wasn't lying and that everything was really going great for him. After all, he came here specifically to relieve Arthur from loneliness, but apparently there is no need for this. And so Nigel came to the conclusion that now he could just relax and enjoy rest and delicious food. Meanwhile, in response to the question posed, Patrick explained that he goes around looking for helpers. Since the season has started, there is a lot of work on the farm, and therefore he needs at least 2 more people to help him. At the same time, the old man noted that he understood perfectly well that the guy was busy in the restaurant and did not insist on where he would go to get people from the city if no one was found here, which amazed the young man. While the young man was thinking about how he could help, since there were no visitors anyway, but did not know what to do with the guest, the old man disappointedly noted that he was not insisting, but simply asking just in case. But then a brilliant idea came to the guy, where he, with wild eyes, almost pounced on Patrick, saying that he came to him very luckily and would find help here. While Nigel was comfortably settled on the sofa in front of the TV, Arthur announced to the headman that he had 2 new employees. Standing in the middle of the field, the young man spoke through his teeth about how he would definitely kill Arthur later. While Arthur himself, showing the last dug-up tubers, asked what he should do next, the woman in charge of the harvesting process noticed that the guy was stronger than he might seem at first glance. Thinking about what was said, the young man mentally noted that he had indeed become stronger and more resilient thanks to regular training with Kang Hyun. Well, the woman was already comparing Arthur with his friend, who had long since deflated from fatigue and was sitting under a tree. Casting sidelong glances at his comrade, Nigel thought only about where to dig his future grave. When it was time for dinner, Arthur's guest remarked that he could guess his plans for the evening gathering, to which the chef immediately responded that this would be the case every time he showed up unannounced. The conversation then turned to the fact that Nigel had to work during his precious vacation, but his interlocutor countered this too, saying that it was vacation occupational therapy. All the other people who were involved in the work on the farm were also having lunch, discussing their own questions and problems. When Arthur, in order to compensate a little, suggested that his friend order any dish, he, after thinking a little, chose jambalaya, which greatly surprised the young man, who expected something more sophisticated and complex than what had long since become the most ordinary street food. But Nigel insisted that he wanted exactly what he was told. When the work on the farm was completed, Arthur began to do his usual work in the kitchen. Nigel, fresh from his shower, watched with interest as his friend prepared the jambalaya he had ordered, frying the shrimp. Soon, all the necessary ingredients were prepared, and the young man began to mix them together, adding rice. The final touches were the addition of vegetables, sauce, and fried shrimp, where after the dish had sat for a while, it was ready to eat. Nigel watched with some surprise as Bublik devoured the same jambalaya with gusto. As he stirred his portion, Arthur noted that he hadn't noticed before that his friend loved jambalaya. And then his interlocutor reminded him that this was the very first dish that he prepared for him when he came to visit. That day, he suggested going to some cafe, but Arthur refused, preparing jambalaya from literally what was in the refrigerator. And this dish turned out simply delicious that time. And now, after so many years, Arthur's jambalaya is still just as tasty and delicious. When the praise was over, Nigel added that he never doubted that his friend would succeed in whatever he undertook. After all, even then, from the first spoonful of that homemade jambalaya, he understood that Arthur would definitely be successful in the culinary field. Continuing to devour another masterpiece from the chef, the young man added that he was absolutely sure that his friend's sense of taste would definitely return. Hearing this, Arthur immediately said that in fact, his sense of taste had already begun to return. When asked further, the young man explained that this had started happening quite recently and had not yet returned completely. It was amazing that some life in the wilderness far from the big city actually had a healing effect. Bublik immediately pricked up his ears when Nigel asked his friend if he was now ready to return to the capital. Thinking that he had initially been reluctant to return out of fear, Arthur told his friend that he could not yet give a precise answer on this matter. He could not yet admit to Nigel that he was beginning to really like life in the village. And suddenly his interlocutor said that there really was no point in rushing things. And besides, the taste had not yet fully returned. And so he simply offers to drink to all the successes Arthur has achieved in his new country life. The young man thanked his friend and was very grateful to him for this understanding. After drinking, the friends began to discuss everything that happened to Arthur in the village after his arrival. And Bublik, who had calmed down and had eaten his fill, fell asleep peacefully. Arthur struggled to hold back each new attack from his opponent, trying to grip the wooden sword he had been given as tightly as possible in his hand. But strength and skill were clearly not enough, as at some point Kang Hyun was able to disarm the guy. Smiling contentedly, the man noted that the young man had managed to hold out a little longer than last time, which objectively indicated progress. Arthur was very upset when he learned that with such skills he would now be able to hold out for about 5 seconds against the most skilled knights. Having decided to consolidate the result, the knight ordered the young man to prepare for a new duel. But suddenly he turned towards the forest, saying that he felt like someone was watching them. And this someone was not slow to appear, having heard that his presence here had been exposed. It was Eraton, who was accompanied by Dione, and who was greatly surprised that a man could discover him. Arthur was also surprised by the appearance of his familiar beastman, and the daughter of the tribe's leader was already rushing towards him. And while he was answering the knight's question about whether he was familiar with these creatures, Diona's movement was interrupted by the nimble Bublik. Looking at Eraton, Kang Hyun focused on his menacing gaze, and the uninvited guest himself was surprised that people still had real warriors. The young man was very surprised by the man's request to find out from the guest whether he wanted to conduct a training sparring match. Then Kang Hyun explained that he could not ask himself, since he did not have an artifact that could translate the speech of these creatures, which Arthur apparently had. Eraton also noted that the guy would not have been able to communicate with him if he had not had such an artifact. The young man himself never asked himself why he understood the speech of the beastman. Meanwhile, the knight noted that Eraton most likely came to the young man on business, saying that training was over for today. Watching the man go, Arthur asked why Eraton had come to him, and he explained that he was simply accompanying Diona, who wanted to visit the guy. The guest then asked if this man was really teaching Arthur the art of swordsmanship, to which the young man responded positively, saying that this was how the knight paid him for the treats. After these words, Eraton was lost in thought for a while, but soon he attracted the attention of his interlocutor, reminding him that he had also received a treat from him. The creature also remembered how Arthur brought the treat to the village and then cooked delicious meat there. When he started talking about how he also wanted to repay kindness with kindness, the guy started shaking his head, foreshadowing something not very good for himself. But it was too late, as Eraton announced his decision to train the young man in the martial arts of the beastman. When Arthur tried to say that swordplay was enough for him, his interlocutor asked menacingly whether he considered the martial arts of humans to be better than those of beastmen, after which the guy had no choice but to agree to the proposed training. When he asked when they would start, Eraton replied that he would begin teaching him the basics immediately, and the first thing Arthur had to do was get down on all fours. As he carried out the task, Eraton explained that this was the foundation of the beastman's martial arts, and so now the young man needs to run like this to the top of the mountain and back. Hugging a pillow, Arthur lay in his soft and very comfortable bed in the company of Bublik. The wolf slept carefree, and the young man could hardly move, since every movement was followed by unbearable pain throughout his body. When he was able to come to his senses a little, he noticed that Eraton's training was even more difficult than Kang Hyun's, and if it weren't for Bublik's saliva, he wouldn't have been able to get up at all. The wolf was very pleased that he was able to help his man. At some point, the young man's thoughts returned to yesterday when the first training session with Eraton took place, which led the guy to think that it would be ideal if Bublik's saliva could also restore humiliated human dignity. While cleaning his kitchen, the young man suddenly noticed that the beastmen, for some reason, did not use spices at all in their cooking. He assumed that there were no spices at all in that world, but Kogemion knew about them, which meant that the problem was that the Kalasi tribe simply had no spices. And so Arthur decided that the next time he visited the tribe, he needed to take some spices with him. But he couldn't carry spices for them all the time, so it was necessary to find a place where they could be obtained there. Such a place could well have been the settlement where his friend Kogemion lived. Lined up in 2 ranks facing each other, the warriors loudly and unanimously greeted the captain of the knights and his friend. Arthur didn't understand what was going on, but his companion was clearly very pleased with how everything had been organized. He called it the most ordinary daily drill training, but the young man understood that he had abused his position a little. As they moved on, the man added that guests should be greeted properly in any case. Along with them, little Bublik, pleased with such a meeting, moved along the ranks of knights. Kogemion reminded the young man that he was, after all, the captain of the knights. At the end of this line, a hooded man with a staff in his hand was already waiting for Kogemion and Arthur. When they approached, the old man asked the knight if this was the guy he had already told him so much about, and the man confirmed that it was the same young man, calling his interlocutor Mr. Ludlil. The young man looked at the old man, fascinated, whose appearance created a very recognizable image in his world. And while he was greeting the guy on the lands of Izember, Arthur came to the conclusion that he was facing a real magician. Soon, the old man confirmed his suspicions, calling himself a local magician who had come to greet the guest with the help of his magical art. The young man looked in amazement as Ludlil's staff suddenly began to glow, releasing many sparks and flashes. But all the magic the old man claimed ended up as just a few flashes of fireworks in the air, which didn't really surprise the guy who had seen such fireworks literally since birth in his world at every holiday. Ludlil immediately noticed that the young man was not very surprised, which meant he had often encountered magic, which only amused the young man, who had indeed often seen what they call magic here. While Kogemion was talking about how their local style of clothing suited Arthur, he was already looking at the market visible ahead. As he watched, the knight said he would leave him for a while, but if there was any trouble, he would only need to say his name. The man also added that he plans to have a small celebration in the evening, while trying to figure out whether Arthur is even listening to him. But his attention was completely occupied by the market, which turned out to be much larger than he had imagined. Noticing the strange vegetable, the young man, using his sense of smell, immediately noticed that it looked like an analog of hot pepper from his world. Consequently, it was possible to obtain the spices needed for many dishes here. At some point, Ludlil appeared next to him and said that in some places this product is simply boiled in water and eaten that way. And when the guy asked what he was doing there, the old man explained that he was simply fulfilling Kogemion's request to look after him. The young man did not understand why he needed an escort for the most ordinary walk through the market. Realizing that the guy was primarily interested in food, Ludlil added that he would help him now. And now he was already instructing one of the merchants to sell a certain amount of goods. And when the package was in Arthur's hands, Ludlil added that he didn't have to worry about the money. The old man liked the young man's reaction, which was clearly better than his magical abilities. After some time, the young man, clutching a bag in his hands, thanked the old man for his help with the shopping. With such a quantity of spices, he could prepare many different dishes. When the old man asked why he needed such a large recruitment, Arthur explained that he was going to organize training. And when Ludlil suggested that the boy wanted to open an educational institution, Arthur laughed and added that he just wanted to do a little cooking with his friends. And since the local spices are different from what he is used to, he would like to try them all first. Listening to the boy, Ludlil mentally began to understand the reason why the sacred white wolf was accompanying him. But suddenly the young man asked whether his companion had gotten hungry while he was walking around the market with him. And now he was already handing the old man a container containing the pancakes he had prepared. Having accepted the treat, Ludlil immediately took a sample of what he was trying for the first time in his life. The taste sensations that the local magician experienced after trying the treat could not be compared to anything else. And now he was already asking the young man for permission to try another pancake, which Arthur, naturally, did not object to at all. So the container migrated from the hands of the young man into the hands of Ludlil, who began to devour one pancake after another. Watching the old man, Arthur noticed that he was somehow very hungry, offering to give him another container of pancakes. While Ludlil was eating, the boy asked why he needed an escort to the market, suggesting that there were a lot of robberies there. When the old man replied that it would be much easier with the robbers, Bublik suddenly bristled and began to growl menacingly. Watching the people approach, Ludlil added that the sacred white wolf was a noble creature. But not all people recognize this and respect its noble and legendary origin. After all, among the locals there are those who do not believe in the sacredness of the animal, but revere their own god. An approaching man wearing glasses and accompanied by a small retinue greeted Ludlid, where he also added that the old man had not appeared outside his laboratory for a long time. Having said that it was necessary to breathe fresh air sometimes, Ludlid asked his interlocutor why he had come to this market today, calling him Bishop Molves Filbert. Arthur was amazed to hear of a man in this world who had a fairly high clerical rank. In response to the question, the bishop replied that sometimes he comes here to save lost souls, but today he has a different reason. And now he was already turning to Arthur, asking if he was the owner of the White Wolf and if he could spare some time for a conversation. The young man immediately recalled the situation in the settlement of the Beastmen, where certain individuals directed their aggression against him, but now it was clearly directed at Bublik. The young man did not have time to answer anything, as Molves already suggested that he continue the conversation in the Temple of God. He also added that the guy had nothing to fear, since he was only interested in the White Wolf next to him. It was on this note that Ludlid intervened in the conversation, noting that Arthur was a close friend of Kohemian, and therefore it was not right to take him away without warning the one who invited him here. The magician's staff immediately began to glow as he wondered if the bishop would like to first ask his permission to take the guest. Molves was very surprised that the magician personally showed the guest the city, fulfilling the order of the captain of the knights. And then one of the retinue informed the bishop that the guy really did look like the one who had entered the city in the morning with Kohemian. Therefore, the church should exercise the utmost caution in addressing this issue. Having accepted the sound advice, the man expressed his regret about Arthur's busyness. Turning away, he added that in that case, they could talk the next time a convenient opportunity presented itself. As Ludlid watched the departing church servants, he remarked out loud that he had done an excellent job of escorting them. Arthur, however, understood without further explanation that nothing good could be expected from these people, since the old man even had to activate his staff. Looking at the tired look of his guide, the young man added that he needed to rest, as the morning fireworks had exhausted him considerably. When the conversation turned to magic, the old man immediately latched onto it, saying that explosion magic was actually not that complicated, where it all starts with 20 basic techniques. As evening approached, Kohemian returned, very surprised by the state of his guest, whose eardrums literally exploded after a 3-hour lecture from Ludlid on the basics of magical art. Only now did the young man notice a huge number of people having fun next to him. The man explained that most of them were his subordinates who had come here to relax. Taking a sip, Ludlid expressed his opinion that everyone here was interested in seeing the one to whom the knight captain had paid so much attention. Once again, the young man felt very uncomfortable under dozens of curious glances. Then a girl came up to the table, put out some treats, and offered the guy to try the meat she had prepared. When Arthur thanked her for her attention, she cheerfully noted that being her husband's wife was much more difficult than just frying meat. Everyone present immediately pricked up their ears when she said that she already knew that her husband had taken the boy as an apprentice. Next to the table was the daughter of the knight Elevis, who really wanted to eat with the White Wolf. And then the man said that she should first eat at the table with everyone and then share the meal with the wolf when he gets hungry. Listening to what Kohemian was saying, Arthur mentally noted that Bublik would definitely never go hungry. And now at every table, people angrily noticed that meat began to disappear from their plates. Realizing that he couldn't do anything about it, the young man simply continued drinking. The drink in his mug reminded him at first of ale, but it was not as smooth and refreshing, which made it understandable why the captain of the knights kept asking Arthur to bring beer with him. The meat that his friend and teacher's wife cooked in the oven deserved special attention. It's time to taste what the local women cook. The taste was interesting and a little herbal, perhaps due to one of the spices he had purchased today. And now he was already praising out loud the way Kohemian's wife had prepared the meat, asking what kind of seasonings she had used. When the man announced the strange name, saying that this seasoning is brought from far away and does not grow here, the young man was glad that he bought it too. During the further conversation, the knight told the boy that in the local forests there was very little edible herbs and spices to be found. This destroyed the young man's hopes that he would easily be able to find a lot of tasty and useful things in the local forests after studying the plants. Now he was returning to the fact that he would have to carry the seasonings to the beastman himself. His interlocutor agreed that it would, of course, be difficult to bring a lot of spices to the beastman settlement at once. And trade with this type of humanoid creatures ended more than 100 years ago. And suddenly the man shouted that with Arthur's participation, the former trade could be resumed. The young man listened in amazement to the man's words that he would discuss this with the local lord as soon as possible. Here, Gabriella caught her husband's attention and remarked that with so many guests, the drinks would soon run out. Hearing this, the young man said that he had something to improve the situation. And now the locals have already tried the alcohol they brought, marveling at its delicious and unique taste. No one believed that beer could be so refreshing and wine so soft and pleasant to taste. The organizer of today's fun was no less pleased than the others with the appearance of the new drink. And he asked that all questions regarding this alcohol be asked to the person who brought this treat today. At that very moment, the crowd literally pounced on the young man with questions about what lands they could get such a drink. Not expecting such a stir, Arthur, of course, could not report that he had brought it with him from another world. Deciding to distract people, he offered to demonstrate how to enjoy these drinks even more. Having received a positive answer, he called on everyone to calm down and pay close attention to what he was about to do, where he mixed 2 drinks at once in one mug, taking 7 parts of one and 3 parts of the other, after which the young man grabbed a spoon and began to vigorously stir what was in the mug. The crowd watched in fascination as he manipulated these already divine drinks. When he gave the go-ahead to sample it, the same crowd immediately rushed to him, where everyone wanted to taste this miracle drink. Arthur, remembering his friend's lessons on mixing cocktails, thought with a laugh that he could never have imagined that these skills would ever be truly useful to him. Well, the people highly appreciated what he mixed for them, unable to tear themselves away from their mugs. While praising the guy, people asked him about what he had said about other proportions of this drink. And then the young man realized that he had just become the life and soul of this company that loved to drink a lot. He continued mixing cocktails until everyone present was unconscious. Thus was born another legend about a mysterious guy who single-handedly brought an entire nightly unit into a completely non-combatant state. In the center of the training room, one of the daily training bouts was taking place, and those who watched the confrontation discussed the same guy who had recently visited them. Everyone was interested in how good he could be, since the captain himself took him as his student. Many wanted to challenge him to a sparring match, but the next day they had a hard time waking up after drinking cocktails. Looking at Kang Hyun, who was in charge of the training, the young knights wondered when he would invite this guy again. The young man himself was already at home, having consumed a large dose of anti-hangover medicine. He was already completely ready for the trip, where he still had one small issue to resolve. This question was related to Bublik, whose attention was attracted by the young man. The wolf was shocked when the guy suddenly put a collar and leash on him. Arthur himself went somewhere with the children, explaining to Bublik that the city was very big and it would be impossible to keep track of the top. Meanwhile, Peter's grandmother thanked the guy for what he was doing, where Arthur simply said that promises should always be kept. Turning to Camilla, Patrick, and Peter's grandmother, who were seeing them off, the young man said that they need not worry about the children, for whom he takes full responsibility. Nigel, who was sitting behind the wheel, was already beginning to hurry his friend. Camilla was very happy that Arthur decided to take her daughter with him on the trip. The headman, clutching the leash to which Bublik was attached, did not leave those leaving without parting words. Already in the salon, the young man mentally noted that he had not been in a big city for a very long time. Turning to Peter, he remarked that the day had come when he would fulfill his promise. The children were really excited about the trip, where Daniela was going to a big city for the first time. At this point, Nigel joined the conversation, voicing his earlier assumptions that Arthur had decided to return, called him, but did not expect that he was simply giving the children a tour. As they set off, Arthur said that the first thing they would do was go to the amusement park. He hoped that people had already forgotten him, but Nigel recommended that he put on the cap that was in the glove compartment. And while the young man was getting it out, his friend couldn't stop mentally being surprised that Arthur was voluntarily going to the city and, moreover, to the amusement park. After all, this chef would never have even thought about this before. At some point on the way, the guy suddenly thought he saw something very fast flash in the rearview mirror, where at the same time the headman asked Ricarda if she had met Bublik on her way. The path was not very long, and so very soon the young people and children found themselves in an amusement park. Peter and Daniela were enchanted by the place and immediately began to express their wishes regarding which ride to go on. Arthur tried to understand the feelings he experienced upon arriving in the big city. It seemed to him that the gaze of everyone there was directed exclusively at him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He was literally starting to shake when Peter suddenly grabbed his hand and, with moral support, pulled him to ride the ride, saying that it was not as scary as it might seem. The child's attitude towards him greatly surprised the young man, and so he noted with a smile that he really felt much calmer in the company of children. Nigel, who was observing his friend's condition, was also surprised that he was okay, because just a minute ago he was ready to call an ambulance for him. While the young man was thinking about what he should do here, he suddenly heard excited cries behind him. Deciding that the people had gathered around some famous person, he headed in the opposite direction. He joined everyone else on the roller coaster ride, where none of them saw the park security trying to catch Bublik. They didn't see these futile attempts to catch the top even when they were buying various holiday paraphernalia. And when the vacationers went in to have a bite to eat, security guards appeared in the cafe after them, asking if a white puppy had been seen there. The woman lay in a semi-recumbent position on a hospital bed, gazing up at the beautiful evening sky. Her attention was drawn to a loud scream, where Peter, who had burst into the room, called this woman Mom. Dumbfounded by such a surprise, she did not even immediately believe that her son could really be here. Pressing him to herself, the woman could not believe until the very end that Peter was really here. And the one who organized this long-awaited meeting remained outside the room, asking Daniela where she would like to go next. When he suggested some cafe, the girl suddenly said that she didn't want anything else, suggesting that they go home. After all, seeing how happy Peter was to meet his mother, she realized that during this time she, too, had managed to miss her mother very much. It was already dark outside when Arthur and the children returned to their small settlement. Filled with emotion, Daniela told her mother about the fun time they had in the city. Arthur noticed Bublik slowly walking along the road, looking incredibly tired. Taking the top in his arms, he noticed that it apparently didn't have time to get bored here either, and he instantly fell asleep in his arms from the wild fatigue that had accumulated over the whole day of running. Arthur promised Bublik that next time he would definitely take him to the big city, where he would have a lot of fun. Once again, the young man went to another world, where he was already busy preparing food, which the wolf and Diona were really looking forward to. He cooked the meat of jumping birds, noting that with the help of seasonings he managed to completely neutralize its terrible smell. And when he tried his creation, he was positively surprised, as the taste was even better than expected. From Diona's reaction, he immediately realized that this simple recipe could be shared with her tribe. While he was also thinking that the recipe needed to be given to Gabriela, he did not notice how he was being watched from the tree, where the observer mentally noted that even today this man, who is constantly accompanied by the sacred white wolf and the child of the beastman, is simply engaged in cooking. At first, the observer seemed suspicious of him, but several days of surveillance showed that he was simply preparing food and resting. Now this spy was concerned about what he was adding to his food to give it such an enticing aroma. And although she didn't need the meat itself, the aroma that emanated from it constantly made her feel hungry. At some point, she suddenly noticed that the white wolf had disappeared from the clearing. The girl knew that the sacred wolf felt very well and wanted to hide, but it was too late. The young man couldn't help but notice how some kind of commotion began above his head, from which leaves only managed to fall from the tree. And when something large appeared on the ground, the young man looked into the bushes, noting that they definitely didn't need new prey today. To his great surprise, it was not his prey lying on the ground, but a certain girl, looking at the guy with the same astonishment. All she could think about was that she had just fallen out of a tree in front of a man, causing her entire face to turn red. For the best elven scout, falling from a tree was something completely unimaginable. Arthur, as befits a decent young man, asked the elf if everything was okay with her. When he offered to help her get up, she suddenly called out someone's name very loudly. And then Arthur saw a bird appear right above his head and descend downwards. At some point, her movement accelerated so much that it resembled a lightning strike to the ground. Getting to her feet with her pet, the girl said that today she was unlucky enough to appear before a person in a very unsightly state, and she sincerely recommends that he keep his mouth shut and not talk about what he saw today. Otherwise, she promised to introduce him to the true wrath of the elf. After these words, the girl and her flying pet literally disappeared into thin air. The young man remembered someone's words that besides people and beastmen, another race lived here. Having noticed Bublik on the tree, Arthur immediately guessed that this elf had not fallen from the branch by accident. He was a little ashamed in front of the girl, but apparently she was also ashamed of herself. Thinking about how to apologize for Bublik, he noticed the dagger that she dropped, deciding to keep it until the next meeting. The young man was distracted from his thoughts about this meeting by the behavior of Diona, who was fiercely resisting something. As it turned out, the cat girl was once again caught by Eraton, who greeted the man. When the guy asked, he explained that she had once again run away without permission, and therefore Kalasi had ordered him to bring her back. The chief said that she should not treat her daughter in any special way, and therefore she would punish her for disobedience like the others. After this, Araton noticed that there was a very strong smell of the presence of elves here, finding it strange. To this, Arthur began to explain that he had just met an elf who had dropped a dagger. He wanted to add that she fell from a tree, but his speech was cut short by the memory of the girl's threats if he told anyone. Araton, who was listening to the story, was interested in a fragment of the word fallen, which the young man did not have time to pronounce in full. And now he was already noting, to the delight of the frightened guy, that the elf would never have fallen from the tree, unless she was a completely worthless creature. He wanted to ask if something special had happened, but Arthur was already changing the subject, switching to food. Having announced that he had already prepared something, the guy invited his comrade from the tribe of humanoid beasts to join the meal. When Araton stated that he was not particularly hungry, Arthur quickly shouted that he would not allow him to return with an empty stomach under any circumstances. He had the good sense to take with him ingredients for making shashlik, which did not yet contain any spices that the beastmen might not like. Quite quickly, the meat and vegetables were on skewers, which in turn were placed on the grill for frying shashlik. And now Araton was already holding in his hand another dish from a chef from another world, who very much asked him to hurry up with the sample, while he still had the strength to hold back Bublik and Dion, who were sweeping away all the food without a trace. Araton's quick tail movements gave an objective assessment of the prepared shashlik, after which the young man said that he would take the rest of the shashlik with him, and his friend could enjoy it upon returning to the tribe. Meanwhile, the elf who had disappeared from the meeting place with Arthur was standing in a rather picturesque place in the forest. She couldn't stop thinking about how much she had embarrassed herself in front of the man, and she sincerely hoped that he wouldn't blab anything. She asked the creature approaching her why he didn't even try to hide his presence, and Araton said that he came to talk about the elf following the man. Stopping a few meters from the girl, he asked what she wanted from this man, and the girl replied that she was simply trying to understand why the forest had become so lively lately, where it would be unacceptable after so many years to allow new conflicts between the three races. After listening to the explanation, Araton stated that this man was a good friend of the Beastman tribe, and therefore she could stop her senseless surveillance of him. The elf instantly determined that this humanoid beast was one of the strongest in the tribe, and for some unknown reason he was now protecting the man. There were separate questions regarding the thing he was now holding in his hand. Noting to herself that this thing smelled very nice, the girl said that if the guy did not behave suspiciously, she would stop following him. The girl ran across the parking lot, loudly attracting the attention of her manager standing near the car. When the young man reminded her that she was currently filming, the girl announced that she was taking a break and needed to pick up something from the car. Finishing the telephone conversation, he said that he would now open the car. When the girl asked, he explained that he had spoken with Arthur, who had been smart enough to give him some money for gas after he had driven him into town. Then his interlocutor noted that in reality, this chef is not at all like how he is presented online. And so now she doesn't understand where such nasty rumors about him came from when he is actually a very good and pleasant person. Then the young man said that his friend had many enemies for the reason that he always told everyone everything and everyone directly as it was. There was one rather influential person whom he also managed to cross. Arthur was very unlucky to run into one not very smart character who apparently has some kind of inferiority complex. And this same man just appeared in this same parking lot, leaving the interior of his car. Noticing him, Nigel asked if Bethany remembered the cooking show she was invited to as a guest on. And when she answered positively, the young man recommended that she avoid that very guy who was now nearby, and in whom his interlocutor immediately recognized the chef, Nathan Fulton. Bethany was shocked to learn that it was Nathan who had been instrumental in spreading most of the false rumors about Arthur. This was doubly surprising because this chef had always been considered practically Arthur's best friend. Reading the news about Chef Arthur Green visiting an amusement park, Nathan was very surprised, since according to the latest information, he should have been lying somewhere with a broken wrist. He was very irritated by the fact that so many nasty things were written about this guy, but he was having fun in the park as if nothing had happened. The young man who approached him asked his colleague why he was frowning so much, and Nathan showed him the reason for his mood, noting that Arthur did not look depressed at all in these photographs. But the young man did not understand why that guy should look depressed. At the same time, the young man understood that in order to advance in any field, it is always necessary to choose the right side. Continuing the conversation, he supported his interlocutor, saying that Arthur had become completely arrogant, after which he asked whether the rumors about him were true. Where did he hear that this chef had left the big city because he had lost his sense of taste? When Nathan asked where he heard this, the young man replied that one of his friends worked with Arthur and he told him about it. This information was incredibly interesting to Nathan, whose head was already ripening with bad thoughts. His interlocutor was surprised that information about Arthur's loss of taste had not yet spread so widely. Their conversation was interrupted by the voice of one of the studio employees, who called for them to get ready to start filming. Immediately after this, Oliver called Nathan to prepare for the start of filming the next TV show. But he asked the guy if he had already seen the offer to participate in the culinary battle of chefs, to which he responded positively. And when he asked why Nathan remembered this battle, he did not answer, saying only that he was really looking forward to the start of the battle. Once again, sitting in Arthur's restaurant, Rupert enjoyed another of his Italian masterpieces, which this time was pizza margherita. Along the way, the man only had time to thank the guy, and he replied that he was very lucky to have a regular customer. In addition, the young man noted that the artist gave him a very valuable gift in the form of a painting he had painted, the place of which was definitely not in a restaurant, but at some prestigious exhibition. Laughing, Rupert asked the young man to serve him another portion of pasta with vongole. Arthur was about to start fulfilling the order when suddenly his attention was drawn to a telephone ringing. As it turned out, it was Nigel who called and asked his friend if he was taking part in that show, where Arthur did not understand the question at all, asking what kind of show he meant. The only guest in the restaurant listened to the conversation with interest and even stopped eating. After receiving the answer, Nigel quickly told the guy not to go online for a while and cut off the connection, leaving him completely bewildered. Looking at the dim screen of his mobile phone, the young man wondered what kind of show his friend had in mind and why he was telling him not to go online. Of course, the young man did not wait for anything and visited one of the news resources, where he immediately saw a post stating that his participation in the Battle of Chefs had already been confirmed. Well, under the news, there has already been a considerable number of the most negative comments, where unknown people wrote that such a talentless person should not have been invited. Arthur didn't understand what was going on, because no one had even officially invited him, and Rupert had already noticed that something was wrong with the guy. After all, the young man's face literally distorted from the realization that everything that he had left behind when he went to the village had begun again in his life. The artist was already beginning to be very worried, noting that the young man had turned incredibly pale and asking if everything was okay with him. The young man didn't answer, and then Rupert suggested calling an ambulance. He tried to get the guy to say at least one word, but he already grabbed his head with his hands, trying to calm his nerves. And finally, Arthur answered, saying that he was fine and there was no need to call an ambulance. His thoughts were that although he didn't know who had arranged all this person definitely hated him very much. But life in the village made the young man much more resistant to stress. And now he was cheerfully talking about how he would immediately serve the guest his pasta with vongole. And as he headed towards the kitchen, Rupert noticed that the guy's appearance in any case was still not very good. And for some time, he still thought about going after the cook and monitoring his condition. In another world, where the young man went to rest and reflect, it had already gotten dark. Looking at the starry sky, Arthur thought about his last conversation with Nigel, who first scolded him for going online, and then told him that the police were already looking for the person who organized all this. The young man had known for a long time, and once again came to the conclusion that he had a great friend. However, this whole situation and the thought that he had a very terrible hater exhausted the guy. At some point, Arthur noticed Bublik appearing, who was once again going hunting. Having first noticed that this time the prey was unusually small for the wolf, the young man also noticed that this bird looked very familiar. And a moment later, the silence of the forest was interrupted by the loud scream of the elf, who was horrified that Vikna had been caught by a white wolf. But when she came out of the bushes, the girl came across not only the bagel, but also Arthur sitting next to him. The young man understood that his top had done something wrong, and therefore something had to be done. And the only thing he could do was apologize. But his interlocutor surprisingly calmly noted that it was also her fault, because she had completely forgotten that sacred wolves can see spirits. But what surprised her more was that the guy talking to her could see her spirit. In order to be completely sure of this, she asked who the young man saw, and he calmly replied that there was some kind of bird next to her. To make his point, Arthur added that the bird looked rather shabby. At some point, the young man remembered that he wanted to give something to his random acquaintance. And now, the elf was already holding in her hands her dagger, which she had dropped at their first meeting when she fell from the tree. A little embarrassed, remembering that day, the girl thanked the guy for carrying her thing around with him for so long. Before saying goodbye, Arthur offered his guest a snack of excellent meat, but as it turned out, she does not eat meat. This information managed to catch the young man off guard and put him into a stupor for some time. When he finally figured out what to do, He asked the elf to wait a little. As he pulled on his gloves, the young man said he had a great idea for a meatless snack. Seeing some shiny and rustling ball in Arthur's hands, she was already afraid that she would have to eat it. But the young man explained that this was only packaging to prevent the product from burning during heat treatment. When the foil was opened, the young man noted that a hike without potatoes baked in a fire cannot be considered a hike. When the tuber migrated into the elf's hands, she immediately noticed that this food smelled simply divine. And when she tried it, her taste buds made the girl experience indescribable delight. There was a slightly sweet taste, and the texture of the product was incredibly delicate, where she would never have been able to tell that it was prepared by someone who ate rough and tasteless food. The sacred white wolf also devoured the baked potato with great pleasure. At some point, the girl said that it was some new variety of a product that grows here, which was incredibly tasty. But Arthur didn't react to her words in any way, immersed in some of his own thoughts. When his brain finally realized that he was being addressed, he perked up, asking for forgiveness and asking the woman to repeat what she had said. But instead, the girl suddenly asked what was bothering the young man so much. Arthur did not expect to hear such a question and looked at his interlocutor in confusion. And then the elf explained that observation was one of her skills, and therefore she had already learned to distinguish when a guy was preoccupied with something. Looking down, the young man quietly said that he was simply incredibly tired. And so he told her that someone was constantly spreading some not very flattering rumors about him, which simply made him sick. With a slight smile on her face, his guest listened to the words about how he simply wanted to hide in the thickest thicket and never return. The young man did not understand at all what was being discussed when his interlocutor suddenly said that when elves become adults, they must undergo an initiation ceremony. This ceremony consists of a series of tests that are incredibly difficult for a young elf to pass. The girl then noted that the life of elves is very long, and during these long years they experience an incredible amount of pain. There comes a moment in everyone's life when the pain becomes almost unbearable. True strength lies in not running from pain, but facing it head-on. This is exactly what the initiation ceremony they go through teaches. Arthur listened very carefully to everything the girl said, catching every word. And so she summed up that if you run away from a problem, it will never go away. Rising to her feet and holding out her hand, the elf added that she, of course, was not fully familiar with the young man's situation. But she would like to hope that he will not decide to give up everything he loves so much because of some outside opinion. Having thanked the guy for the treat, the girl disappeared, saying goodbye until the next meeting. After thinking for a bit, Arthur turned to Bublik, saying that it was time for them to go back. After all, he had just made the decision to go to that show and take part in it. The young man sat in front of the computer and tried to figure out what to do, since there was no confirmation of participation, but the announcement of Arthur Green's participation had already been published. The assistant who approached him suggested that he simply try calling Arthur and inviting him to participate in the show. The proposal was sound, and the guy with glasses prayed to God that everything would work out for him, and Arthur agreed. While he was gathering his courage, his mobile phone lying nearby on the table began to vibrate. Both young men, looking at the screen, noted with horror that the person calling was the one they had just been talking about. Exhaling heavily, the guy in glasses answered the call, starting to talk about how he had just been about to call Arthur himself. And suddenly his expression changed dramatically, and his eyes were almost ready to pop out of their sockets. Stumbling over almost every word, he said that they would of course organize everything and arrange it in the best possible way. Listening to the still incomprehensible conversation, the guy standing nearby suggested that Arthur had decided to sue them. But when the conversation was over, his comrade announced with relief that a miracle had happened after all. As he walked out into the street, Arthur thought that he himself could easily get to the studio where the filming would take place. But the director, who had spoken to him on the phone before, insisted on delivering the boy personally. He sincerely thanked the chef for agreeing to take part in his show, so helping him get to the show venue is the least he can do for him right now. But suddenly he instructed the driver to take Arthur not to the TV studio, but to the beauty salon, which surprised the guy quite a bit, as he didn't understand why he needed to go to a beauty salon. Meanwhile, in the studio, final preparations were underway for the confrontation between the chefs, which was soon to unfold here. Oliver asked Nathan if they had gone too far in what they had done. When his interlocutor indifferently stated that everything was fine, Oliver, lowering his head, recalled that Arthur had recently not really liked appearing on such shows. The guy was very worried about them being kicked out of the show or even being held accountable. And now he had already noticed that if he had known what Nathan had planned, he would never have told him about Arthur's problem. Nathan understood perfectly well that Oliver was now his accomplice, and with a grin he declared that it was too late to pretend to be an innocent lamb. But then, softening his tone a little, the man added that he had paid well so that no one would give them away, so there was nothing to worry about. At that moment, someone in the room loudly addressed Arthur by name, greeting the guy and noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Surrounding the guy, everyone admired how much he had changed in appearance for the better. The young man did not have time to thank everyone gathered for their warm words, where it was also noted that he had become much more muscular than he had been before, which indicated that he had been training hard during his vacation. Both Nathan and Oliver were a little surprised when they saw Arthur appear in the studio as well, where Nathan noticed that the guy didn't even come up to say hello to his old friend, but started talking to others. He tried to attract the attention of the young man, who was apologizing to the people around him, offering to talk a little later. Nathan tried again to say that Arthur should show him respect as an elder, but the young man walked past, and only when the man was practically screaming, he turned around, pretending that he hadn't noticed him at all. Looking at him, Arthur said that he mistook Nathan for one of the service staff. Everyone nearby was surprised when they heard him openly speak out against his one-time comrade. Nathan was shaking with rage, but Arthur already knew that it was this man who had been plotting and was plotting all sorts of intrigues behind his back. Remembering that the guy had no taste, the man's mood improved dramatically, and he advised him not to be so confident in himself. And now he has revealed his true colors, saying that Arthur became famous only because of his good looks and not because of his culinary talent. At that moment, the young man's attention was drawn to a girl who appeared from behind him and greeted Arthur. Smiling sweetly, Emily said that she and Arthur saw each other much more often when Nigel was her manager. Everyone who witnessed this conversation was shocked that this famous girl and Arthur knew each other so well. As if on purpose, Emily noticed that when Arthur won the Battle of the Chefs in Paris, it was on a completely different level than today's battle, which of course made Nathan really furious. And literally covering his mouth with his hand, Oliver hurried to take the man away before he did anything bad. Arthur was quite surprised that Oliver and Nathan had managed to become so close during this time. When they were alone, Emily asked how much longer the guy was going to tolerate Nathan's bullying, and he explained that he had learned to ignore it all. However, he was very upset by the fact that they had once been on very good terms, but now Nathan was behaving very inappropriately. Only now did he begin to understand how poorly he had judged people before. Watching the young man, Emily mentally noted that during this time he had matured a lot and become wiser. Leaving her friend, she wished him luck in the upcoming battle, and she also added that Arthur would literally crush his opponents, especially Nathan. Watching the girl go, the young man noticed that Emily was still the same little hooligan. And so the show began, where the theme of today's challenge was dishes that the whole family could enjoy. It was not Arthur's turn yet, so he took a comfortable position to watch how the others were coping. The young man saw that the first to participate in the battle was the same Oliver who had taken Nathan away. 2 chefs from different teams took part in the battle, and their names were announced by the hosts. As soon as the start was given, a young man named Tim immediately set to work on the lamb ribs. Arthur, watching from above, immediately understood what he was about to cook, where the lamb meat in this dish was supposed to be very tender and soft. But his opponent chose a seafood dish, where he had already cut up a lobster tail. At the same time, he was turning over a piece of meat in the frying pan, from which he was also preparing a steak. It was a dish that combined meat and seafood and was not an easy task to prepare. In addition, the competition had a time limit, and the cooking was done in public, which made the process more difficult. However, for Arthur, such competitions seemed like an incredibly fun activity. At some point, Oliver raised his head and met the eyes of Arthur, who was watching his actions. But not even a second had passed before he suddenly turned away, leaving the young man perplexed by such a gesture. The guy got so excited that at some point the food from his table scattered across the floor. Well, the hosts didn't forget to comment on what was happening, calling it an incredible mistake that significantly reduced the chef's score. Arthur, who had been watching Oliver constantly, came to the conclusion that the boy was not feeling very well. Oliver himself mentally tried to calm down, not yet understanding why he was so nervous today. Forcing himself to pull himself together, he literally ordered himself not to be distracted by anything anymore, because he had not yet managed to fall behind his opponent. But his thoughts were at the moment when his eyes met Arthur's. Oliver, after hiding his eyes, began to wonder why he was watching him so closely. His paranoia was consuming him, and he came to the conclusion that the guy knew that he was one of those who had contributed to the news of his involvement without his consent. But then he remembered Nathan's words about how he had paid everyone to keep quiet about what had happened. And so he stood there, looking at the food scattered across the floor, listening to the voices of the presenters telling him that he had made a terrible mistake. He continued to stand idly by when one of the hosts asked how the chef would solve this problem. Oliver tried to calm himself down, mentally telling himself that he would definitely cope. He had no choice but to start collecting everything that was now lying on the floor. Suddenly, Oliver heard that his opponent was about to finish preparing his dish. Having quickly gathered the food, the young man forced himself to return to cooking in a great hurry. Well, Arthur, who was watching him, quietly noticed that the guy had completely forgotten that he had a steak in the frying pan. Within seconds, Oliver could already smell the burning meat and oil in the pan. Absolutely everything was going wrong and against him, and all he wanted was to get on this show. He thought that he himself had never wished anything bad on Arthur and had not wanted to plot against him. The first culinary duel was over, and the completely depressed young man sat in one of the studio rooms with his head down. He recalled the jury's review of his dishes, noting that the steak was burnt on the outside and raw on the inside, and the lobster was simply rubbery. And based on the tasting results, his level of culinary skills was described as no more than amateurish. When Tim's victory was announced, Oliver was approached by Nathan, who scolded him for losing so shamefully. Without hiding his anger, he said that he had not taken him on the team in order to end up at the very bottom. Remembering all this, the young man did not notice how another person appeared in the room. Handing Oliver a can of drink, Arthur asked him why he was so nervous, and he began to speak incoherently about how he just wanted to participate and perform well. He didn't want to end up with such terrible dishes, which the jury gave very unflattering reviews about. After listening to the guy, Arthur was able to surprise him by saying that despite everything, he did not give up everything and did not run away, but brought the matter to the end. And the ability to endure to the very end under any circumstances is in itself a victory over oneself. Having finished with the praise, Arthur left Oliver's company since he was the next one to participate in the battle. And the hosts have already discussed that they, like many others, are really looking forward to the next battle, where the former and current stars will meet. Where both of these chefs once worked together and were friends. Bethany, who was on the jury, was very happy to hear that Arthur was about to perform. In response to questions from other members of the jury, who included an actor and a famous model, the girl explained that they often cook according to this guy's recipes. She also said that she was incredibly interested in what Arthur would cook today. The only one who remained silent so far was the restaurant critic, who was also a member of the jury. And now both rivals were already in their places, where they were to create a masterpiece. The first audience was introduced to Chef Nathan Fulton, and the restaurant where he works was named. And then Arthur was introduced, where the presenters got tired of listing all of his regalia, won in numerous international competitions. The show's director beamed with joy at his decision to take the boy to a beauty salon, where his hairdo was truly pleasing to the eye. But then the young man took his chef's hat, hiding his hair underneath it. This action brought the director into real horror, because the time and money that was spent on the hairstyle was wasted. Well, in the meantime, the presenters had already announced the start of the next and last competition for today. With absolute and enviable calm, the young man stirred and slightly whipped a certain mass in one of the plates. His opponent was not far behind, already subjecting the products to heat treatment. The jury watched the two chefs' actions very closely, where at first there was a suggestion that Nathan was going to cook a Chateaubriand. But a restaurant critic refuted this, saying that Tornados Rossini would most likely be expected here. But Bethany, who was talking to him, at least noted that the highest quality ingredients were used for the dish. At the same time, the man said that Nathan's skills were very good, but he chose the wrong dish. Listening to him, the girl noted to herself that the rumors were not lying, and this critic really was incredibly strict. She herself was rooting for Arthur, mentally deciding that she would give him the maximum points and urging him to try his best. Nathan, however, continued to work on his dish with absolute calm. Remembering that his opponent didn't even have a sense of taste, he was already anticipating an easy victory. At some point, his attention was drawn to strange sounds coming from the side where Arthur was preparing food. Looking at his opponent's table, the man could not believe what his eyes saw. After all, the young man was simply standing and beating off several pieces of meat. Bethany couldn't believe her eyes either, realizing that her idol was cooking the most ordinary pork chops. She didn't understand why he chose such a completely unpresentable and simple dish. And while she was thinking about how she would no longer be able to give the guy a high rating, Arthur's actions forced the restaurant critic to pay closer attention to him. Well, the young man's opponent, meanwhile, came to the conclusion that the guy had gone completely crazy. All sorts of thoughts were spinning around in his head, and according to one version, Arthur finally went crazy while on vacation. But according to another version, this young man could simply underestimate Nathan's talent. But in any case, it was good for the man that Arthur showed himself from such a disadvantageous side, thereby ensuring his victory. After all, he couldn't even imagine that defeating this young boss would be such an easy task. Meanwhile, Arthur himself checked the temperature of the oil, happily noting that he could begin frying the meat. And so the pork chops began to drop into the oil one after another. When the first one was ready, the young man cut a piece and tasted what he had made. The director, who was watching the competition, noted that he was incredibly scared when Arthur told him that he would be cooking the most ordinary pork chops. But judging by the guy's appearance, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. And in general, he couldn't remember the last time he saw a smile on Arthur's face while cooking. And so both chefs finished preparing their dishes, which they immediately began to take from the table to hand over to the jury. While the tasting and scoring process was being prepared, the hosts asked the chefs to come on stage. As the opponents moved, Nathan cheerfully noted that his opponent seemed to be very much into village life. Some cheap dish he made today is only fit for a village canteen. Laughing, Arthur suddenly agreed with this, adding that only today's him could have done something like this. This was not the reaction Nathan expected, but he didn't have time to respond, as it was announced that his dish would be tried first. In the meantime, he was asked to talk about how his dish relates to the theme of today's competition for the best dish for the family. The man tried to explain in a completely awkward manner that here one could rather say about someone who would be able to feed a family with such a dish. The next person to be asked a similar question was Arthur, and the young man said that during his vacation he met a lot of people. They were all always glad to see him, and he could well call each of them his relative in some way. So when choosing a dish, he wondered what it would be like for a large family to sit at the table. And the answer came by itself, where the pork chops he had chosen could be cooked quickly and deliciously enough, to the delight of any, even the largest family. At this point, the chef's explanations were finished, and it was time to move on to the jury's assessments. And the first dish was already in front of each member of the jury. As Bethany looked at what was on her plate, she thought that she had never tasted anything like it. When the judges began to taste Nathan's creation, they all immediately and clearly felt that the dish had more of a business-like than a family-like flavor. Everyone found the dish absolutely perfect, with nothing to complain about at all. Listening to what the jury members said, the chef himself was incredibly pleased with himself and his success. He was truly a master and did not skimp on the ingredients for his masterpiece. Compared to Arthur's dish, it was like night and day, and he was already sarcastically noting to his opponent that the jury had excellent taste. But then a restaurant critic was heard saying that of all the similar dishes he had eaten, this one was absolutely nothing special. This is not at all what you would put on the table for a family evening, and the chef's choice only shows an attempt to elevate himself. Nathan never expected to hear such an openly negative and belittling review of his dish. Arthur, listening to this member of the jury, immediately noted that this directness and honesty sounded very familiar. Now it's time to rate the dish prepared by Nathan, where a low score from a food critic resulted in the chef being able to score 88 points. In response to questions from his colleagues, the man stated that he did not intend to give high marks for unworthy dishes. Meanwhile, a dish prepared by Arthur was delivered to the jury room. And now everyone was looking at the most ordinary pork cutlet, served with sauce and vegetables. The first one to grab the cutlery noted that, apparently, Chef Green had come here today just to have fun. Nobody expected that some pork cutlet could be cooked so deliciously. With the very first piece, Bethany literally dissolved in the range of taste sensations from the meat melting in her mouth. Another colleague of hers from today's jury couldn't tear himself away from this dish either. The model girl even stated that she had never tried anything better, and now she will probably never try it again. Another woman who recently accused a restaurant critic of giving low marks completely agreed with her. The person who first started this tasting process noticed that each subsequent piece felt different from the previous one. Well, the restaurant critic immediately determined that green chili peppers had been added to the cutlet. And now he was already stating that he definitely liked this new level of skill that Arthur showed him today. Bethany noted that the previous dish was also delicious, but it left the feeling that it should be eaten during a business dinner and not with family. Listening to all the feedback from the jury, whose faces were hidden, the young man noticed that the girl's voice sounded very familiar. But now it was time to rate the dish by Chef Arthur Green, as announced by the hosts. Without hiding her joy, Emily announced that Arthur had scored 96 points and was therefore the winner. Listening to the result, the young man was pleased with how he had performed in this battle, into which Nathan had dragged him to his own detriment. The organizer of his defeat himself could not believe that he had just played. In a state of extreme rage, he began to ask the guy what he had done to win. And now he was shouting and complaining to the whole studio that his dish couldn't be beaten by some pork chops. With a completely crazy expression on his face, he suddenly declared that he now understood the reason why Arthur decided to take part in the show, where, in his opinion, the guy had planned everything in advance. Meanwhile, those in charge of the live broadcast began to signal the operators and technicians to stop broadcasting. Nathan, however, would not calm down, now saying that the young man had come here only to humiliate him. But then Arthur responded absolutely calmly that it was Nathan himself who decided to try to humiliate him by putting the material into circulation with Arthur's fake consent to participate in the battle. It was a strong and loud statement that attracted the special attention of all who witnessed the unfolding scene. Having decided not to give up until the last, the man immediately said that he didn't understand at all what the guy was talking about. Arthur added that Nathan hasn't changed at all, and as he sinks to the bottom, he's trying to drag someone else down with him. He remembered how the man's words had once hurt him deeply, but he had been able to survive it. And now, having put his thoughts in order, he understands that those words and all other actions of his opponent simply clearly showed him his true face. Not only the words, but also the calmness with which they were spoken, drove the man into a real rage. As he approached, Nathan suddenly grabbed the young man roughly by his clothes, saying that he was no better than him in any way. He was already threatening to completely destroy the guy's career and image when the show's director intervened in the situation. Turning to Nathan, the director said that blaming someone who is not guilty of anything is completely unacceptable. He also added that the material could have seriously damaged the reputation of his show. Once again accused of starting the rumor that Arthur had agreed to participate, the man demanded proof. And a moment later, he was already shouting that everyone who was accusing him was simply trying to make him the scapegoat. His ardor was calmed by Oliver's voice, who informed his accomplice that he had already told everything, including the director. He also told how Nathan had deceived him into this incredible intrigue. The man had nothing to counter such statements with, and so all he did was utter some inarticulate sounds. Oliver continued, noting that if the public now finds out about his actions, then he can forget about his career once and for all. He will be stripped of his title as a chef, and even the most run-down cafe will not accept him. With the words that it was time for him to come down from heaven to earth, the lights in the room went out, as a sign of the complete failure of Nathan's dishonest undertakings. Apologizing to Arthur for the umpteenth time, the director informed him that he had kicked Nathan out of the show once and for all. To this, the young man replied that he did not blame the director for anything, and was even grateful that with the help of this show he was able to become better to some extent. After which the young man began to book a ticket back to his now native village. And then the director suggested that the guy return to big show business. But when Arthur said that he was not ready to think about it yet, his interlocutor was able to understand the young man's feelings. However, Arthur refuted the director's guesses, cheerfully noting that he simply really likes the way he lives now. The young man never expected to hear such a statement from this guy. As he said goodbye, he recalled his hopes for his return to the show after rest and recuperation, but now he realized that this was unlikely to happen. In another world, life went on quite measuredly and in its own way. At first, several birds flying past landed on the rabbit, pumping up his abs. Then a cat lay down between his front legs, after which other animals began to come to the clearing. Arthur closed his eyes and thought that today was the day when he would open the world of seasonings to the Beastman tribe. And when he was asked why he was sitting with his eyes closed, the young man replied that he was paying tribute to this animal, which he was about to start eating. Teaching the tribe members the art of cooking turned out to be no easy task, but the young man did not despair, saying that he would in any case achieve positive results. Bublik also helped him in this event, accompanying with his sounds every word spoken by Arthur. After looking at the piece of meat for a very long time, one of those who had taken part in the training, out of habit, brought it to the open fire. And then a mentor appeared nearby and reminded that the meat is fried very briefly and only in a frying pan with oil. Bublik also expressed his emotions as he checked the cooking results of another trainee chef. And now Arthur was already asking one of the students how this frog ended up in the cauldron. Moving on, the young man noticed that as soon as he turned away, complete chaos began to reign everywhere. Suddenly his attention was drawn to what was in the cauldron of another of his students. She did exactly as he said, and this beast woman looked very familiar. Quite quickly, the young man remembered that it was she who became the winner of that hunt. After thinking for a bit, the young man remembered that the girl's name was Luena, and she now held the title of Best Hunter. The young man could not hide his joyful emotions regarding the fact that at least someone in this crowd was actually capable of something. When it came time to rate Luena's dish, many noted that although it looked delicious, it took too long to prepare. The skeptic's speech was interrupted by Arthur, who stopped the flow of words by shoving a piece of meat into the speaking creature's mouth. He then went on to say that overall it was good, but could have been cooked a little longer. Now he decided to make things a little more difficult by saying that they would be making their next dish from a local fruit. All his students, who lived here all their lives, of course knew that this fruit could be found in the forests. When they started to voice the name of the fruit, Arthur emphasized that the name does not matter at all. The only important thing was that the fruit was edible and would make another great dish. This fruit was comparable in consistency and taste to the earthly tomato, which made an excellent tomato soup. When they heard that the next dish would be soup, many of the students breathed a sigh of relief, as they had experience making soup. But this time, Arthur announced that the students' dishes would have to be approved by a jury consisting of Araton and the sacred wolf Bublik. As it turned out, both of them had already tried the perfect version of the soup that Arthur himself had prepared. That is why they, like no one else, are well prepared for an objective and independent assessment. And so the young man recommended that everyone try very hard to make sure that their soups were not inferior in quality to his soup. All this, as well as the call to start cooking, plunged all the students into real horror. Arthur said that first everyone needs to fry the onions and then gradually add meat and vegetables to it. After that, it was necessary to pour water into the cauldron and prepare the main ingredient, local tomato. While everyone was preparing, the young man thought that this was not a very complicated but rather tasty dish, which both Araton and Bublik liked. When the time allotted for preparing the soup was up, Arthur loudly announced that it was time to begin tasting. And so the students lined up, hoping that at least Araton would be satisfied with each version of the soup. And now the first plate with the prepared dish was already in the hands of the great warrior. The others stood in front of the second member of today's impromptu jury. At first, the wolf sniffed for a long time, and then finally decided to try what he was treated to today. The Torah teacher himself decided to try the first version of the soup, but he quickly regretted his rash decision, realizing that the soup here turned out completely different from what it should have. The first failed option was immediately replaced by a second one. The young man tried it and realized that the taste was generally good, but something was clearly extra. And now he was lying on the ground, paralyzed by the remnants of the paralytic poison that was on the student's claws during cooking. Pressing his face into the grass, the young man mentally noted that once again, practice shows that the first pancake is always lumpy. However, there was one last hope for a good result, which was in Luena's pot. Having first assessed the aroma of the soup, Araton quickly decided to taste the soup. Both Luena herself and Arthur, who was lying on the grass, watched the taster's reaction very carefully. And finally, a member of the jury declared that this version of the soup was worthy of being eaten by warriors. The soup, of course, was not as good as Arthur's, but the tomato flavor was quite noticeable. This student was overjoyed to receive such high praise for her cooking efforts. When Bublik also expressed his approval, Arthur congratulated the winner, also saying that she had excellent cooking skills. While Luena was answering that she simply had a wonderful teacher, the silhouette of Kalasi appeared above the heads of those gathered. Landing noisily, the leader greeted the young man. She explained that she just wanted to check on them, but she saw that her presence was not required at all. Smelling a delicious aroma, she asked Luena to let her try what she had prepared. Quilasi couldn't quite believe that someone from her tribe was capable of preparing such flavorful food. Turning to the guy, she said that she would definitely repay him with kindness for kindness. And despite his claims that he himself wanted to try to teach one of the locals how to cook, the chief insisted that he had done a service to the entire tribe. That's why she won't take no for an answer and intends to thank him properly. Realizing that there was no way out of this, the young man agreed to accept the gratitude. Already in his world, he stood and looked at the bag he had received as a gift. Feeling how disgusting the fruits in the bag smelled, the young man could not understand Kolasi's words about this being an incredibly valuable product. The only hope was that the taste of these fruits would be good, which would generally correspond to the durian of this world. The young man was distracted from this unbearable smell by the bell on the front door. As it turned out, the guest was the artist Rupert Eddington, who was accompanied by a man who looked very much like a biker. Arthur was very surprised that a man who preferred solitude and privacy suddenly came not alone. And so Rupert introduced the boy to one of his close friends, Sebastian Webster. Immediately grabbing the guy by the shoulders, The man cheerfully noted that the owner of the restaurant was quite strong and apparently was involved in sports. Arthur didn't know how to react to such gestures and attention from a fairly old biker, and so the man pulled down his jacket a little, showing his toned arms and declaring that he too is into sports. But soon the jacket completely flew off his body, and Sebastian even offered the young man to check the tightness of his biceps. Arthur was speechless, and at one point Rupert's companion received a noticeable slap in the face from him. And while Sebastian was indignant about such actions of the artist, he noted that his friend had completely lost his mind in his old age. A moment later, Rupert was apologizing to Arthur for bringing such a shameless guy along with him. Without answering, the young man simply continued to calmly watch his friends squabble. When it was all finally over and the men had settled down at the table, Arthur prepared and brought their order. This time, the guests ordered arrabbiata, which the chef prepared to serve on the table. Having enjoyed the dishes prepared by this guy more than once, Rupert was in anticipation. As he placed the plate on the table, Arthur noted that he had fulfilled Sebastian's request and made the sauce spicier. As soon as the man inhaled the aroma of the dish, he could already feel the obvious notes of its spiciness. While he was expressing his admiration in words, Rupert insisted that he move on to tasting. And Sebastian moved on, instantly feeling that pleasant spiciness in his mouth. Turning to the cook standing nearby, he concluded that his arrabbiata was exactly the same as the one they make in Italy, which the young man was very pleased to hear. Arthur wanted to leave his friends at the meal, but Sebastian suddenly asked him to stay a little longer. Opening a calendar app on his smartphone, the man asked the young man to choose a day in a couple of months that he could dedicate to him. Having named a day when he was not supposed to be very busy, Arthur asked what the man had planned for that day. He didn't know what to say when he explained that he was going to resign that very day. The guy couldn't believe that in this way, through him, a day had just been chosen for such a significant event. The only thing this man could think of that he might leave was the biker club, so he still asked what kind of resignation was expected. Rupert, smiling, intervened in the conversation, voicing his assumption that the restaurant owner would not recognize this very famous man. In fact, behind this image of a rough and reckless biker, there is a world-famous musician who has repeatedly won the most prestigious music competitions of the world level. The guy's eyes widened after receiving this information, and he fell into a deep stupor, unable to utter a word. It was simply impossible for him to comprehend that a person could combine two such directly opposite images of a biker and a pianist. Sebastian himself stated that he has not appeared on television for a long time, has not given concerts, so it is not at all surprising that he is not recognized. But finally, the young man was able to gather his strength and thoughts, where he declared that he really knew this musician. When he worked in one restaurant, the director constantly played Sebastian's music, which really helped Arthur in his work, as it relieved his brain. It was for this reason that he now could not wrap his head around what he had learned, since he had always believed that with such a sensual performance, the musician would definitely not appear as an ordinary biker. Understanding perfectly well what the young man was talking about, Sebastian thanked the guy for his high appreciation of his talent. Rupert decided that Arthur was very disappointed with the way the musician appeared before him. And then the young man noted that none of this matters. Sebastian looks even cooler in this form, but he also added that he should think carefully about resigning. But here the man could not agree with the guy, saying that with his departure everything had already been decided. The problem was that one of his arms no longer obeyed him enough to allow him to perform well. The boy listened with bated breath as he heard that even medicine was powerless, and doctors recommended that he give up music. It was for this reason that he decided to cancel his last performance and simply end his career. Despite the fact that it was painfully offensive, the man also added that the past should be left in the past and life should be moved on. After a second's pause, Sebastian said that he himself did not expect such cool words from himself as he had just said. When the meal and conversation were over, the men thanked the young man on the way out for the incredibly delicious lunch. At one point, Rupert asked his friend to wait for him outside, saying that he needed to talk to Arthur alone. When Sebastian left, the man expressed the hope that their visit today had not tired the young man too much. But the young man said that everything was fine and he was glad to meet such a celebrity. Continuing the conversation, Rupert asked Arthur not to be too upset about his friend's situation, which he had already managed to accept. But the young man didn't even think of getting upset, noting that Rupert's friend was coping well with difficulties. In general, he could understand Sebastian, because when he himself lost his sense of taste, he also felt hopelessness and looked for an opportunity to somehow live on. And his interlocutor noted that not everyone and not always is given the opportunity to choose how everything ends and to realize all their dreams. After these words, Sebastian entered the room again, tired of waiting for his friend to finish talking. And so, finally, both men left the restaurant under the invitation of its owner to return again. While cleaning, the young man thought only about the conversation he had with Rupert and Sebastian today, as well as about the latter's situation. His head was literally bursting with an incredible number of different thoughts. After all, Sebastian was in the same situation that he himself had been in just recently. But Arthur understood that he could not help in any way. His sense of taste had almost returned to him, but the guy didn't know how to restore vigor to the musician's hand. The young man was distracted from these thoughts by Bublik's voice, which sounded behind him. Looking at the top, Arthur was amazed at how dirty it was walking on the floor he had just washed. His four-legged friend looked as if he had just dug deep into the ground. While he was wiping it off, Bublik started licking the guy's hand, which was quite a pleasant feeling. And then the young man began to remember how the top brought his muscles back into order after terrible training with the help of its saliva. Suddenly it dawned on the guy that the top's saliva could very well cure the musician's hand. But in that case, the authorities will immediately take Bublik away and begin to conduct various experiments on him. Continuing to wipe the top, the young man quickly abandoned the idea of treating Sebastian's hand with Bublik's saliva. His further thoughts were that he was very lucky with the return of his sense of taste. After all, he persisted and strove to improve his perception and his life in general. And so all that was left to do was to hope that Sebastian would not give up and would be able to wait for the moment when luck smiled upon him. Soberly assessing the situation, the guy understood that the musician's hand, of course, would not heal on its own. All this time, the top listened attentively to the young man's reasoning, and suddenly he grabbed him by the pants and started dragging him somewhere. Watching Bublik's movements, Arthur instantly realized that he wanted to take him somewhere. Pretty soon, they found themselves on the street, where the guy even had to use a flashlight. Apparently having reached the right place, the little guide pointed to an area where someone had clearly recently dug the earth. And now the donut has already turned into a small excavator, starting to very quickly tear up the earth. When he finished, the young man saw the very same bag of foul-smelling fruit that he had received as a gift from Kalasi. At that very moment, the young man scolded the wolf for burying the gift, telling him to never do that again, even if the gift smelled bad. Taking out the bag, the young man did not understand why he had to bury it at all, so that he could later show what he had done. After all, Bublik was smart enough to understand the young man's reaction to his actions. But nevertheless, for some unknown reason, the top led him to the place where he hid the fruits. And then he remembered Kalasi's words that these were very valuable fruits, which were disgusting like any other medicine. Also remembering her words that people did not have such a potion, the young man was already taking one fruit out of the bag. As soon as he touched it with his hand, he immediately felt a wave of freshness pass through his body. And it wasn't just a refreshing effect. His body felt incredibly light, as if he'd just had a year's rest. Now Arthur began to guess that these fruits had the same healing properties as Bublik's saliva, which his little friend immediately confirmed by making a cheerful barking sound. Realizing that Kalasi had given him something truly incredible, the boy was already thinking about what he could feed Sebastian with the fruits. But he will probably start to wonder where the young man got these incredible fruits from. Besides, the smell of this fruit was really disgusting. For a while, the young man thought about the fact that this medicinal fruit had a structure similar to that of meat. Thanking the other world for such gifts, he had already decided that the smell could always be covered with some kind of sauce. Therefore, this fruit can be easily stuffed into some dish, and Sebastian will not even notice its presence. The young man found the ideal option to be making ravioli, where all the ingredients would be chopped. Sebastian walked slowly away from his mansion, where he temporarily lived. The man was quite surprised when he was suddenly called out by the familiar voice of the approaching restaurant owner. When the guy asked how he was able to find it, he explained that Rupert helped him with this. This allowed the musician to assume that Arthur's visit was of some business nature. While he was asking him what brought him here, he calmly opened his bag. Handing the container to his interlocutor, the young man asked if he would like a little snack. Where he cooked a new dish today and wanted Sebastian to try it first. Having found ravioli in the container, the man was surprised that the guy did not invite Rupert to try the new dish, to which Arthur sheepishly stated that it would get to him too in time. The young man was very surprised when Sebastian suggested that he was simply worried about him, which was understandable after Arthur recently learned about his health problems. Already armed with a fork, Sebastian said that he would not back down from his idea of going on vacation in any case. After a short pause, Arthur noted that he understood perfectly well that no matter what he said, his interlocutor did not stop loving his work. And the musician did not deny this, saying that inside he was most likely not yet ready to completely give up and retreat. He had the desire to leave on a fine note, but with his hand he can only make a fool of himself. That is why he decided to end his career as quietly and unnoticed as possible, without unnecessary noise and public attention. Having said that he perfectly understands the feelings and desires of the musician, the young man also noted that he personally would very much like to hear his latest melody. The man was very touched by the fact that his interlocutor respected his work so much, and suddenly he burst out laughing, noting that Arthur was still incredibly young and had not lost his courage. The boy tried to apologize if he said something wrong, but Sebastian said that everything was fine and he just liked his energy. Where possible, in order to leave peacefully, he needed to hear exactly these words. Arthur turned out to be the first and only person who told him these words, for which he is incredibly grateful to him and will never forget his attitude towards him. When Sebastian finished speaking, Bublik approached the young man and made a very sad sound. Only now did the young man remember that he had completely forgotten to feed the wolf by giving him food. Noticing how Arthur's pet was eating, the musician remembered that he was also going to have a snack. His taste buds instantly gave him signals about how much they liked the taste of these ravioli, which were also flavored with arrabbiata. The man loved spicy food, and therefore sincerely enjoyed the treat prepared for him. At some point, the musician suddenly felt that with each ravioli he ate, he seemed to begin to feel better. And now he noted with amazement that the constant trembling in his left hand had stopped. Well, the young man pulled out a few more containers, saying that he had grabbed a few more portions for the man for later. Having forgotten himself, he even began to give recommendations to eat ravioli every day, but quickly recovered, simply wishing the musician a pleasant appetite. Sebastian didn't say anything in response, turning his attention again to his hand, which was no longer shaking. While in the kitchen of his restaurant, the young man heard the sound of a bell on the front door. It was the postman who said that he had an envelope for a certain Arthur Green at the given address. While accepting the mail, the young man thanked the man. After reading the information about the sender, the young man was surprised to discover that it was Sebastian Webster. At that moment, a satisfied Bublik approached him from another room. When the envelope was opened, the young man found 2 tickets to a concert and some kind of letter inside. Unfolding the paper, Arthur read that the musician's hand was fine, and he invited him to his concert, which would take place next Saturday. On the other hand, there was a postscript where Sebastian thanked the young man for giving him this desired ending. This made the young man think for a while, where, looking at his little pet, the young man realized that the musician had guessed everything. Sitting in the car, Nigel read a message from Arthur about him having an extra ticket to the concert and an offer to go to it. The young man was surprised that his friend was going to some concert that he hadn't really gone to before, but he himself could not keep him company, since he already had plans for the coming Saturday. And so he decided that pianist Sebastian Webster would have enough fans without him. Having found the right number in his address book, Nigel asked the girl who answered what he did, and she explained that she was just relaxing in a cafe for now, asking about the reasons for such interest on the part of the guy. It was Emily who also noticed that Nigel had stopped calling her altogether when he stopped acting as her manager. The young man was already in the hall where the maestro's long-awaited performance was to take place. Emily, who sat down next to him, cheerfully declared that she was very lucky because she had not managed to buy a ticket. The girl also noted that she did not know about Arthur's passion for the work of Sebastian Weber. Having said that he had met him not so long ago, the young man asked his interlocutor how long she had been listening to his music. And Emily said that she started listening to him from the moment he made his debut on the big stage. And Nigel, who was accompanying her at the time, always asked to change the music because he began to fall asleep to it. The young man immediately remembered that when his friend worked with Emily, they met more and more often, where it seemed to him that he and this girl were much closer at that time. The young man was so immersed in his memories that his interlocutor had to raise her voice a little to attract his attention, where the girl cheerfully suggested that her beauty had only made the guy lose his head and connection with reality. At some point, the conversation of the young people was interrupted by someone's joyful exclamation, which indicated that Emily had just been recognized as a famous actress. The girl easily agreed to give an autograph to one of her devoted fans, who really liked the TV series with her. What surprised Arthur was that his friend started acting in TV series. Emily was amazed that the young man didn't even know how dramatically her career had turned. After all, Arthur really believed that she was still a singer and gave concerts. Noticing that the guy was completely behind the times in his village, the girl advised him to at least turn on the TV occasionally. Having apologized for this misunderstanding, the young man mentally noted that he really needed to watch the news from time to time. Well, Emily continued to tease the guy, saying that it was very sweet of him to forget about everyone around him. The young man was thinking that there was nothing cute about this, of course, and there couldn't be, when the whole hall suddenly became silent. And now everyone has focused their gaze on the musician who appeared on stage. The way Sebastian looked today was simply heaven and earth compared to the way he appeared to Arthur twice. Silently approaching his instrument, the man bowed to his listeners. At that moment, Emily whispered that she was literally filled with a feeling of fear. In response to Arthur's question, she explained that everyone had known for a long time that Sebastian had big problems with his hand. And so today, he is taking a very big risk by deciding to perform in the face of such a problem. And then the young man said that he had some information that no one else had yet. The maestro had already started playing when Arthur said that the man's hand was completely healed. Not believing what she was hearing, Emily caught every sound Sebastian made from his instrument. Well, the young man simply enjoyed the man's game, which was truly amazing and exceeded all his best expectations. Now Emily, listening to these magical sounds, believed that her idol's hand was completely healed. In his usual cheerful and carefree manner, the man called the young man over to him. Laughing, he noted that he had no doubt that his girlfriend would have the second ticket, to which Arthur had to explain that Emily was only his friend. The girl herself was very angry at the guy for not even telling her that he personally knew Sebastian. When asked how he performed, Arthur immediately said that it was simply amazing. While sitting on the sofa to the side, Rupert coldly noted that it was not bad at the beginning, but in the middle the man sped up a lot. Before he could finish criticizing, the maestro's butterfly immediately flew into his face. Sebastian said that he had not asked Rupert's opinion at all, but that he had advised him to take any criticism calmly. Once again, with a slight smile on his face, the young man watched as these bosom friends argued among themselves. He said again that the performance had been excellent, and Emily, looking out from behind him, was amazed to recognize one of the debaters as the famous artist Rupert Eddington. When the girl asked how he knew such famous people, the young man said that these two were regular customers of his restaurant. And now she was asking for the address of the restaurant, claiming that she really loved to eat and would also become a regular visitor. Then it came to getting an autograph from Emily's idol, who was incredibly happy with such luck. Looking at Sebastian, she declared that his performance today was amazing. And while he was answering, saying that he tried, the girl added that it would definitely go down in history as one of the best. When Sebastian spoke about how things had turned out well, he winked at Arthur, who was standing next to him. But he pretended not to understand at all what was being discussed, which made the maestro burst into loud laughter again, declaring that it really didn't matter anymore. Rupert watched the whole company calmly, continuing to sit on the sofa with a mug of coffee. At the end of the conversation, the musician nevertheless expressed his sincere gratitude to Arthur for everything he did for him. Accepting it, the young man replied with a smile that it was not difficult. Sometime later, the young man was sitting by the lake in the company of Kang Hyun and Bublik. He hadn't been much of a fishing enthusiast before, and now he noted that this activity was truly calming, which the knight sitting next to him agreed with. Looking at Bublik, the young man noticed that he too was ready to fall into a deep sleep, since he was also very tired after training. But at some point, the guy had one question for his fishing companion, where he still could not understand why the man refused to use the spinning rods that he brought with him. And the knight explained that in these places, fishing is more like a real battle. Arthur didn't have time to digest what he heard when he suddenly saw that the fishing rod in Kogemian's hands began to vibrate strongly. Delighted by the bite, the man pulled the massive stick towards himself with all his might. The fish was already in the air when he noted that the fish here were quite large, where Arthur's fishing rods would simply break. Watching the flight of the fish, the size of which blocked the sun from the young man, the guy could not utter a word. The only thought that crossed his mind was whether this monster could really be called a fish. The knight managed to pull the guy away from the place where his huge catch landed in time. He was delighted with such success, and the guy under his armpit noticed that the movement of the fins of this giant created powerful air currents. While examining the monster, Arthur listened to Kogemian's words that the specimen they had come across was not very fat. For the cook, this meant that the fish could be used to make an excellent spicy stew. The man watched, fascinated, every movement of the young man's hands, where he noted with satisfaction that Arthur was definitely on friendly terms with a knife, which the young man did not object to while continuing to cut up the catch and confirmed that this was a necessary skill for a cook. Arthur was very surprised when Kogemian called the pieces he separated small, because in fact they were huge. When the guy asked if all the fish in this pond were that big, the knight replied that not all were, But this fish had some kind of strange energy. This place was something like a border zone of 3 races, which is why all the other living creatures living nearby had sizes that were not typical for them. Kogamian noted quite cheerfully that the guy would never meet such a muscular rabbit as the one that lived here anywhere else. After thinking for a while, the man asked what kind of rabbits lived in the places where Arthur came from. And the young man explained that their rabbits are small and fluffy, and overall look very cute. Then his interlocutor said that they also have the same kind in other parts of the forests. This was surprising to the young man, and Kogamian had already changed the subject, saying that he was very hungry. Taking out a large pot, the young man was glad that he had decided to take it with him today. When the man asked whether he should throw away the bones left after cutting up the fish, Arthur explained that they would be useful for making a rich broth. And now some of the ingredients have already gone into the pot, and the cook only has time to skim off the foam. In order to minimize the fishy smell, it was necessary to add seasonings with herbs, and also to cook without covering with a lid. After some time, Kogamiun and Bublik were already standing there, drooling and waiting for the moment when they could try the new dish. The man was about to start taking the sample, but Arthur stopped his impulse. To the surprised looks of Kogamiun and Bublik, he explained that they only had bones in the pot, but they also needed meat. Where today he decided to please his friends with the freshest sashimi he had just prepared. The man was surprised that raw fish could be cooked and eaten this way, and the young man added that one shouldn't forget about sauces. As soon as he tried the first piece, he immediately returned to the moment when he was just pulling this fish out of the water. Kogamian never ceased to be amazed that simple raw fish with sauces could be so delicious. He really liked a certain incredibly spicy green sauce, which literally brought tears to his eyes. While pouring the soup, Arthur explained that it was wasabi, which is usually served with sashimi in their area. Soon the man moved on to tasting the soup, but at some point he literally fell onto the grass. When the young man asked what had happened, the knight explained that something was missing to complete the experience. After a few minutes, 2 glasses with a clear liquid inside connected with a loud sound. After a short toast, the knight began to try the new type of alcohol. The flavor was simply incredible and complemented both the sashimi and the hot, spicy soup perfectly. With a completely satisfied face, Kogamian declared that whoever came up with such a combination of food and drink was definitely a genius. Then he asked the guy if he, too, felt that pleasant heat inside his body. Having answered that he also felt the heat, the young man also noted that he had assumed the taste of the fish would be similar to the flounder from his area. But as it turned out, this fish reminded him more of sea bass. After listening to the guy, the knight noted that he was a cook. Therefore, he knew better. Glad that his sense of taste had almost completely returned, Arthur agreed with this argument. He remembered his recent torments while preparing certain dishes. Then he tried to figure out what kind of sauce to make to cover up the strong smell of the fruit. Even then, he caught himself thinking that he had always been able to sense taste perfectly well. But something strange was starting to happen to his sense of taste. Now the young man felt absolutely happy, because he could enjoy the taste of the food. Having petted his dear Bublik, the young man noted that now he would be able to let him try many more different dishes. Hearing this, Kogamian cheerfully declared that he was ready to try all of his dishes right now. While drinking alcohol, the day and evening flew by rather quickly. And now, in another world, another beautiful starry night has arrived. With great difficulty, with shaking arms and legs, the young man somehow crawled out of his tent in search of some kind of liquid. He was already cursing himself for having decided to join the night in such a copious consumption of alcohol, which he himself had brought. At some point, his drinking buddy also came to his senses and was frightenedly asking what time it was, since his wife had asked him to come back early today. Continuing to stay outside, where it was much cooler and better for the hangover, the young man enjoyed the night breeze. Suddenly he noticed someone's silhouette not far from him, where the late guest was apparently also enjoying the evening coolness. At first, the young man could not understand who had decided to visit him here at night. But turning around, the elf he already knew, whose name he learned was Arella, greeted Arthur. The young man was glad to see the girl because he would really like to meet her again. In response to his gratitude for the previous advice, the girl replied that she was always happy to help in any way she could. After this, the young man expressed his desire to treat her to something as a token of gratitude, since she had appeared here. Having asked her to wait a little, the young man tried to get to his feet. When he failed to do this, Arella noted that she did not really want to eat food prepared by someone who could not even stand on his feet, but at the same time, she wanted to offer the guy something. When Arthur inquired about the nature of the proposal, Arella summoned her bird, which accompanied her everywhere. When Vikna settled on her forearm, the elf remembered the boy's words about him being able to see her. Looking at the bird, the young man confirmed this again. And then Arella explained that usually people can't see spirits like her Vikna because they don't have the same strong connection to nature that elves have. But Arthur, who until now had been a strange man to her, someone who had appeared out of nowhere, for some reason could see spirits. This made the girl think that there might be some deeper meaning to it. And so today, she came here to offer the guy to try to get his spirit. She went on to say that this was not something like getting a pet, but a mutually beneficial cooperation between two beings from different worlds. And since the young man sees her Vikna, this means that he is quite capable of connecting himself with some spirit. And now she was already asking Arthur whether he would like to try to contact the spirit. The young man made it clear to the girl that he understood everything she said, but his stomach no longer allowed him to continue this fascinating dialogue. And a moment later, the guy literally turned inside out, which was a logical consequence of the fact that he had overdone it with alcohol. In the morning, the young man had to apologize to the girl for what she had seen yesterday. He said something about how he had shown his less-than-ideal side yesterday, but Arella was understanding. Bublik listened with great interest to the young man's reasoning about the elf's proposal to begin cooperating with the spirit. The young man spoke of great responsibility, but Bublik imagined it in his own way, deciding that his man had decided to get another pet of a larger size. And now the little wolf with its little paw was already attracting Arthur's attention. His whole appearance indicated that he didn't need another pet at all, where only Bublik himself was enough. Arthur looked at the expression on the wolf's face, trying to figure out what he was thinking about. Having decided that Bublik wanted a friend, the young man immediately agreed to establish a connection, which greatly enraged the white wolf cub. While Arella was expressing her joyful emotions regarding the decision made, Bublik was showing the guy how unpleasant this decision was for him. And now she was already handing something to the guy, saying that now he should change into the summoner's costume. For Arthur, the suit was certainly a questionable choice of clothing, but Arella found it to be a delightful fit. When asked if he really needed to be in this, the girl stated that all these objects improve the connection with the spirit world. But the young man noted that despite this, he felt literally naked. He was shocked when his interlocutor told him that in this summoner suit, her grandfather had established a connection with the spirit. She then instructed the guy to think about what kind of spirit he would like to have as a partner. The boy tried to say that it didn't matter, but Arella insisted, explaining that age, values, and other qualities that the summoner would think about could have a strong influence on the result. After which, Arella began to use some ancient magic, saying that it would not take much time to summon the spirit. The young man watched with some amazement as some energy flows appeared above him, in which, after a few more seconds, some spots glowing in different colors appeared. Realizing that these were spirits, Arthur began to think about which spirit he would like to establish contact with. When the thought formed in his head that the main quality of the spirit should not be picky about food, the orange spot rapidly spiraled downwards. Arella, who was watching what was happening, immediately noted that luck had smiled on the guy and the highest spirit had descended upon him. Rejoicing at such luck, Arthur carefully watched what the orange clot was transforming into. He expected to see anything except some strange little creature that reminded him of a hamster. And so the young man, squatting down, looked at the spirit, and the spirit stood and looked at the man. The young man greeted him, and the little creature, looking at the man, noted that he looked simply delightful. But suddenly this little hamster grabbed his head and began to quickly burrow underground like a mole. In an instant, this small creature dug a trench underground to the sacred wolf, which forced the fugitive to stop and appear on the surface. Looking closely at the spirit, Arella noticed that he was able to use 2 elements, which is an extremely rare thing. Looking at the hamster, the young man asked what elements were accessible to this spirit, and the girl explained that the first element is earth, and this baby can also breathe fire. While she was explaining all this, the wolf tried to push the creature back underground. But overall, he was happy with the fact that Arthur didn't get a big dog as a partner. The young man had one last thing to do: give his spirit some name so that the connection would become strong. The guy had a hard time with this, and now he started going through the names of cartoon characters he knew in his head. But it was all wrong. Having picked up the hamster that Bublik had slightly knocked down, the young man looked at it carefully. After thinking for a while, Arthur finally decided that since he had named the wolf Bublik, then the name Bun would be quite suitable for this little girl. The summoning ceremony was completed. The young man changed into his own clothes, and the elf began to say goodbye to him, saying that it was time for her to continue patrolling the forest. But the young man suddenly stopped her, grabbing her hand, which even scared Arella a little. Arthur said in all seriousness that he couldn't just let the girl go, and now she was clutching a burger in her hands, listening to the young man's words about how he had prepared many of them especially for her. Arella hadn't eaten anything since yesterday evening, so the offer of a snack was very welcome. When asked what it was, Arthur explained that it was one of the dishes from his homeland that everyone ate quite often. The wolf was also not averse to having a snack, while the elf looked with interest at what she was about to try. Having finally made up her mind, the girl took a bite of this vegetarian burger, which was specially prepared for her, who does not eat meat. At that very moment, she noted not only that the bread was incredibly tasty, but also how well the different vegetables and some sauces went together. Arella couldn't believe that human cuisine had developed so much. She was beginning to suspect that the guy was from somewhere else entirely, as he expressed his satisfaction that his guest had enjoyed it. Continuing to chew, the girl looked intently at the young man. She voiced her thoughts out loud that the cook she met was actually a very mysterious person. Having finished one burger, the girl asked for more, and Arthur, having fulfilled her request, said that he would also give her some to take away. Sitting on the floor, Camilla carefully folded clean clothes into different piles. She was distracted by her daughter, who asked permission to watch a little TV and was immediately granted it. Joyfully turning on the TV, Daniela was already looking forward to watching cartoons, but her mother reminded her that she shouldn't be too close to the screen. At some point, the girl suddenly fell silent, staring at the burning screen, which even alerted Camilla. And so Daniela, confused, told her mother that for some reason their chef was being shown on TV. Looking at the picture, which really showed the cooking show in which Arthur had recently participated, the girl was no less surprised than her daughter. The wolf did not take his voice off the new creature that had appeared in the house, which was behaving very strangely. Arthur, who appeared next to them, noticed that Bun still wasn't feeling very well. To Bublik's delight, the young man placed 2 plates on the floor with the meat he had prepared, which he hoped would please his spirit. And the little girl didn't refuse the treat, even though she continued to be very sad. Smiling, the young man noted that she and his Bublik were very similar in their commitment to his cuisine. He suddenly remembered Arella's words about spirits taking the form of animals when they establish a connection with a person. She also said that spirits feed on special energy, and therefore, in general, you don't have to feed them at all, but if you give them something, they will eat it. This made the guy think about Bun's condition and think that she probably needed some kind of uncooked food. And now his spirit was already sitting and with great pleasure gobbling up the carrot the guy had brought. The fact that Bun's condition changed for the better after that made Arthur happy. But Bublik looked at the plate of carrots without enthusiasm. The sound of the doorbell made the young man shift his attention, but none of his little guests dared to come in and start a conversation, where all they did was cautiously look out and try to send each other to be the first to speak to the screen star. When Peter finally decided to come in, the young man asked what had happened to him and his friends today. But instead of answering the question, the boy shouted that he could not even imagine that a real star lived next to them. All the other children began to reproach the boy for not telling them anything about himself. Arthur tried to get some explanation from Peter, but he suddenly rushed away, shouting that the star was talking to him. On the street, he and his friends were heatedly discussing the fact that for the first time in their lives, they were seeing in person someone they had seen on TV, and they decided that they should somehow get an autograph. Well, the restaurant owner remained in a state of complete bewilderment regarding the scene that had taken place. At some point, his attention was drawn to a vehicle that creaked to a stop nearby. The man who delivered a certain poster asked the young man where he could put it. An astonished Arthur said that he had not ordered anything, assuming that the courier had simply given the wrong address. But then the man unwrapped what he had delivered, and the young man was shocked by what he read on the banner. Only now did the young man realize that a cooking show with his participation was supposed to go on air in a few days. Before he could fully comprehend this, the village elder suddenly contacted the entire village via the early warning system. After expressing his hope that everyone was doing well, the old man said that he had one small announcement to make, where he said that today there would be a public showing of the show with the participation of their dear chef Arthur Green, which brought the latter into even greater shock. Not knowing who was standing in front of him and assuming that it was some artist, the courier asked for an autograph. For the first time in his life, the young man arrived at this place for a general meeting of all residents and immediately to watch himself on a TV show. Looking at his little friends, the young man said that they had no choice anyway, suggesting that they go inside. Carefully opening the door, the young man asked if there was anyone inside yet, where his appearance clearly distracted Patrick from some very important action in which the image of Arthur was involved. When the young man asked why his poster was there, The headman confusedly stated that he simply wanted to make it a surprise, where he printed a sufficient number of such posters, which he intended to distribute to everyone after the viewing. The young man certainly couldn't allow his face to hang in every home, and soon destroyed all the posters. Returning inside and sitting down at the table, he noted that he would not have to appear on the street at all if every house had such a poster hanging. Old Lady Ricarda, who was standing next to him, noted that there was nothing to be ashamed of or embarrassed about. But the young man said that he has not been looking for such large-scale popularity for a long time, remembering how much haters pestered him with their messages and comments online. Therefore, now he would be very grateful if there was less public attention directed at him. Then the old woman asked why the young man decided that he would be hated here in the same way. But the guy still had a picture in his memory where his popularity had played out for the worse, and even his closest colleagues had turned against him. As if reading his thoughts, Ricarda declared that the young man did not need to think about the past and remember those unworthy people. Smiling, he thanked his interlocutor for this wise advice. Then another woman appeared in the room, bringing with her refreshments for everyone gathered. And now, in front of the young man stood a portion of mild Korean samgyetang soup, which was good and in demand in hot weather. Noticing that it had been a while since he had tried food prepared by someone else, Arthur immediately began sampling it. He immediately realized that the woman had cooked the soup for a long time so that the rice would be soaked in flavor, and had also added a lot of seasonings. However, the soup was incredibly tasty. You could immediately tell that she cooked it with her heart and soul. At some point, the guy noticed how Bublik and Balochka, who had arrived with him, were literally drooling. With whom, of course, he shared the excellent chicken meat from his soup. When everyone had eaten and drunk a little, the headman decided that it was time to begin the viewing, for which everyone had gathered today. Even Arthur was surprised when the hosts said that the video of his first appearance on the show was quite difficult to find, but they were able to do so. At that time, the boy was only 14 years old, but he already possessed incredible talent. For the young man, the showing of this ancient video was a real surprise, and he could not recover from the emotions he received for a long time. But everyone else clearly liked what a professional he is and the fact that he was publicly called the pride of the country. The boy hid his flushed face as Patrick loudly declared that the boy was magnificent. But Arthur didn't listen to what he was saying, cursing the producer who decided to give more airtime to the winner at the expense of showing footage from previous years. For quite a long time, calls to drink to the pride of the country that lives right in this village could be heard from this building. About a week passed after this show, and the elder who visited the young man asked how things were going with the national treasure. Every now and then, children who crossed Arthur's path also constantly asked him how he was feeling. And when he received a message from Nagel, who was not stingy with sarcasm, the young man turned to Bun. Reminding her of her talent for digging, he asked her to dig a hole about his own size so that he could bury one mocker there. Having stated that training was over for today, Eraton also added that the guy was making noticeable progress. The young man understood that he did everything better when his head was free of any thoughts. In this world, he felt quite comfortable, watching his spirit and pet dig the earth. It also didn't escape Arthur's attention that Bun was also feeling much better here. When his trainer asked him who Bun was, the young man replied that it was a spirit with whom he now had a connection. He also told Eraton that she was now right next to his Bublik, digging the ground. And when he noticed that his elf friend had helped him get the spirit, the beast man suddenly picked up a stone from the grass. And suddenly, with all his might, Eraton threw the stone he had lifted. Looking at how the stone broke through the bark of the tree, entering its trunk, Arella noted out loud that this creature was truly wild. Well, Eraton, who had managed to get closer to the tree where she was, reminded her of his demand not to approach this man. With an incredibly menacing look, he tried to find out from the representative of the elven race what she was planning. Casting a pitiful glance at her interlocutor, Arella noted that the whole problem with the beastmen was that they were too cruel and rude. The enraged Eraton was already ready to enter into open confrontation, but Arthur arrived in time and began to calm his ardor. Not understanding why his coach was suddenly so angry, the young man suggested that they discuss everything calmly. First of all, the guy was interested in how they understood each other, because last time Eraton could not understand Kogemian's speech. Unexpectedly, Arella, who had managed to jump from the tree, gave him an answer. The girl explained that elves, and especially rangers like her, know at least 3 languages, and she even had the chance to learn the most ancient language. But for Eraton, this was not at all surprising, because he knew that the elf simply lived in the times when that ancient language was used, and she was tens, if not hundreds of times older than Arthur. However, the hostility did not subside, and the young man had to remind that interracial strife was prohibited by the treaty. At that moment, Kogemian appeared nearby, noting that it was time for him and Arthur to train. Seeing that all three representatives of different races had gathered in one place, Bublik and Bulochka prepared to watch an interesting spectacle, thinking about who would win. At one point, the young man declared that all those gathered were his friends, and therefore he did not want them to fight at all. Having seated them all in front of him, he decided to begin by simply introducing the three representatives of the three races. The guy wanted to tell Kogemian that he would translate the speech, but he boasted about the translation artifact that he had acquired for himself. He began by telling everyone present his name and position as captain of the knights. Next to introduce herself was Arella, who called herself a very ordinary forest ranger. The last one to introduce himself to the whole company was Eraton, who simply stated his name. At this point, the short conversation between the representatives of the three races ended, and a ringing silence reigned around. The young man was acutely aware of the awkwardness that hung in the air next to the silence, but he knew exactly what to do in such situations, asking just in case whether his comrades liked something spicy. After all, now he is going to prepare a very tasty dish that is very popular where he came from. This was the young man's plan, to cook something tasty and unite his friends in one meal. While he was busy with his business, Kogemian suddenly spoke up, noting that an incredible amount of time had passed since the end of the war, where he noted that since then the races have not interacted with each other in any way, each living its own life. But they were able to gather together some cook who appeared to them from nowhere. This led the man to think that this young man could be a messenger of the gods. This combination of messenger of the gods and cook greatly amused Arella. But at the same time, to the surprise of Eraton, who was sitting next to her, she agreed with this assumption, adding that because this guy was very unusual, she suggested that he establish a connection with the spirit. Noticing the beastman's sidelong glance, the girl added that she had no intention of harming Arthur, and so he finally gave in, saying that he was ready to believe the words of his interlocutor. While preparing food, the young man noticed how his friends suddenly began to engage in constructive dialogues. He picked up the pace, and soon the rice with scrambled eggs and meat in a fragrant, spicy sauce was ready. As he set out the filled plates, inviting them to continue the conversation over the meal, everyone gathered could not help but notice the incredible aroma of the dish. But the young man experienced real horror when he heard Eraton's remark that, according to his information, elves cannot eat meat, something Arthur had completely forgotten. Eraton was about to take Arella's portion for himself, but she suddenly said that she didn't eat meat only because she didn't want to kill living beings, and not because she couldn't. And in order to eat this meat, she just needs to thank the animal that fed her. Meanwhile, Kogemian had already managed to try the dish, experiencing incredible taste sensations from the spiciness of the dish. Even though there was a real fire burning in the beastman's mouth, he couldn't stop eating this delicacy. Arella also noted that the dish was incredibly spicy, but the rice and egg helped to put out the flames. Naturally, Kogemian was the first to say that a couple of shots wouldn't hurt right now. Arthur immediately fulfilled his wish by pouring him a drink. Now the knight could say with absolute certainty that he was practically in heaven. Bagel and Bun were also devouring this dish, and at some point the knight said that he had already drunk it, which meant he would not be able to conduct the training. Meanwhile, Eraton decided to try the drink, mentally noting that the last time he brought something different to their settlement. During the meal, Kogemian suddenly remembered the young man's desire to give the beastman access to spices, and now he was informing the guy that someone had agreed to discuss this issue with him. The young man was quite surprised when the man said that they would soon meet his master. In response to Arthur's question, he explained that spices were considered a very valuable commodity, and therefore it was necessary to obtain permission to trade from the local lord. But the young man was most frightened when his interlocutor said that the lord himself really wanted to meet him. He immediately began to say that this was just a thought, because the Beastman tribe itself could speak out against trade. When asked by Eraton, who heard everything, the guy explained that he simply wanted to diversify their cuisine, which required buying spices from people. With a surprised face, Eraton asked if Arthur really wanted them to trade with humans. He wanted to explain something, but Kogemian beat him to it, asking the Beastman what they were losing from this. He reminded him that trade between the races had taken place before the Great War, hundreds of years ago, and it could be revived. To everyone's surprise, Eraton, after a short pause, declared that he agreed with the man's opinion. Arthur looked at him with astonishment when he added that the final word, in any case, was with the leader. But he is sure that Kalasi will not mind, since the mood in the tribe is very good after the young man taught them how to cook properly. And so, thanks to Arthur, the entire tribe's opinion of the human race changed greatly in a positive direction, which makes it much easier to negotiate mutually beneficial trade. After drinking some more, the man turned to the elf, asking her what she thought about this, and the girl stated that most of her relatives personally participated in that war, and therefore it would be much more difficult for their race to establish interaction. Listening to her, the young man looked at Arella with an understanding look. And then the elf added that she personally was convinced that everything could soon change for the better. While she was saying this, Arthur was literally attacked by his top and little spirit, demanding more. Already well drunk, Kogemian stated that he found it quite surprising that 3 races were able to conduct a dialogue. But at the same time, he called for an end to business talk, turning the company's attention to the drinks at their disposal. After some time, the man literally demanded that his interlocutor repeat what he had just said. And Eraton repeated, once again declaring that he had taken up the training of Arthur in the martial arts of his tribe. Looking at his student, Kogemian noted that he had long since begun to notice changes in the boy's body, which was becoming stronger much faster than expected. And when he reproached him for not telling him anything, the young man laughingly added that so far he had only learned to move quickly on all 4s. He wanted to show the knight his skills, but suddenly realized that he was no longer able to, and the man stated that he definitely did not need 2 teachers. And now he has already offered Eraton a fight, where the loser will refuse to teach the boy. There was no need to offer him twice because he immediately agreed to enter into confrontation, squeezing the bottle with force. And while Arthur continued to try to imitate the beastman, his 2 friends had already come together in a confrontation through arm wrestling. While everyone was busy, Arella approached the young man and began to whisper something in his ear. After listening to her, Arthur noted that it would definitely be unnecessary for him to learn archery from her as well. But the girl did not back down, and now the guy was already saying that he did not intend to learn how to use a dagger just yet. Returning to his world, the young man tried to light the stove to start cooking. But the flame flared up only for a moment, indicating that either there was some kind of problem with the gas or something with the stove itself. He understood that even if he called someone, the problem would not be resolved before tomorrow. At the same time, he remembered that he had not had any visitors in the last 3 days, and therefore the stove might not be useful today. He was already glad that there would be no problem that would need to be solved somehow. But then the doorbell rang, and there in the restaurant stood the Oliver couple with their newborn daughter in a stroller. The first thing the young man did was ask about Linda's health, and she said that she was now feeling much better. Then he asked whether it was even possible to take a child of that age anywhere, and received a positive answer from the girl. Linda also added that she came here specifically to introduce her daughter to Arthur, but she fell asleep on the way. The guest also said that she and Ron decided to name the girl Rebecca. The young man was surprised at how small people can be, but Arthur could not touch such a little girl because he was simply afraid that he could accidentally injure her because she seemed very fragile. When the girl's parents convinced him that everything would be fine, he began disinfecting his hands. With a very careful movement, the young man literally touched the sleeping child's cheek with the tip of his finger. He was amazed at how soft and delicate her skin was. And while he was talking about how Rebecca was very gentle and soft, Bagel and Bun's ears perked up. And now both of his little friends were already demonstrating to him that they too were very soft, which he had to admit out loud. Meanwhile, Linda added that they wanted not only to introduce the young man to their daughter, but also to have a tasty snack. Hearing this, the young man invited the guests to take their places at the table while he cooked. But when he returned to the kitchen, he remembered with annoyance that he could not cook anything due to the lack of gas. Watching the short flashes of fire, the young man thought about what he should do now because he had promised to feed the guests. He was about to use his camping gear when he suddenly noticed his spirit. Arthur instantly remembered Arella's words about Bun having the ability to control fire. While he was busy with seafood, which he mixed with wine, he asked his spirit to melt butter in a frying pan. The bun was trying its best, and the young man only had time to stir the sautéed onions and garlic. While waiting for the treat, the couple continued to sit at the table, talking about their personal topics. When a plate appeared in front of the girl, from which a divine aroma emanated, she did not even immediately dare to touch this masterpiece. When the couple asked why they had gone to such trouble, Arthur explained that since they had stopped by the restaurant, they should try the appropriate food. Without any resistance, both Linda and Ron immediately sampled this delicious seafood dish, literally feeling the freshness of the waves. The girl also noted that there was practically no fishy smell or taste, where she thought there were nutty notes. Ron also appreciated the fact that the seafood was almost invisible, but still gave a sense of the sea. Finishing her portion, Linda cheerfully asked the guy to give her some more of the dish to take away. But the young man offered to give her the recipe, saying that he would hardly be able to prepare it today, because he remembered that his bun had gone completely flat while helping him prepare those 2 portions. She had really tried her best and was now lying on the stove, exhausted, trying to make it clear that she was actually okay. Meanwhile, events were developing in the settlement of humanoid creatures, where Araton came to talk to the leader. Quilasi thought very hard about his words about establishing trade with the human race. And her interlocutor also noted that the mood in their tribe had undergone significant changes after Arthur's appearance, which meant it was high time to make changes. Moreover, he sees this as an opportunity to become more powerful than other tribes. Looking at her loyal subject, the leader noted that she could not argue with such arguments. But then she noticed that not everyone in the tribe liked her decisions, where Bulmir almost completely stopped listening to her, and she was thinking about depriving him of the title of voivode. After some further thought, Quilasi instructed Araton to spread the word among the tribe that she was willing to trade with humans, because she believes that it is better to get rid of any problems that may arise in the future right away. Araton accepted the order, saying that he would first spread the rumor among Bulmir's loved ones. Having finished this conversation, Quilasi changed the subject, asking if he had seen her daughter, who had been absent again since the morning. When Araton said that in his opinion she was with her mother, all she could do was to note that this fidget had once again escaped. Exhaling heavily, Quilasi noted that she still had a lot to teach, because due to her forays, she still couldn't even talk properly. To which Araton noted that yesterday she had nevertheless already been able to say her first word, but no one had expected to hear such a word. As usual, the young man enjoyed the peace and quiet of the forest, comfortably seated in his camping chair. The young man was very scared when something quickly burst out of the bushes behind him, but when he saw the uninvited guest, it turned out to be Diane, who was screaming the word food at the top of her lungs. The young man was glad to see this girl, whom he had not seen for a long time. He also noticed, not without surprise, that she began to speak in which she used one word: food. But suddenly his little guest froze in place, as if concentrating and preparing for something. Very slowly, Diana began to remove her forelimbs from the grass, transferring her weight only to her hind legs. And so, meowing loudly with joy, she demonstrated to the guy how she had learned to rely only on her hind legs. Looking at all this, Arthur experienced the warmest feelings that can only be experienced by a person who sincerely rejoices in the success of his loved one. And now he was holding a pleased-with-himself cat girl in his arms, praising her for her achievements and development. He didn't understand what Diana wanted to tell him when she waved her arms and made incoherent sounds, where she thus tried to tell the young man about how Quilasi had trained her, forcing her to learn to stand up by her hind legs. And as motivation, her mother used the argument that as soon as she succeeded, her daughter would be able to see Arthur, who always had delicious food. The girl really hoped that she would be able to eat something tasty now, but suddenly someone's voice said that the guy was busy now. It was Kang Hyun, asking the little beast girl for forgiveness for ruining her hopes, and the young man confirmed that he would not be able to spend time with her now as he was busy with other things. But she had no intention of simply putting up with this state of affairs, and began to scream wildly and cling to the young man's leg. Arthur tried to calm Diana down as best he could, while holding his pants back as she was about to pull them off him. Watching this, the knight noted that no matter how much she wanted to go with them, it was better not to take a beastman cub with you to an ordinary human settlement. Exhaling heavily, the young man decided to resort to a surefire way to solve the impending problem. Taking out the whistle that Quilasi had once given him, he took a deep breath and blew into it. Araton appeared a moment later, asking what had happened to Arthur. The young man interrupted his questions by simply pointing at Diane, who was clinging to his leg. When the chieftain's daughter was already in Araton's strong arms, Arthur apologized to her, saying that it was all for her own good. And even though the guy promised to cook something tasty for her next time, this didn't change Diana's mood at all. After a short journey, the young man and the knight accompanying him entered the settlement. As it turned out, it was not just a city, but a settlement of a local lord of the human race. Kang Hyun also explained that this was also his place of work, since most of the knights lived here. Looking around and greeting the knights he knew from his last drinking session with them, Arthur thought at the same time about what kind of person this lord would turn out to be. A young man with rather pleasant features introduced himself as Collard Isambert, who was the lord here. Having greeted him in return, the young man, not without surprise, mentally noted that he turned out to be much friendlier than he had imagined. The first thing the Lord noticed was that he had long wanted to meet the one about whom there were so many rumors. After all, a man who is accompanied by a sacred white wolf and the captain of his knights calls a friend certainly deserves attention. Collard also named among the guy's merits the fact that he would defeat a squad of knights single-handedly, but Arthur explained that this was fiction. Kogemian, who had joined the conversation, noted that apparently the rumor about the guy's culinary skills had not yet spread. But the Lord denied this, saying that because of these rumors, his chief cook had already listed Arthur as one of his main enemies, which alarmed the knight. It was just a turn of phrase where, changing the subject, the Lord first said that he would be happy to try the guy's cuisine, and then suggested trying what his chefs were preparing. And the young man, of course, agreed to try the local cuisine. While the company was waiting for food to be served, the conversation turned to the trade between the human race and the beast race, where Arthur explained in great detail why they needed spices. When Collard said that his interlocutor really understood a lot about cooking, the young man said that he had been taught a lot at the educational institution. But this only made the Lord laugh and surprise him, as he had never heard of culinary schools existing. Quickly realizing that there might be nothing like that in this world, the young man quickly corrected himself, saying that he meant that he had a personal teacher abroad. Then Collard noted that he too had been abroad and studied there for some time. And then he began to inquire about what city Arthur was from, noting that he had been to many places but had never seen such clothes before. He literally stumped the young man with his questions about where the guy was from, because it was impossible to say that he came from another world. Noticing the young man's awkward position, Kogemian politely drew the Lord's attention. And now Collard was already apologizing for the fact that he had gotten a little carried away during the course of a fascinating conversation. Delighted that he would not have to answer the question, the young man immediately said that he held no grudge. And the Lord added that it was quite enough for him that Kogemian called the young man his friend. After all, the main thing now is not where the young man came from, but what he is going to organize. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and Collard allowed entry since they had come to set the table. Arthur looked in amazement at the way the servants observed court etiquette here. But at some point, the young man felt as if someone's intense gaze was burning right through him. It was the head chef in the Lord's kitchen, who was studying his potential competitor very carefully. Without taking his truly fiery gaze off the guy, the man was internally happy that he was finally able to see the one about whom so many rumors were circulating. Arthur seemed to him like a kind of demon who tempted everyone with his unknown dishes. Thinking that this upstart would now feel the gap between them, the Lord's cook wished the young man an appetite in such a tone that all desire to eat completely disappeared. Nevertheless, curiosity got the better of him because in his opinion, the Lord's table should have the best dishes. After trying the first dish, the young man immediately realized that goat's milk had been added to it. While he was thinking that the dish was too bland, his constant companions were also tasting what was served. Being absolutely convinced that this young man would definitely not be able to give him an assessment, the chef asked him how he found his dishes. Turning to the young man said that everything was prepared quite tasty. The steak was well done, the sausages were juicy, and the soup complemented it all perfectly. Completely satisfied with this review, the man thanked the guest in a very haughty tone. But at that moment, Kogemian remembered that Arthur also had some food with him that he had prepared, which he had taken specially. And now the young man has already opened the container, inviting everyone to try his potato pancakes. The cook looked at this unknown dish in complete bewilderment, and the Lord was very happy that he would finally be able to try what the guy from the rumors was cooking. Arthur did not deprive the Lord's chief cook of his attention, saying that there was also a sauce for these pancakes. Carefully examining the unknown dish, the man continued to think that no one would be able to cook something that would surpass the taste of his dish. While he was trying and not understanding how the guy managed to make one of the local vegetables, similar to the earthly potato, so pleasant to taste, behind his back, Bublik and Balochka were gobbling up the pancake. And so the cook felt that colossal difference between him and this guy, because his soup was also made from a potato analog, but he could not achieve such a delicate taste. This, under normal circumstances, was what was called the wall of experience and talent separating two people. Having cried out in tears that he would still show this impudent fellow, the cook quickly rushed out of the room. Although Kogemian offered to console the Lord for his cook, he cheerfully noted that rivalry always breeds growth in professionalism. After which Collard turned to Arthur, first saying that his food was very strange and tasty, and then adding that in fact the human race also wanted to trade with other races. He began by telling the boy that his family, the Izambers, had lived and guarded the border forests for centuries. Thanks to this, they practically monopolized interracial trade and were able to become one of the greatest families in the kingdom. But then the war came and everything his family had achieved went down the drain. Now he has long had a desire to return his family to greatness, and Arthur will be the one who will help him with this. Looking at the guy, who still didn't understand what was being discussed, Collart concluded that in the process of negotiations and establishing trade, the young man would become the middle independent party. After all, if we look at the truth, the tribe of beastmen do not trust the entire human race, but only Arthur. The bishop, who was in his office, could not believe what he had just been told. He asked for details about this news about interaction with the beastmen, and the reporter said that they had received fragments of information. The only thing she was sure of was that all of this was provoked by a man named Arthur, who had already appeared in the human settlement with a white wolf. Movers understood that trading with the beastmen could have an extremely negative impact on the teaching he was promoting, where these creatures were about to start walking among people. The number of followers and believers could decrease, which was absolutely unacceptable, but he also could not go against the Lord. And so he said that he would not stop the organization of business negotiations, and the girl's task was to find out where and when these negotiations would take place. Saying that God himself had sent them this opportunity, the man had already come up with a plan to disrupt the meeting, which would undermine the trust of both parties in this alien Arthur. Pleased with himself, the bishop rose from the table and headed towards the exit to conduct the afternoon service. With his arms joyfully spread out to the sides, he greeted all the followers of his faith. All those who came to the service were incredibly happy to see the priest who filled their hearts with faith. As they walked further into the spacious room, movers reminded them that they had to behave quietly in the church. He continued to talk about how such sacred places should be treated with respect when his attention was suddenly drawn to a little girl. When he asked her what she had in her hands, she explained that it was her favorite toy. The bishop began to admire the beautiful white puppy, but the girl interrupted him, saying that it was not a puppy, but a white wolf. The man was already taking the toy from her while she was talking about how it was now the most popular toy in their city, which brings good luck. But the evil priest coldly declared that all these tales about the luck and sacredness of the wolf were just bad rumors, where in fact the white wolf is evil. The child became hysterical as she watched this evil bishop take away her toy, thinking that he was the only one worthy of being called a saint here. Meanwhile, the young man sat in the room assigned to him, lost in thought. Of course, his thoughts were that he would have to act as a mediator in very important negotiations. These words of the Lord, which he voiced during the meal, did not leave the guy's head. Of course, Collart noted that Arthur would not have to do anything special, where his personal presence was the most important thing. But at the same time, the guy understood that he now had some kind of responsibility, where he would have preferred to simply be a cook at this event. While he was thinking, his faithful Bublik suddenly rushed to the bag, literally starting to climb inside. Noticing the strange behavior of the top, the young man asked him what he was doing. He shocked Bun when he said that if he was looking for pancakes, then unfortunately there were none left. After these words, a completely disappointed Bublik climbed out of the bag. Well, the guy's head began to be visited by useful thoughts, where the upcoming negotiations were, in essence, the most ordinary business meeting. And now he was fired up with the idea of softening the situation by preparing light snacks for everyone. The sun was slowly rising, heralding a new beautiful day in this world where Arthur was in the kitchen preparing for negotiations. Once again, he had the persistent feeling that he was being literally burned by a gaze. It was once again the Lord's first chef, who was incredibly angry that some alien had been allowed into his kitchen. Despite the fact that the kitchen was free at this time and the Lord had given his consent to cook, the cook still decided to monitor the young man's actions just in case. Having absolutely no idea what was there or where, the young man began looking for a knife. Without allowing anyone to dig anywhere, the man quickly slipped into the room and placed the item Arthur was looking for on the table. But he didn't stop because he still needed a cutting board. And once again, the rightful owner of this kitchen intervened, quickly providing the young man with what he needed. Considering this cruelty quite pleasant on the part of the cook, the young man thanked him for his concern. At first, Arthur thought about making something sweet, but then he decided that sweet pastries were not his specialty at all, and so he changed his mind. The man kept his eyes on what his young competitor, who had already proven himself with potato pancakes, was doing. Soon, the first cold appetizer was ready, which the Lord's cook looked at with some amazement. Well, the young man, showing maximum goodwill, offered to be the first to try it. When Arthur explained that it was a sandwich with cream cheese and salmon, the man wondered where the guy got such a colorful fish, which is not found in local waters. Deciding that he would know exactly what kind of fish it was, since he was familiar with all the ingredients in the world, the cook threw the whole thing into his mouth. The man was simply shocked by how fatty and yet tender this unknown fish was. Now he began to come to the conclusion that this young man had come straight from the royal kitchen, since nowhere else could such products be obtained and such recipes known. Well, the young man came closer, asking the taster how good his cold appetizer was. But he received no answer, where instead the man rushed away, shouting that this kitchen still belonged only to Giselle, meaning himself. Left alone, Arthur could now only guess whether the cook liked his snack or not. Because of the doubts that arose, the young man thought about involving a proven remedy in the tasting. Bublik, who was still sleeping, but the upcoming event was too important, and so he headed to his room for the wolf cub. At that moment, the bishop, waiting for the right moment to commit his crime, made his way into the kitchen. Taking out some kind of bottle and sprinkling its contents onto the dishes, movers assumed that if everyone got poisoned by the food prepared by Arthur, then there would be no more trust in him, which meant there would be no trade with the tribe. He made his mental apologies in advance to the Lord, who, like the others, would have to spend some time in the toilet. Well, as for not wishing evil on one's neighbor, the bishop was the first to know that his faith was in fact just a fiction. He hadn't sprinkled the light poison on all the dishes yet and was staring at one of the appetizers, recalling the rumors that Arthur was a wonderful cook. And so he finally decided to try the creation of the one whom everyone admires so much. From the very first bite, the bishop immediately felt as if one of the apostles had personally descended to earth to hand him this delicious snack. It was as if he had felt the real presence of God for the first time. The man was brought out of his state of euphoria by the voice of the young man returning. Returning to the kitchen with a sleepy Bublik in his arms, the young man was very surprised to notice how some shadow quickly disappeared down the corridor. But the guy had no time for that now because, apologizing for disturbing his pet's sleep, the young man asked him to try some of the snacks. Taking one of the sandwiches in his hands, the young man said that it would probably be better to start with this appetizer. But Bublik didn't need an invitation, where he was already calmly gobbling up all the snacks from this tray. This really horrified Arthur, because the top literally devoured everything he had prepared for the event. But when Bublik finished with one tray, for some reason he was in no hurry to eat the snacks from the other. Having decided that he simply didn't like fish, the young man was about to put him down on the floor and send him into the room. But suddenly his top began to work its paws very quickly, turning into mush those snacks on which the bishop had managed to sprinkle poison. When there was absolutely nothing left on the table, the young man sank to his knees in despair, as it was a complete failure. Threatening Bublik that he would go without dinner for his pranks, Arthur tried to figure out how to get out of the current situation. There were still some ingredients left, but there was no bread to put them on. Consequently, one could forget about putting cold appetizers on the table during the negotiations. At some point, the guy's attention was drawn to a jar standing nearby, which contained something that looked like cookies. The young man quickly approached and tried what was in the jar. It reminded him of a cracker from his world, only not very sweet, but not quite salty either. Well, what was in the jar was more than enough for a new version of a light snack. Where these crackers the genius chef decided to use instead of a bread base. While clutching another snack in her fingers, Kulashi couldn't stop and constantly admired Arthur's talent. The Lord did not hide his sincere admiration, and also managed to try different types of snacks. And when asked what it was called, the young man explained that it was one of the varieties of canapés. He then explained that these snacks are often used as an aperitif and can be prepared from a variety of ingredients, where variety can be found not only in the filling, but also in the base of these snacks, which in this case are cookies. Kogamian and Eraton, who were outside the negotiation room, were also not left without refreshments. While finishing her next snack, Kulasi noted that she was now only more convinced that all of Arthur's undertakings were correct. The Lord also fully agreed with the leader of the tribe, with whom the human race was about to establish trade for the first time in a long time. And so both negotiators simultaneously looked at the mediator sitting at the head of the table. Noticing these glances, Arthur felt a slight discomfort, looking first at Kulasi, then at Kolart. But the chieftain declared that she accepted the terms of trade that had been announced by the Lord, which pleased all parties involved. After the signing of the trade treaty, this fateful and historic meeting was over, and the Beastmen representatives left on a good note. Saying goodbye to his new partners, the Lord noted that everything worked out successfully solely due to Arthur's efforts. The young man tried to say that he hadn't really done anything, but Kolart insisted that today's success was entirely his doing. And after that, the Lord cheerfully added that although the coordinator of the trading process is not an easy position, he is sure that the guy will cope. The young man did not immediately understand what his interlocutor had just told him about a certain coordinator. And when he asked who he meant by calling him a coordinator, Kolart silently pointed his hand at his interlocutor, which finally left him completely perplexed, where he, not having managed to finish being a mediator in the negotiations, had already become responsible for something else. At the same time, Kilasi, accompanied by Eraton, who was laden with gifts, was heading back to his tribe. Turning to the leader, her companion asked whether it was worth appointing Arthur as the coordinator of the trade process, since many could have handled this task. And the girl explained that she once heard the opinion that a high position is very important for every person. Oaths and promises mean nothing to people, and so, in her opinion, it would be safer for their side. After this, Eraton asked Kilasi's opinion on whether the laws of this world applied to Arthur. She laughed and replied that most likely not, since Diora was constantly biting into him and he was still alive and well. Once again, a famous artist and musician came to the guy's restaurant to have a bite to eat. At some point, Rupert announced that he planned to move to the village entirely, which was news not only to the restaurant owner, but also to Sebastian, who thought he knew everything about his friend. When asked why he decided to take such a step, the man explained that he himself had wanted this for a long time, but the other day he had a drink with the headman. And when he woke up the next day, it turned out that the process of his move had already begun. This made Sebastian wonder if he should consider moving here full-time as well. While the company was talking, the doorbell rang and the Oliver couple appeared in the room in the company of their little daughter. Missing the baby very much, Arthur immediately rushed to the stroller to say hello to her. This time, Rebecca was awake and responded to the greeting with her childish, incoherent sounds. The young man was incredibly pleased to see the little girl looking at him and waving her little hands. Here, the guy's attention was drawn to Peter, who was also in the restaurant. He reproached Arthur for not even noticing him, even though he had come with the Olivers. Realizing how unfairly he had acted, the young man immediately began to apologize to the boy. And now he was already offering Peter to cook him the most delicious thing he could possibly wish for. Of course, the guy was interested in the prospect of having the opportunity to order whatever he wanted. Turning to Arthur, he asked if he could really ask for anything, which the young man immediately confirmed. Peter took advantage of the situation immediately, but he didn't ask for any food, but said that he wanted to go to the lake. The young man did not expect such an unexpected request, thinking that he would be able to satisfy the boy's needs with food. The landscapes around the lake in Arthur's familiar world were also beautiful. One of the children spoke admiringly about how Arthur was now like a genie, granting any wishes, which Nigel immediately wanted to take advantage of, saying that he had wishes too, where his deepest desire was for Arthur to finally get a driver's license. Recalling the preparations, the young man noted that he wanted to rent a car for the trip, but he really did not have a license to drive a vehicle. Now he expressed sincere gratitude to his friend, offering him a rest in some nearby cafe if he was tired. But Nigel said he could relax here too, floating on the lake and sipping cool lemonade. Daniela, noticing a round and very attractively colored object in her mother's hands, suggested playing volleyball with this ball. Well, the old guard, who were also present at this picnic by the lake, were already preparing to have a good drink. The young man, in the company of Bublik and Bulochka, took turns looking at everyone who had joined this vacation that he had organized at Peter's request. The children had already climbed into the water, and after some quiet negotiations among themselves, they quietly swam up to Nigel and turned over his floating device. Before they could start laughing, a thick stream of water suddenly flew into the face of each of them, where Nigel, who appeared from the water and armed with a water cannon, imitated the Terminator and said that he was now eliminating the pranksters. In a show of violence, he began to shoot water into the air in a chaotic manner, and the children ran away. Arthur and Daniela also exchanged fire with water pistols, which were slightly simpler than Nigel's weapon, and suddenly a large and powerful stream of water hit each of them. Thus, Nigel challenged his friend to an open water confrontation, demanding that the cook show what he was worth. Meanwhile, Bublik and his friend Bulochka successfully requisitioned and mastered the freed-up watercraft. All the old guard and Camilla watched from the shore as everyone else was having fun in the water. At some point, both friends, soaking wet, noticed that they were very tired, as it turned out to be quite difficult to play for a long time. But the children continued to have fun, not at all tired, but as if they had just begun to gain momentum in the game. Daniela's mother suggested that they all go together to a cafe located nearby, but Arthur said that he had prepared everything and taken it with him. As soon as he said this, Patrick became active and started shouting at the top of his lungs about how it would be nice to have a snack of chicken stew at the lake today. It is for this reason that he also suggests going to a cafe, since only such a dish can complement such a wonderful vacation. Laughing, Arthur suddenly declared that the headman was greatly underestimating him. Hearing this, the old man became completely attentive, already beginning to understand why the guy had expressed himself that way. And he turned out to be right, because the young man really did cook chicken stew with vegetables. Nigel, comfortably settled in a hammock, generally noted that no one eats hot stew while on the lake. But Arthur, who had already managed to light a fire, disagreed with him, telling him to show respect for his work. After all, he spent a lot of time collecting all the necessary ingredients, where they even tried to sell him a live chicken. And then there was the procedure of properly cutting up the chicken carcass in order to prevent an unpleasant smell. And what efforts it cost him to keep his little wolf from trying to eat the prepared dish. So now the young man literally demanded that his work be appreciated. Two friends from the world of high creativity had already managed to get quite drunk and were practically asleep at the table. The first to come to his senses was Sebastian, who smelled this incredibly delicious aroma. Noticing that his drinking companions were coming to their senses, the headman noted that they had arrived just in time. The musician and artist immediately understood from the smell that today their chef friend would be treating everyone to chicken stew. The entire old guard could not contain their emotions as the young man served the dish heated over the fire. As in his restaurant, he thanked all his friends for waiting and invited them to the table. Watching the boy's actions, Sebastian noted that in his opinion, Arthur was an expert only in Italian cuisine. But now he sees that he was wrong. Rupert, meanwhile, had already begun his first tasting, instantly judging the dish to be one of the best he had ever tried. While his friend admired the broth, Sebastian praised the tender meat that melted in the mouth along with the vegetables. Patrick, having eaten a few spoonfuls of stew, did not forget to have a shot along the way. With an incredibly satisfied face, he noticed that after the fatty broth, the alcohol flowed very well down the esophagus. Sitting at a separate table, the children asked what was going on at the old people's table, to which Nigel immediately explained that it was reflecting the miraculous reaction of fresh air and alcohol. Arthur was standing a little to the side, very worried that his hungry wolf was swallowing the chicken with the bones. When the meal was over, the young people decided to add some variety to their holiday. At some point, the headman, who was closely watching the water, shouted at the top of his lungs that it was time. And Arthur, with all his might, pulled the net out of the water, which he had held there for some time. But he wasn't very lucky with his catch, which consisted only of seaweed and stones. Everyone immediately began to discuss this unfortunate failure, saying that the guy was incapable of anything and asking whether he had ever fished as a child. Listening to the critics, the young man noticed Bublik approaching him, deciding that he had come to support him morally. But he, opening his mouth, showed him the catch that he and Bun had gotten together. It was a control shot in the head, because even a small spirit was able to catch at least some fish. And so Arthur, having received a boost of energy, shouted that he would try again to achieve a positive result. Meanwhile, Sebastian and Rupert were showing the children what stones were good for launching frogs and how it was done. Camilla and her dear daughter enjoyed a very sweet watermelon together. Arthur's fishing trip didn't go as planned for the second time either. The sun gradually began to descend, approaching the horizon and creating a special evening atmosphere. The driver, Nigel, once again noted that it was time for his friend to get a license. But Arthur told him not to get distracted and to watch the road, since the lives of several people and 2 animals were in his hands. Nigel did not understand what the second animal was, since no one could see Bun, but Arthur, turning back, noted that they had had a wonderful time. Everyone was so exhausted from this vacation that they had already passed out and were saved peacefully. But the driver of the car did not agree with this 100%, smilingly noting that the old people were simply drunk. But then he began to talk about Arthur, honestly saying that he could not understand why his friend did not return to the city, despite the fact that he had regained his sense of taste. After all, if he were in Arthur's place, he would have returned long ago and shown everyone who spoke against him what he was worth. But after visiting a friend several times, he begins to understand why he chose to live in the village. Nigel also realized that human happiness is not worth some stupid revenge. The young man smiled and said that he was very pleased with Nigel's understanding. When his friend remarked that Arthur would soon acquire a vegetable garden, the latter declared that he was not that old yet. While cleaning his restaurant, the young man thought that he would hardly be able to give up the happiness that this place gave him. And then he heard the familiar voice of a man who almost burst into his restaurant and greeted an old friend. After this greeting, there was an awkward pause in the air for the guest, which ended with Arthur greeting his former boss in a completely formal manner. At the same time, Peter and Daniela were in the restaurant, who had never seen the man who had come in before, and were wondering who he was, assuming that he was some friend. Upon hearing this, the man immediately said that the children had hit the nail on the head, where they were truly close friends with Arthur. But Arthur himself immediately denied this, saying that he was just working for this man. Such a cold attitude on the part of the guy could not leave his former boss indifferent. Even the children noticed that they had never seen such a cold attitude from Arthur towards anyone. Meanwhile, Bun happily looked at what the children were drawing, finding only Bun on the sheet of paper. Well, Peter suddenly began to express his assumptions that the guest who had come might not be the best person. Arthur was thinking that the man who visited him was not really the worst person who always wanted to work with him. At the same time, the young man understood perfectly well why he decided to come here. And so the man began to talk about what he felt when he saw on TV the next episode of the cooking show, in which Arthur had managed to participate. He sincerely regretted that back then, long ago, he had allowed the young man to leave his restaurant. In the final part of his speech, Jason very emotionally asked the guy to come back to work for him. With the same coldness in his speech, the young man refused the offer, after which he literally fell to his knees, saying that there was no point in the young man wasting his talent in this wilderness, and that together they could create a world-class restaurant. The children heard Jason's very loud request, through which he insisted on the boys' return to the big city. Arthur was silent, and his interlocutor said that their common talents would allow them to reach unprecedented heights. Without letting go of the young man's legs, Jason continued to talk about how together they could conquer the world. Well, Peter and Daniela, who became accidental witnesses of this scene, interpreted everything that happened in their own way. Noticing that his little guests had suddenly become more animated, Arthur decided that they were hungry and suggested that they cook something quickly. But they suddenly jumped up from their seats, declaring that they had a very important matter. Watching Peter and Daniela leave the restaurant in such a hurry, the young man came to the conclusion that the matter was indeed very urgent. Continuing the conversation with his former boss, Arthur recalled that he had already hired a new boss, to which Jason explained that the boss had quit. And even though Arthur seems like a big weirdo to him, he knows for sure that he would never abandon him like that. Then the man brought up the topic of the guy losing his taste, saying that it didn't matter at all because professional skills would be quite enough. After listening to Jason, the young man told him the news that his sense of taste had returned. This only pleased the man, who immediately began promising Arthur an incredibly large salary increase if he returned. When the man finished with his next proposal, the young man calmly announced to him that he would not return to the big city, no matter what the proposals, because Jason certainly won't be able to provide him with the living conditions he currently has. At the same time, two children, finding themselves on the street, were heatedly discussing the developing situation. Drawing something on the ground with a stick, Peter said that the big city was a very attractive place, and therefore Arthur would most likely accept the offer to return. Listening to him, Daniela suggested that adults who knew exactly what to do should be involved in solving the problem. When she finished, the boy imagined how the village elder would act if he learned that they were trying to take Arthur away from the village, after which he noted that an adult's reaction could be extremely unpredictable. And then he had a brilliant idea to show their dear chef that staying here would be much better than going to the big city. Thinking about what Arthur might like, Daniela soon came to the conclusion that he mostly cooked something tasty. They quickly came to the conclusion that in order to keep the young man, they needed to prepare something tasty for him. After all, his food always brought them a lot of joyful emotions, as did his attitude towards them in general. Looking at the plate, the girl asked her companion what it was, and Peter explained that on the plate was what he intended to be a hamburger. The boy didn't understand at all why things didn't work out so well with the hamburger. He then went on to give a slightly more detailed explanation of how he prepared this burnt masterpiece. When he finished, he turned his attention to what his partner had prepared. He assumed they were well-roasted coals, which, according to Daniela, were supposed to become an omelet. At that moment, the girl's mother returned home and announced her arrival. Entering the kitchen, the woman stood for a while and looked at what was on the plates on the table, after which Camilla asked the children not to put garbage on the table where they eat anymore. A few seconds later, both Peter and Camilla were already crying loudly, which left the girl completely confused. When she found out that they wanted to cook something for Arthur, the girl offered to cook some dish herself, but her daughter flatly refused, saying that she and Peter had to do it themselves. Because Arthur did a lot of good things for them, and now they also want to do something for him with their own hands. The woman was very surprised by such adult speeches from such small children. And then Camilla suggested that they do it differently, where they would cook themselves, and she would just give them a little hint where they would make mistakes. After all, Arthur cooks well only because he has colossal experience, which the children do not have, and therefore they will need help. The girl also emphasized that there is no shame in asking for help if necessary. When she finished speaking, Peter and Daniela looked at each other, thinking about Camilla's proposal. Daniela was the first to accept her mother's help, and Peter quickly joined her. But then the girl had a question about why they suddenly decided to cook something for Arthur, and they, without hiding the reasons, told her about what they had witnessed. As Jason walked down the street, he thought about the conditions Arthur had in mind that he would never be able to create for him. After all, he had literally everything he needed. And so the only thing that came to his mind was that his former employee simply wanted silence. Thinking back to their past together, Jason remembered how Arthur always refused to go and sit with them in company. There were also situations when the young man allowed himself to argue with visitors regarding the dishes he had prepared. But in such a remote place, Arthur could certainly enjoy a sufficient level of solitude. These thoughts were interrupted by a voice from the side, where the headman sitting nearby was offering Jason a few drinks in his company. When he approached and explained that he had come to visit a friend, Patrick instantly realized that this friend was Arthur. Such ingenuity could not help but amaze the man, who asked how the old man could figure this out. Having said that there was no one else to go to, Patrick continued to insist that the guy have a drink with him. Looking into his filled glass, Jason refused the offer, explaining that he was driving. But a moment later, he decided that, in principle, it was possible to stay here for the night, drinking alcohol to the delight of the headman. The drink was strong enough that Jason immediately felt its effect on his body. Patrick wanted to offer him a piece of fried pork as an appetizer, but when he turned around, he saw a bagel next to the plate, who, having eaten everything that was there, quickly rushed away. After this, all that was left for everyone to do was to make do with the vegetables left over for snacking. As Jason watched the old men cheerfully discuss the behavior of this strange dog named Bagel, he mentally noted that the entire population here was incredibly positive. But soon he received an invitation to sit down with them at the table, which he did not refuse. After a few glasses, he tearfully talked about the good qualities of Arthur, who, at a young age, won a prestigious international culinary competition. Observing the man's behavior, the women at the table cheerfully concluded that their esteemed guest had gotten quite drunk. Meanwhile, Patrick stated that there are no completely ideal people and that everyone has their own cockroaches in their heads. He then asked what his guest was striving for today, and Jason spoke about his desire to make his restaurant one of the best in the world. To this, his interlocutor cheerfully replied that his desire was to have a normal drink, and he was happy when he had a drink. After which, the tipsy old man asked the guest whether his modest wish was ambitious enough. To this, Jason had to respond by saying that everyone has their own dreams and goals in this life. For some, it is a favorite hobby, and for others, it is simply an opportunity to start life from scratch. There are also people for whom the main value is family and family ties. The old man completely agreed with this statement of his interlocutor, noting also that Jason's friend Arthur is no exception and has his own dreams. Having finished keeping the old men company, the man thanked them for their hospitality. Patrick offered him to stay and continue, but he referred to the fact that he needed to tell his friend something while he could still speak. And after this, the headman did not detain his guest, wishing him good luck. Both he and his company, watching Jason leave, noted that all young people are very ambitious. At some point, a man ran out from around the corner, attracting the attention of the headman, asking whether the rumors were true. Noticing a very worried local resident, Patrick recommended that he first catch his breath. And when he had regained his breath a little, he told the old man about Camilla's story about their cook returning to the big city. And as soon as he finished speaking, Patrick instantly sobered up, his eyes wide with surprise. Sitting at one of the tables in his restaurant, the young man was scribbling something in a notebook. His thoughts were about whether his former boss, whom he knew as a great stubborn man, would return here. When he had finished drawing, he turned the paper towards his little spirit, showing him what was depicted there, which brought Bun into indescribable delight, because only he could draw her, because no one else had seen her. He himself continued to wonder whether Jason thought about the reasons that made him continue to live in this quiet village and run an unprofitable business. Smiling, the young man noted out loud that returning to the big city would indeed be the best decision if he was aiming for a big income. At this moment, Peter and Daniela, accompanied by the latter's mother, found him in the restaurant. With tears in their eyes, The children acknowledged that they were late and began to scold themselves for not having rushed to implement the plan. Surprised by such strange behavior of the children, the young man began to ask them about what had happened and whether they would like to have a snack by chance. They didn't have time to answer because the headman burst into the restaurant, covered in dirt and loudly asking the guy if he had really decided to return to the big city. Without hiding his emotions, he said that here, too, they would be able to give him everything that was offered in a big city. Shocked by everything that was happening, Arthur asked where the rumors that he was going to leave came from. No one answered the question, and Peter and Daniela quietly approached the guy, asking him to visit them at least sometimes. And while Arthur, clutching his head, tried to say that he wasn't going anywhere, they asked him to try the rice they had prepared. The young man looked in amazement at what the children had prepared, telling him that they would like to cook something for him at least once. They reminded him of how he took them to an amusement park and always fed them delicious food in his restaurant. With great difficulty holding back tears, each of them thanked the guy for his attitude. They also noted that they tried their best to cook something very tasty so that he would change his mind about leaving. But at some point, emotions took over, and both children were already crying and asking Arthur not to leave their village. Without saying anything, the young man stood and looked at this manifestation of sincere feelings. At some point, Arthur suddenly squatted down to the height of his little petitioners. Taking the spoon they had prepared, the young man tasted what Peter and Daniela had so painstakingly prepared. He could hardly restrain himself because the rice was oversalted, too greasy, and the vegetables added to it had obviously been burnt during sautéing. But he understood perfectly well that these two children had put in a huge amount of effort to try to please him. And so, in full view of the children, the young man continued to eat what they had brought him. And when the plate was empty, he thanked them, saying that it was incredibly delicious. After which, the young man added that they shouldn't have bothered themselves since he had no intention of leaving them. All the adults who heard this statement were in a state of slight bewilderment. Arthur continued, saying that this was now his home, and in general he had come to love life in the village very much. The first to be moved, of course, was the headman, who was in a slightly drunken state. He instantly declared the young man to be a genuine local resident who could consider their settlement his home. Arthur blushed a little and noted that he seemed to have said too frankly what he felt. At some point, he noticed Jason among the people who had returned to his restaurant, with tears also running down his cheeks. The man noted that now it became clear to him why Arthur rejected his offer and did not intend to return. But at the same time, he cannot give up on the idea of making his restaurant the best. Therefore, I would like to offer the young man cooperation on a slightly different level, where Arthur can simply write recipes for excellent dishes for him, for which he will not need to go anywhere at all. After thinking about it, the young man found the offer to be quite good, since he really did have a lot of free time. He made his former boss smile widely when he agreed to his proposal. Where after this, Jason stated that now he will really look forward to the start of their cooperation, after which the man's legs gave way, and a moment later he found himself on the floor. The headman did not understand how such a strong guy could not stay on his feet when he had drunk only a little, which Arthur explained, saying that Jason could never drink much and quickly got drunk. The situation was generally resolved, and Patrick suggested celebrating by calling on everyone to start a new drinking session. Arthur, looking at Jason lying on the floor, allowed everyone present to order any dishes that his generous former boss would pay for. Secluded in another world, the young man studied the recipes of the dishes that Jason's restaurant basement had. Now he understood why he had brought him into the collaboration, because with such a menu, it was difficult to claim the title of the best restaurant. At that moment, his attention was drawn to the lid of the pot, which began to move, pushed by the pressure of the steam. The food was prepared, and the young man loudly called his public, who had gone hunting at the beginning of the meal. And then the sacred white wolf appeared from the nearby thickets, surprising the guy by returning so quickly. As he placed the plate in front of him, the young man noticed that the top had a large scar on his left eye. Having approached, the top began to eat, while Arthur looked through his things for something to lubricate his wounded eye. But at some point, the young man suddenly noticed that Bun was missing from Bublik's company. Before he could figure out where his pet could have lost his nerve, his attention was drawn to a movement in another part of the bushes, where Bublik, who appeared in the clearing with his lute and a bun on his head, looked in horror at what was happening here. Now Arthur himself watched in amazement at the one he had taken for his little wolf, giving him the food he had prepared for him. The young man could not bring himself to grasp what was happening right before his eyes. After all, in front of him now were two puppies of the sacred white wolf, one of which was very unhappy that the other had eaten his lunch.